We started by learning all about Omens of the Third Age together, but now only the very best remain. It is time to start drafting Flesh and Blood's newest set here at the Calling in Prague. Howling Minds in the booth, joined once more by Michael Fung. I'm excited to see how this differs from everything we've seen so far.
It's day 2. Things are more intense. Started with like 600 players. We have 80 left, 10 draft pods, and we get to see one of the best draft pods, pod number 1 today. I'm excited. Earlier, we got to take a little peek at the players drafting themselves in person, and it is a wild draft.
I've missed it. I've missed the atmosphere around Pod 1, especially. Yep. I think there's just an aura heading into a day like this.
Aura,
where
I
it's
love that.
I'm 8-0 overnight. I'm 7-1 overnight. I really don't want the wheels to fall off. And you can feel the tension in the air, and it just brings this special kind of magic to a day like today. So I'm very excited to see how these players navigate it. I'm excited to see the games that we'll get to see and how different they are from Seal. Just a lot to look forward to. So let's break down the schedule for you in full to make sure you know how the day is going to work out. Yesterday, we had our 8 rounds of Swiss competition in Seal deck, but things looking a little bit different today.
Today, everything changes. Yesterday, we had 8 packs per person. Today, 3 packs per person. And in draft, everyone ultimately ends up with only 42 cards instead of the 112 cards they were able to work with yesterday in Sealed. And after that, another draft. And then after that, we do our cut and another draft. Man, am I excited to see all these drafts.
You'll get 3 different looks at exactly how the best players in the world, the ones with the most experience in Omens of the Third Age right now, are navigating this format at the highest level. You'll also get another chance to win yourself a drinking buddy, this hot stamped promo card, now available as a giveaway prize on these LSS broadcasts. We give away 1 every day. That means there are 2 gone so far and just 1 remaining to claim.
This is just a gorgeous collector piece. Every time we have one on our desk, I just get tempted. I mean, I'm looking at it. We see a little cold foil gravy bones in there, you know, lifting up a pint with his buddies Tough Nut, RKO, Lyeth. Maybe, does that mean Gravy's a little Lyeth?
I mean, it's going to be quite the pie. Reviled? That's all I know for sure. Like, Tough Nut does feel like he's kind of the odd one out a bit.
I just realized there's a crazy brew.
There is.
On the table.
There is a crazy brew on the table. Sharp eyes. There you go. We have had a winner so far from France, one from Louisiana yesterday. So all over the world, feels like maybe we're an APAC region winner, maybe with a bit of luck. But plenty of variety there. You'll have to be around interacting in that final if you want a chance to take this one home. But it is not the only prize that is on offer today. Our players are fighting for quite the payout indeed.
Yeah, it's very standard for all of our callings, but 20,000 in total on the line with plenty of gold foil legendaries, 7 exactly for the 7 members of the top 8 who do not win the calling, and Pro Tour invites, or these professional tournament invites, also known as PTIs as well, and World Tour points for everybody. Scott, what's the most exciting part of the prize pool for you?
On a personal level, like I'm not super money driven. For me, it's kind of the glory, really. I love the opportunity to be able to play a world championship, to be able to go and play a pro tour. But there's just something about the black envelope. There's just something about being handed your gold foil legendary. You don't know what it is. It's yours. You earned it, and I don't have to pay for this. It's definitely my favorite part by quite a lot. How about you? Similar story or?
Yeah, the black envelope with the gold letters, that gets me every time. Though I will admit, if you're receiving one of those, that means you're 7th or you're 2nd through 7th.
It's true. It's true.
And of course, we do have a special prize for first place.
We do indeed. Those quick dodge flexes we'll get to in just a second. But I want to take a second to talk about the tournament packs as well. We've recently had the second wave of these kind of enter the flow. So there's another set of 10. Most classes covered in these. And this is going to be expanding over time. More and more cards added, but the same booster pack wrapping will remain. So you might turn up to a tournament 5-6 years from now and find yourself with one of the original wave and something very special in your hands.
I actually, at this point in the calling career of this year trajectory, I think if you're an avid collector of these in sealed, I would advise you to maybe put a post-it note on the ones you receive with just the calling that you receive them in, because we're seeing some callings get kind of that second wave or a different batch of the original tournament pack promos, and some kind of get that original wave with the staunch response, the read the runes, etc. And so, I don't know, it's kind of this cool thing where it's enshrouded in mystery, where, like, you know, a couple of years down the road, we might still get an original, so to speak, tournament pack.
It's pretty classy. I think it adds a little bit of character to these events, and So do all of the prizes in full. I mean, look at those quick dodge flexes. They are just the quite literal ultimate flex card.
Yeah, I have not yet seen it on stream yet from a calling champion, although we do have many of them amongst our, even our day 2 crowd today. This is, of course, the current calling gold foil champion prize, the quick dodge flexers Marvel, that's also double-sided, of course. Just a gorgeous piece, and it actually has that calling champion gold letters embossed on that side, so that players who play against you, especially if you use that side, which I highly recommend you do if you are a calling champion, it's a real flex, but also just a real collector's piece and a true, I guess, token of your winningness.
Your success, absolutely. You got that very hefty trophy to boot there as well. That thing's got some weight to it. Always surprises me when I pick them up for the first time.
Yes.
Plenty of cash, plenty of PTR, Pro Tour points for folks this weekend, so plenty to look forward to, plenty to compete for. I know a lot of people have been asking questions about the meta game of this format right now. We got a look at what people chose yesterday in Sealed. Yep. I'm very curious about how they converted overall, and I'm also very interested to see what kind of breakdown we see in the draft portion today. So if you're just joining us for the first time, a quick reminder for you. Aurora was our most selected hero yesterday with 289 copies, but the spread in general was surprisingly acceptable for a world premiere.
Yeah, almost half the players did end up choosing to have Aurora represent them for the sealed portion of calling day 1, and about a third Oscilio and about a quarter Zyggy. However, we do see that in our top 80 and our top 36, and even in our top 8 pod, all 3 heroes have representation, almost kind of proportionate to how many players actually chose to pick these heroes. So we do see a few more Auroras that, of course, made it over the line. A few less Oscilios and even a few less Zyggys, but nothing too crazy. It didn't seem like a single hero was actually dominating or overperforming their representation.
Not at all. So shall we take a look at how this kind of compares to how those heroes made their way into the second day of competition? I'm very curious about exactly how many of each managed to convert through, whether these percentages remain similar all the way around, or whether we found ourselves with Oscilio or Zyggy as a particular overperformer in comparison to Aurora. Let's take a peek. Wow.
Wow.
So we are looking at the amount of games played on day number 1 for those folks who are looking at these numbers. So unsurprisingly, Aurora, most games played by a significant amount. There were more of them in the room. Oscilio, Zyggy, consequently all the way down. But an almost 50% win rate for every hero is very impressive to me.
Yeah, and for those at home, the percentages being less than 50% include the fact that if there is a draw, neither player actually won that game. So what this means is that by a small margin, Zyggy drew at a higher clip than Oscilio, and I'm sure this Aurora being 50 isn't exactly 50%. It's likely like 49% something, because there's always a couple of draws, and some of these draws are, you know, players, it's the first time they've interacted with these cards. They haven't really grasped what a full game looks like. They're taking more time to read certain cards, think about certain interactions. So a few draws are to be expected. I mean, this might happen at the pre-release as well, depending on how serious your local store takes it. But 50% roughly across the board. I know there are some devs with smiles on their faces right now, because this is almost perfection.
It just feels incredibly well-rounded coming out of the gate after the day 1 of the calling here in Prague. I cannot wait to see how this ages as we make our way into draft as well. I have some feelings after Sealed about which way I would prefer to lean. I definitely found myself being a bigger fan of Oscilio as the day went on. We saw some very powerful things on camera. If you were sitting down there in Draft Pod 1 this morning, Michael, who are you hoping to find your way into?
I also have been biased and leaning towards Oscilio as well. I feel like a lot of the play patterns that he presents, even at the level with simple commons, particularly class commons, which kind of are your reward for being Oscilio, right? Like all 3 heroes have access to the lightning pool and the few generics that are in the set, but Oscilio just kind of makes sense to me. It just has that certain play patterns that just they just feel powerful and not too difficult to pull off.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. It doesn't mean that I won't enjoy a good Zyggy deck if it ends up in my hands. I'll enjoy a good Aurora deck if it ends up in my hands. But I'm looking for some tips. I think I'm in the position this time of playing my national championship this year. I know you're in the commentary booth this time around. So I have to wrestle with this format at a competitive level very soon, so I'm going to look for every nugget of information I can get. It feels like there's going to be plenty to learn here, and these are the people I want to learn it from. Let's see who's at the top of our standings as we made our way towards the end of day numero uno. There was 3 undefeated players at the end of things. Adam Urban, Sean Knowelden, and Oliver Spapens, I'm going to go with there. Double Oscilio, 1 copy of Aurora there, but Zyggy pretty prevalent in our top 10 as well.
Yes, absolutely. Of course, we did see that Zyggy was the least actual chosen, so not too much of a surprise to be the least represented here in this top 20 page, but not 0.
One of those Zyggies will be our featured drafter for things this morning. TCG All-Star Simon Nielsen joins us in pod number 1 in the 8th seat there, and we're following along his draft to see how the limited specialist is going to navigate a brand new set. A little bit further down, we see multiple calling winners. Paul Van Gijssel, Jacob Clement still lurking here. Your countryman, Griffin Mayer, sneaking in there in 20th place as well. Just plenty of names to watch that we kind of already have been introduced to at some point in Flesh and Blood history.
Yeah, and I want to talk about this top 8 just for a little bit, because this is also going to be the 8 players in our pod number 1 today. Let's look at the heroes that these players chose to play in day 1. And the question is, well, what did they draft today in day 2? Because these heroes, they all had to play at least 8 rounds of Sealed yesterday. And although Sealed and Draft are somewhat different animals, they're still games of 20 life limited. Or in Oscilio's case, obviously 19 life. And in that case, I just want to highlight there were 4 players in this top 8 in this first pod that were playing Oscilio yesterday. They each had 8 games of Oscilio. And who knows how many games they played on Friday during the world premiere and the preceding side events, sealed events after that. So it's going to be interesting to see kind of what did they play in day 1 and what did they draft in day 2. And I think that dynamic is always really interesting because, well, this is public information.
Yes.
Every person in that pod, if they took the time to look at who was in their pod, could find out, well, there were 4 Oscilio players who were playing Sealed yesterday. Will that impact what they draft? And you know, I think there's some strategy to this. If you played 8 rounds of Sealed the day before, you probably have more experience playing that hero, and it might behoove you to draft that hero, right? But on the flip side, if you think everyone else is going to draft Oscilio because there are 4 of them, maybe you draft something else.
Yeah, I think that's a very astute observation. I think if I'm sitting down in pod 1 this morning and I go, okay, I played Zyggy yesterday, and I feel pretty comfortable on the deck. I look to my right, they played Oscilio yesterday. I look to my left, they played Oscilio yesterday. I'm going to have a bit of a bias as to what I might want to try and avoid because I don't know these players. I'm not going to know their tendencies, their preferences, how they felt about Oscilio yesterday. Feels like it's a lot safer to maybe stay out of that lane. So maybe we're going to see some of that dynamic in this pod because clearly there was more games played on Oscilio. Do you think that benefits those players who didn't play Oscilio yesterday at all?
I'm not sure there's a straight up benefit or negative effect. I just want to highlight this. I mean, this isn't something that we're really going to be able to see during the draft itself. These are just little things, I think, as someone who plays more callings than I cast. I'm just letting you know kind of what I think of. Like if I were in pod 1 or if I were in pod 2, it's the same thing. 9 through 16, they know they're going to be in the pod together the next day, right? And they can see from the standings page what heroes the other guys chose. And I don't think it's not like gamesmanship, but it's something that you should just be cognizant of. I think that it's an understated thing in these tournaments, right? I don't want to cross the line and say people are like colluding or anything and just saying, oh, you're going to play Oscilio for sure. But like people have their biases, people have their tendencies.
It's definitely an edge.
And I think being able to just be aware of it and utilize it if you can, but obviously, try not to let that submerge your draft, right? You go in thinking, I cannot draft Oscilio. 4 of these guys are going to draft Oscilio. I have to draft. Like, that's usually a recipe for failure. But as we see these drafts, I think you're going to see that some players may be, kind of forcing a certain hero. I don't think that's like a bad strategy, to be honest. Especially in these world premiere drafts. Like I mentioned, players got to play 8 rounds of a hero yesterday, and I'm pretty sure they didn't get to play 8 rounds of some of the other heroes, and so it might just be strategic. Just draft what you already know. Yeah,
I think going in with a preference definitely healthy when you're competing at this level, and I think arguably healthier, as we hear from Michael, that you need to be willing to move away from that preference if it makes sense. The worst thing you can do is just tunnel vision in, be it because of you're opponent's preferences or your own one way or the other. So Simon is who will be following along. We know Simon has an incredibly robust history with Limited in general. Our former World Premier Prague winner. Yeah. I don't think we could ask for a much better player to kind of start us off today.
I think he will be such a good example of how I have not personally witnessed this draft myself, but I think just knowing his tendencies, I think things you guys at home should look out for that I'll try to call out. Just the way Simon opens the pack, starts looking at the cards, what he pauses on, what he kind of pulls aside, what he pushes to the back. All these little things, we're going to be able to see his mind work live, and I think I'm just so excited for this.
I very much am too. Shall we see who Simon is seated next to and how that draft is going to be navigated? Take a look at our pod here. Featured drafter Simon Nielsen parked in seat number 8. We'll have Adam Urban on one side of the table, the 8-0 player, and Joachim Gustafsson, who did join us on stream yesterday, on the other side over in seat number 7. First opponent, though, will be Thomas van Minsel. If you're ever uncertain about this, it's diagonals on the table. So if you're looking for who you're playing the first time round, it will be Thomas on the other side that will be staring down Simon in our first feature match of the day.
And I just want to mention, Adam and Joachim both played Oscilio in day 1. And this is knowledge I am positive Simon is cognizant of. I don't know if it's going to change his draft picks, but it's something that you guys at home should know, and we are knowing as well. And as we get more of these heroes, the clarity becomes more clear. We'll start telling you what some of the other guys played, of course, in day 1. Although this, of course, is once again public knowledge. It's something you guys at home can check for yourselves.
Yeah, pretty heads-up thing to do if you have the opportunity to do so. Okay, trying to figure out how I think this is gonna go. Like, I'm definitely leaning into that Oscilio knowledge just a little bit myself. I'm very curious, as you say. Simon is gonna know this,
right?
But Simon isn't the kind of player that's gonna miss it
Simon wasn't one of them, and he's sandwiched by 2 of them. And of course, the one thing that is random though is the actual seating arrangements. Simon, of course, came in as the 8th person, the 8th seat going into day 2, but he is not playing seat 1. They've randomized the order.
Yes.
You just know who's in your pod, but not who you're going to be against, who you're going to sit next to. That's, I think, for tournament integrity purposes, randomized. And so he's actually going to be in round 1. I believe he's playing.
I think it's Thomas. Thomas in seat 7.
Yeah. Which is kind of
the
weird.
graphic helps us on that one,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
we're all
yeah,
good in that capacity.
Not what you would expect, and we're going to be doing this basically for every single draft, and also for the top 8 draft as well.
Yes,
so
absolutely, 100%.
We'll throw us for a little loop then as well.
Almost certainly, one way or the other. So I am ready to get on down and see what commons, rares stand out to Simon Nielsen. Let's head on down to the table and see how this thing shakes out. Simon, cracking open pack numero uno. If it's you, Michael, what are you hoping to find inside?
I think I really want... There's a few lightning cards that are just lightning, not talented, that I think are just really easy cards to kind of pick, like the Flow State Embodiment, for example. If they block 3, they're just really good starts. I also just like most of the equipment suites, so anything with Astral Sanctuary I think would be a really nice start that doesn't really lock me into anything. We're already seeing Simon. He's putting the cards in the front that he finds powerful. Of course, he drafted Zyggy, or he played Zyggy yesterday, putting these 2 very powerful cards, these rares, Blink of an Eye and Clear Conscience Red, in the front. Of course, also that equipment, and a lightning card that blocks 3. These are kind of like cards that keep you open, that are powerful. They're going to go into all of your decks, basically. He's excited for those type of cards.
So with 2 very potent illusionist rares here, how much of a school of thought is it to avoid that and kind of pass the buck on to someone down the table to figure that out?
Right, it's not just those 2 powerful rares, but there's also a couple of commons as well. So maybe that's too many cards. And if Simon only takes one of these 2 rares, like the Clear Conscience or the Blink of an Eye, and he's still sending the other one, he's worried he's sending a signal. That's definitely a consideration.
It is Blink of an Eye red, selected by Simon here. So a claim being made early for now. There is some amount of flexibility in this first pack. Just because Simon has taken a Lightning Illusionist attack doesn't mean he's obliged to play Zyggy all of a sudden. There's room to move as the pod figures itself out, but a pretty potent fragment option here to start things off. Can't be too upset to see it. Red Pulsing Cardia quickly found in the pack here. Blue copy of Clear Conscience in this one as well, and those Laced Lightning fan to the front for Simon as well. So Laced Lightning So we're fanning through that blue clear Conscience as well. Big fan of this one, as you were alluding to moments ago. Blue block 3. Feels impactful to throw. Not a ton of that in the blue slot for Zyggy. But Lace Lightning, I think a lot of players discussing this overnight found not only is equipment kind of at a premium, people are going to be fighting for this quite a lot, but having access to all of those 2-cost preventions, especially the embodiment of Lightning in a deck like Zyggy, very, very appealing.
Yeah, I just want to mention last pack's Singeing Flowstride Red was also one of the cards that were shifted to the front. None of the Oscilio and Wizard cards were last pack, and that's because they were all kind of weak. We see a Lace Lightning actually picked up here. I want to mention that Simon's basically pushing these red powerful cards to the front, and I think early on that makes a lot of sense. You want to have these powerful cards you're happy to play to end the game, to reduce your opponent's life total down to 0. But it seemed when he saw the Lace Lightning, Simon felt there was like this little emphatic oh, this is a really good one, right? Like it's better equipment than maybe something else. Maybe this is something that Simon has realized, that Lace Lightning, it does this unique thing, gives you embodiment of lightning. And I find that, if you have a guaranteed embodiment of lightning somewhere and you're not playing Aurora, it lets you draft a couple of attacks and have that flexibility in case, you have 2 attacks, they don't have go again, you want to send both. Lace Lightning is your cure.
Red Auric Shards was sitting at the front of this pack when Simon grabbed it, was immediately popped up and kind of shown off to the camera just a little bit. Pulled the red quick succession forward as well. Electrum Mind Meld just behind that as an option. Fanning through here. And this is a large part of draft that people maybe aren't familiar with. You can figure out what the people next to you have been taking. You know the pack composition. There's this many Illusionist cards, this many Lightning cards. So at this point, a couple of cards in, you're trying to figure out what's there, not there that's kind of supposed to have been.
Yeah, this Auric Shards Red is picked up by Simon, and this is pod 1. This is the best of the best. And I'm not surprised that in pack 1, pick 3, there's only 2 real red cards left. Red cards are at a premium, and Simon's going to try to pick up as many of those as he can here in the first few picks.
Simon getting slightly rewarded here. Voltaic Flexes, but also a red copy of Shattering Flowtide in this pack. Definitely suggestive that Zyggy is available currently. Seeker's Mitts pulled to the front here as well, definitely showcasing that premium that is being put on this prevention equipment early. This Flowtide, though, in the red variety, super impactful. Great on turn 0. Opponent does not want to give you a lightning flow, and these 0 for 5 fragment effects, just the best possible targets for Auric Shards.
Yeah, and I find that Shattering Flowtide, particularly in that cycle of 0 for 5s, is probably one of the best commons. It has the fragment ability that really never hurts you, right? Like, sometimes Cardia gives you a resource and you can't use it that turn, but a Lightning Flow, it just sits there until you actually have to use it. Ultimately, Simon taking that Seeker's Mitts, I actually really like this pick of an early equipment. Equipment in general, it's one of those things where they're not replaceable. You can't just take your 30th draft card and say, you know what, I'm going to put this red Thunderous Retort in my arm slot. No, they're very specific. You have to draft 1 per slot if you actually want to have them. So I'm a little punished here because there is also a Gloves of Astral Sanctuary, which some could be considered better than Seeker's Mitts. But we're seeing him kind of flip through 2 cards that are not Illusionists.
Yeah, Rush of Power, Thunderous Retort, both lurking at the front here. This red Rush of Power being taken. I think one of the understated things about picking up equipment early here, not only are you guaranteeing those slots, but you give yourself this flexibility to stay open.
Yes. Oh
Simon wants to play Blink of an Eye, wants to play Auric Shards, but isn't guaranteed to be able to. So when Red Rush of Power turns up pick number 5, you still have the freedom to move and flow and become Aurora if you think that's what's important.
This is subtle and it's very minor, but the arm slot in this draft is actually, in my opinion, the least contested slot, just because you have the Seekers, you have that Astral Glove, but you also have 3 additional commons arm slots, the 3 class-specific ones, like Snap Fingers, Fingers from Fragmentation, and, of course, the Constella Wave.
Stinging Surge there, picked up by Simon, another red copy, so nice and powerful early on, and taking a small detour into the Runeblade class right now. Next pack coming up, we see that Auric Shards yellow still hovered up front. We will see another Flowtide coming up front there for Simon. So debating another red Runeblade attack, has access to yellow Auric Shards here as well. Blue Vaultbound Duality pulled to the front, so definitely eyeing these Runeblade cards a little bit more now. Perhaps because these are still in the pack. These are commons. There's multiple for the same class. You got to read into it just a little bit. Then maybe you have some space off to the side of you.
This pack in particular, no wizard commons at all. That is a strong, strong signal. I like to say signals they're a story. They're not just a one-time letter. You know, Simon's already been picking up those signals. I think he already noticed when he took that rush of power 2 picks ago, and of course took that red stunning swipe. These are early days. We have plenty of picks to do. You only need to present 30 cards in these formats, but we're going to be drafting 42 cards. So you'll have a lot of picks to kind of hedge or maybe toss away in a way that you just want powerful cards.
Blue copy of Heaven's Claws, just foundational scaffolding for decks. Blue block 3s, lightning card. Can be converted on offense in a pinch, especially if you are Aurora and have access to a resource after making an embodiment of lightning. So it's a nice safe pick in the middle of the pack here as we make our way down to the less coveted pieces. These are very much the filler that are going to tie the deck together. We see blue destructive Fleetfoot at the front here. Again, the boxes we're ticking just blue block 3s. It's resource cards being covered. It's defensive tools being covered. Gives you more freedom to pick up powerful reds when we get into pack 2 and pack 3.
Yeah, so that was pick 9, which is a very important pick. It is the first pick of your own draft your pack from the first time, right? It's the tabling or the wheeling of that first pack. And Simon was able to pick a blue block 3 and destructive Fleetfoot, really powerful. Still has playable cards in his pack at this point, so there are no red flags yet. I think Simon has successfully done a nice pivot. A red quick succession here, but notably, look at this pack. It still has a Runeblade card. It still has 2 lightning cards that are actually reasonable. No wizard cards, no illusionist cards. I think Simon has done a good job realizing, hey, the illusionist class closed off. I need to pivot, and the earlier you do that pivot, the better for you.
Getting rewarded here, blue Fleetfoot. Also, 3 cards left in the pack, finds itself available to Simon. And again, not exciting, but blue block 3 is just really solid pieces of making your limited decks work. And destructive Fleetfoot could certainly take care of a lightning flow if the opponent doesn't want to block that. Arcanic Cunning, as we make our way through the dregs of pack number 1. Last card will be passed to Simon to complete this pack. All in all, feels like a pretty well-navigated start to this draft. Immediate thoughts, Michael? What are you thinking about Simon's first pack?
A couple packs, the first couple picks, powerful illusionist cards that he unfortunately won't be able to play, but a string of these quick strike red attack actions. You're always happy to have the red attack actions. Those are the most efficient ones to send at your opponent, of course. But what I'm a little concerned about right now is there is a distinct lack of go again and lightning flow generation, which for Aurora, they're about the same thing. Although you actually, I think you prefer the go again cards, the quick successions, for example. Even a Sigil of Lightning, if needed in a pinch, just because these cards are what enables these quick strike cards to be above rate, to be really powerful, meaningful threats at your opponent. Because Simon had to kind of pivot there, he really didn't have the luxury of choice. But now going into pack 2, I think he's hoping to get some of those powerful non-attack actions in order to supplement those attacks.
Let's take a look at the deck in full so far after that first pack of picks. Simon looking at some goodies right now. Scorpio, of course, not picked, but will be in the equipment suite if you're locking into Aurora. Laced Lightning and Seeker's Mitts available. 3 really solid blues for that resource base. They're all blocking 3, if not a little slightly unexciting on offense, but 4 reds available, 3 of them pretty premium. Quick succession probably makes the cut if those go-again sources are needed, if we don't find any better alternatives later down the line. All in all, a pack I think you can be quite happy about.
Yeah, I think Simon has avoided a disaster. At the very least. I'm not sure this is like the most ideal setup for him. No one ever wants to draft 2 powerful class cards for a different hero and then have to pivot into the other hero. But I think Simon is positioned well because he's identified a hero that's more open than what he was originally drafting. Pack 2, though, I do want to mention sometimes can be the pack of temptation.
Yes.
Because Simon's been sending these signals, right? But sometimes these signals may not be received. And really, he was reading the signals that were coming from his right. And now he's receiving from the other side. And the first few picks, at least, might have some tempting illusionist cards. And you can't fall for those because if he's read the signals right, his right side has some strong illusionist presence. So let's see exactly how he navigates them.
Will Simon Nielsen stay the course? Let's find out. Pack number 2. Being cracked open by our featured drafter, incredible TCG player across multiple games, is a national champion in Flesh and Blood. Of course, has that calling win from Prague the first time around as well. So blue quick succession quickly piqued the interest. We do see Arc Ramp, Cosmic Duality, and a red copy of that Path of Same Ends at the front of the pack already. Big fan of that one. Those lightning attacks that just have natural go again, or as close to natural go again as you can get on that one. Great extenders for enabling Scorpio, but blue quick succession, arguably yellow quick succession as well, proving to be quite impactful in our Seal games yesterday. We do see Ominous Aggression being pulled up close to the front here as well.
I really like these instant buffs at instant speed because they don't cost an action point. This whole format is all about action point, action point, action points. And this Path of Same Ends is a nice start to this draft. This is one of the most powerful, most flexible, and just a good rate Lightning Runeblade attacks. I especially like this one because it doesn't require you to jump through hoops to make a lightning flow to play a quick succession. And it's really good with these non-blue quick successions, as you can, play it, give an attack that can't give itself go again, then play the Path of Same Ends, give it go again, regardless of what your opponent does in terms of that arcane damage, and then, of course, attack with that Scorpio. So I think this is an ideal start for Simon. He did see that blue quick succession. I'm pretty sure he probably wants that one as well, but you can't have everything. This is draft. You get to take one card, and I'm sure he's hoping to wheel it, but I know he probably thinks that's not a card that will likely wheel.
Thumbs, Cosmic Flare, Red Rush of Power, Red Electric Jolt Step found here as well. Michael's favorite card here. Some really potent options available. Which one are you looking at?
Really what I'm looking at is this Nucleus Aether Bolt, because this is telling us a bit about what Simon, the person on his left, is not drafting. This is probably one of the most powerful rares that Oscilio could draft. Now remember, Simon knew that he was sandwiched by two original Oscilio sealed players, so Simon, of course, made a little, bent it a little, I want to say. He just kind of highlighted that card a little bit to let us know that he's aware of this as a signal, but it's Pack 2. I've mentioned this before. It's the Pack of Temptation. You can't be tempted. You have to stay the course. Simon ends up taking this Robe of Astral Sanctuary. Very
controlled pick here for Simon. Understands there are still gaps missing in that equipment suite. Does want to get those filled. It's a real disadvantage to start the game with less than 4 pieces of equipment. The Robe, a pretty premium one, given that there is no Astral Sanctuary piece picked already, fills in the blanks when you have those other prevention effects already.
Yeah, Simon's already passed on a Glove of Astral Sanctuary in Pack 1, so he knows there's not too many slots left. He just has a hat piece left if he passes this Robe. It's draft. You may never see another chest piece. You may never see another headpiece. Taking it now when the going is good is a really good heads-up play.
Scanning through this pack here for Simon, a little bit more lackluster. No big surprises. Red Quick Succession at the front, but not a lot of other options for our Runeblade here. Does make me think there is maybe another Aurora in close vicinity.
Oh, yes. This is actually a pretty bad sign, to be fair. This is the only Runeblade common left. That means at least another Runeblade common was taken, and also there's not that many great lightning cards. This is a pack, since this is pack number 3, there's currently, after he takes this card, there's going to be 11 cards left in the pack. 7 more players are going to take a card left. He's going to see this pack again with 4 cards, and I think he already sees the writing on the wall for this pack. There's no good 4 cards left that might, still provide a card that he's excited to put in his deck.
So Simon here will have to weather the storm of another Aurora to make it through to pack 3 and reap the rewards of having the correct directional flow. Oh, Aether Sling at the front of this pack here as well. The Oscilios are definitely on the other side of our featured drafter. Blue Electron Jolt Step, not a bad one. Blue Block 3 once again does fill that role. Sigil of Astral Flow being considered for just a moment here as well. Red Brush Off also lurking towards the front of this pack.
Yeah, you said it really well there. This Aether Sling is a card that's kind of a gut punch to see at this point in Pack 1, Pick 4. That also means that there might not be any Oscilio players to Simon's left, which is fine. This is a Pack of Temptation. Why are there no Oscilio players to his left? Well, there's definitely an Oscilio player to his right, and that guy did a good enough job cutting or signaling that he was going to be Wizard, and now Pack 2 is his payoff pack.
Absolutely. It is that Blue Jolt Step that is grabbed here. Another solid resource card, another solid block 3. Big fan of this one in the blue as well, mostly because it will just always convert. Sometimes it makes an embodiment, sometimes it blocks, but if you get left with a 4-card hand, it still does a thing. Sigil of Lightning in the pack here. Another Ominous Aggression, yellow copies of Singeing Flow Stride. It continues to be rather unexciting if you're looking at Aurora.
But a red Comet Collision and a red Meteoric Impact, these are both premium commons for Oscilio. So if there are Oscilios, they're almost all to his right at this point.
Staring somewhat sheepishly with that yellow copy of Singeing.
Yeah, these are the only 3 cards that he can possibly play in his deck, so he's pushed them to the front. And he's just taking a peek, seeing if he can maybe potentially wield that Sigil of Lightning. It's unlikely he'll get that Ominous Aggression onto the second on the wheel, but it's more likely maybe he just gets like a Wizard common. There were 3 of them in that pack.
All the wizard cards still there. Let's see if that continues. Yellow Corrosive Space does plenty of wizard goodies in here as well, but a pretty nice one for Simon, honestly. This red copy of Singeing Flow Stride. Breakpoint naturally does provide you the ability to make additional lightning flow. Not against upping that generation. Feels like a pretty clear pick this time around.
This was a card he was having to pick, like pack 1, pick 3, pack 1, pick 2, I believe, and so he's still happy to take it now.
Blue Thunderous Retort there in the pack as well. Just see Simon thumbing over that one as it gets shuffled to the back. Worth considering whether or not that'll make it back as that final card or two. Pretty reasonable pack for our featured drafter so far, but definitely having to fight against another Aurora nearby. Red Vault-bound Duality immediately picked up to the front of the pack here. Feels like a little bit of a gift.
Nice flexible cards still in the red color. I think Simon also maybe needs to take some blues, but right now, in the early parts of the pack, he's just looking for these powerful threats.
Yellow copy of Path of Same Ends also thumbed to the front here for Simon as a point of consideration. Just wants these extenders that do not require a lightning flow. Does indeed go for the red copy of Vault-bound Duality instead. 0 for 4, blocks 3. Nice clean numbers. Gives you that flexibility on turn 0 to do something meaningful when you find yourself going first. Next pack, yellow, quick succession available. Another copy of the Fleetfoot in there, in the blue variety once more as well.
Simon's just so good at this. The way he like just sorts these cards to the front that are actually cards that he's considering, cards that are playable. He does it. He feels like, you know, like a casino dealer like quickness.
These are the hands of an experienced drafter who's been here to do this many times over a storied career in the TCG space. Plenty of wizard goodies left in this pack. Again, that ominous aggression does make its way back to Simon.
This is pick 9. This is his first pack again.
It does have the option of at least a playable card, but not one that looks super exciting in the current deck. But at this point, you will take what you can get.
Yeah, Ominous Aggression, it's not really the most efficient card, of course, in this format, but it can steal you wins. And when you're talking about Pod 1, and everyone's a good player, right? Like, they made it to Pod 1. This being able to steal some games that you otherwise may not be able to take is a real good selling point for it.
Simon here taking the blue copy of Astral Assault. Definitely a hedge towards the need for resource cards as we wind down pack number 2. We do see blue Nebula Duality, blue Comet Collision in here for the awaiting Oscilio players, but...
Yeah, the yellow flittering force field is the only card that he could possibly take. Simon chose to take that blue Astral Assault over a red Astral Assault, which tells us that he's aware his deck already has a lot of red threats, and he needs to start balancing it with these resource cards.
Blue Rush of Power picked up here in these final cards of the pack. Another solid block 3 to keep that resource curve humming. It's Flashbolt and Nebula Duality as the last 2 left in the pack. No big surprises that both these wizard cards remain. We'll take the yellow Duality away over the blue Flashbolt. It's fairly unexciting, and that Constellar Flow Tide will be the last pickup for Simon here. Gotta say, this pack, less exciting than pack number 1, but that is what you expect. It's the nature of draft. You sent those signals, and so you should be trying to reap the benefits of pack 1 and 3 far more than you are pack 2.
Yeah, he's still missing some elements for sure. I think he, in this next pack, definitely wants to get a equipment for his hat, for his head. That would flush out his equipment suite, having 4 equipment. Just, you know, these are starts and play, sits and play equipment. You really want to flush them out while you can. They just, each one just gives you that little edge that you need. And it's not like a card you have to draw, right? We're able to present 30-card decks, right? But also 4 equipments. And really having all of those assets is, you know, the best way to win a draft itself.
Simon here looking at 7 playable blues. 5 of them are just blue block 3s. For the ideal Aurora deck in this draft format, how many resource cards do you think we're looking for?
It really depends on how many cards that cost more than a resource in your deck. Sometimes you can function off of either no card or no pitch cards at all, or just yellows. In terms of Simon's deck, he doesn't have too many payoffs for multiple resources besides activating Aurora, which we have mentioned before isn't something you really want to be doing every turn. Now, a dynamic that I have noticed with Aurora players, in order to get over the hump of some of the block value that like Zyggy could have, for example, is that you do these on-turn, off-turns. So you have a turn where you maybe just do a really small attack, but end with the Aurora token activation. and kind of have an embodiment of lightning flowing to the next turn. Now, if Simon chooses to do that, he definitely wants blues. He wants some amount. And simple math, we're presenting 30-card decks. If you want 1 blue per hand, 8's kind of that magical number. I will mention there is a blue here that I don't think Simon's as excited to play, Calm Veil Volthaven. I'm not even sure he's too excited to play Astral Assault blue. What do you think?
I think the Astral Assault may be a little bit more defendable. It at least converts for some amount of damage, I should say. That Calm Veil of Volthaven looks very unappealing. I would personally like to get that one out of the way. These block 3s, great, well-founded, but yeah, I kind of lean towards maybe another blue or 2 in an ideal world. We're definitely looking for that headpiece to fill out the equipment slot, and from there, it's just power. I think we have a surprising amount of lightning flow generation, so things should be kind of smooth there, but headpiece, power, a couple more blues, that's what I'm hoping for from Pack 3. Let's check it out, see how Simon navigated this one as Pack 3 is opening up. We're fanning through, counting the cards, making sure the correct amount is there and nothing is damaged in the process. Give it a quick flick for luck. And we'll see what is waiting. Worth remembering, of course, draft passing in opposite directions between Pack 1, then 2, and then 3.
Yeah, I like to call Pack 2 the Temptation Pack, and Pack 3, the Payoff Pack.
Payoff Pack,
I
like that.
You read the signals correctly, and ideally, this is the pack that you get rewarded. Of course, that's not always going to be the case, but we're, off to a decent start. This Leech Renown is more powerful than you think. I actually played against this card yesterday, and this was a card that allowed my opponent to fatigue me because it does, of course, help you put that... no, Leech Renown is an Aura Destroyer. Yes. This is a card that can really give you a little bit more points than just that 1 point that you would expect from a buff like this.
Yeah, Leech Renown, the one we're looking for, which is going to be the card Michael was just alluding to, the Aura Destroyer. Nice. We found it. Was an interesting choice there. They did have a red Flittering Spike as a choice to compare to this one, which has been impressive for us all weekend. But this block 3 red just always going to convert regardless of whether you have Go Again. And Aura Destruction against every opponent in this format. Very much at a premium.
I'm a big fan of Leech Renown over Flittering Spike in that case. Just because, as you mentioned, Leech Renown, it has this word Go Again on it. Go again, go again, go again. Action points, action point economy, go again. This is just something I think we're going to talk about this entire day, really. Heroes are going to be gated by action points, and they're going to be rewarded for having ways to generate action points. There's a yellow Mercurial Skies here that Simon is not thumbing to the front, maybe not so interested in. It's decently worse than the Quick Succession series, even though the Mercurial Skies are rares.
Does choose to take that red Rush of Power over a red Electrin Jolt step. Big fan of this one myself. Happy to see that Simon is in the same boat. It's just the easiest common to convert for a straight 5 points of value if you can enable that quick strike effect. Opponent doesn't really want to block 4 and give you more than 5 value by giving up 6 block.
Yeah, what I like about Rush of Power is some of its power isn't gated to a arcane ping up front, but rather a extra point of physical power, which makes it a little bit harder to block in a format where there's a lot of Spell Void running around.
Blue Voltbound Duality quickly thumbed to the front of the next pack for Simon. We see Sigil of Lightning joining it at the front. The rest of the pack looking a little unexciting for our Aurora drafter.
Well, what I'm excited about in this pack is that it seems like the Runeblade commons are untouched. There's 3 Runeblade commons. Of course, 2 of the blue ones Simon has put into the front, but there was also a yellow Singeing Flowstride that Simon didn't even care about. This pack is rich, full of cards for Simon, so I'm starting to see some of that payoff that I alluded to.
Makes a lot of sense to me. Simon very comfortable with the situation he finds himself in, takes that Voltbound Duality.
There's another Livewire press here, or is this the same pack? This was the same pack. Simon just picked it up to look at it again. Okay. I do want to mention, this is draft. I mean, you ultimately only end with 42 cards, but along the way, I believe the math is you see about 252 cards of the 300 so cards that are in this draft pool, in the 18 packs that are being opened. So you get exactly 75% of the cards in this pool. You will see. And that Livewire press that Simon just passed, he is... if he's being cognizant of it, he's aware that it now exists. This is a card that you can play around, think about. It's a possibility now.
Someone to your left is going to have that card, and it's worth thinking about it as the draft continues. No doubt, it's Red Vault-bound Duality at the front of the pack here that is selected again by Simon. Again, really big fan of these. I found these dualities to be very flexible, both offense and defense, but it's giving yourself more options, more permutations to generate lightning flow and to potentially force prevention equipment that could open a hole for Scorpio later in the game. Just very impactful early, arguably very impactful late when those prevention pieces are finally gone.
Yeah, so sometimes as Runeblades, you have that issue where you draw non-attacks and no attacks, or you draw attacks and no non-attacks. Vault-bound Duality, by its name, is basically both. It's an action point if you need it because it can be played at instant speed, so it doesn't cost an action point, and it also generates a lightning flow, which, well, for Aurora, that is action points. It lets you convert a lightning flow into an embodiment of lightning using Aurora's hero ability.
Going to see Red Stellar Glide being picked up here. Looks like Simon pretty eager to have access to another extender that does not require an embodiment of lightning to be in play already. Like this one quite a lot. It's neatly followed by Scorpio a lot of the time.
Yeah, from a macro perspective, Stellar Glide is really clean. If you start your turn already with an embodiment of lightning, you can send one of those one-cost quick strike attacks. Then you send this Stellar Glide for 5 go again, breaking a lightning flow. Then you send that Scorpio. These type of turns are more rare in Aurora, but they're kind of what you need to really push past some of the defenses of the other heroes.
Sigil of Lightning in this deck pack. Yellow Quick Succession, blue Path of the same ends there as well. So again, just flush with Runeblade cards still. Maybe not necessarily the one Simon is looking for, though. Yellow Quick Succession, very appealing. Does, again, kind of tie the room together. Makes the zero-cost rush of powers far more appealing. Lets you convert those hands very easily.
Yeah, I've been told that, Yellow Quick Succession might actually be the best color of Quick Succession because it has more pitch value than the red one, but it has the highest chance or likelihood of getting its +2 value. It says your next 2 attacks this turn get +1 while they have go again, and that's so much more achievable than the red version of Red Quick Succession, which is the next 3. And so if you're able to get that go again, and your next 2 attacks get +1, and you get that Scorpio swing enabled, it's just a really good card that I really didn't think would be this good when I was looking at the draft set earlier.
Yellow Electrolyze pulled to the front here for Simon. Again, just looking for these extenders to convert these turns more easily and line up with another attack, another embodiment of lightning. You can kind of see that quick gesture there from Simon. This red clear conscience is still here, and that is a little bit alarming. Yeah,
this is pack 1, pick 8, which means every single person at this table has seen this pack and chosen not to take that clear conscience.
Yellow Electrolyze is the choice. That's 1 cost, 3 go again.
Yeah, we're back onto the wheel or the tabling of his pack. This is pack 1, pick... Oh, no, this is pack 1, pick 8. I apologize. We're 1 pick away. But
Red
still, 3 Runeblade commons and a Red Heaven's Claw. Simon still has plenty of choices here, and I believe he's kind of fleshed out a lot of what he's seen. And since this is the last pack, he knows that the next pack is a pack that he's already seen before. The door is closed on getting a hat piece. He's never actually seen an equipment slot for his head this entire draft.
Goes to show exactly how much more difficult it is to flush those suites out in draft than it can be in the sealed format. We see blue volatile Fluxor, electric Jolt Step, flow through at the front of this as well. Red Glide through Starlight still available here. So plenty of cards that can legally make the cut. This blue Fluxor is looking intriguing. Blue block 3 again to kind of fill out that resource curve and gives you the ability to potentially make a lightning flow in a pinch.
Simon can't be unhappy to see this. There were cards that he could take in a blue block 3 at this stage at pack 1, pick 9. Definitely nothing to scoff at.
Next pack coming up, Blue Thunderous Retort is the grab here from Simon to start with. But again, plenty of Runeblade cards available in these packs. We are going to see a Yellow Mercurial Skies that people do not seem to be rating very highly. It will go back around again as Simon decides the Retort is a better tool to have in the face of those Oscilio players. Final 4 cards here of the next pack. Again, just well-rounded pieces here. This Stunning Strike, Stunning Swipe, I should say. Another blue block 3 lets that no block blue get out of here. Just improving the slots that have currently been filled.
Yeah, Simon drafted 2 cards in pack 1 and 2 cards in pack 2 that he ultimately cannot put in his deck. He has that 1 blue he's not so interested in playing. That's 5 cards. He has 3 equipments. That's 8 cards in total that he's maybe less interested in playing. Well, there's 12 cards he doesn't have to play. So he still has about 4 card slots that he doesn't care about. And he's not taking the live wire press here as well. There's 2 live wire presses that he's passed in this pack 3. He's opting for that blue block 3 in Electron Jolt Step, which tells us he really values his resource base or truly felt like he was still missing some blues.
Definitely felt like that Jolt Step was a bit of a late gift there as well. Just kind of rounds out that resource base. And in a way, I don't think there's clearly too much interest in live wire press. We saw them going around the table, but you now know for certain that the person next to you has one of them. So if the game does come up there, you definitely have it. So maybe we have to keep half an eye on that if it ends up coming to fruition. Let's take a look at the deck in full that Simon Nielsen will be representing in this draft pod and see how all 3 packs kind of came together. Resource cards, red, power, and otherwise. It ended up being quite a lot of blues in the end for our featured drafter.
He's not married to all of them. He doesn't have to play all of them. We talked about that blue Calm Veil Vault Haven, maybe even that blue Astral Assault. That's, looking at this list, maybe the only 2 block outside of Thunderous Retort, which has a lot of utility as well. Both the Go Again from its destroy itself on action phase, and also that Arcane Barrier one are quite useful. I am very happy looking at these blues. Plenty of them. They have utility. They all block 3. Excellent.
Yeah, all round, pretty decisive stuff there. Just gives you the flexibility that you need with playing a deck like Aurora. I'm interested in some of these reds, some of the standouts to me. 2 copies of Rush of Power. Definitely going to be some of the more powerful turns that Simon can put together there. We saw plenty of late extenders being picked up too on this one. That red path has same ends. There's multiple copies of Quick Succession. Going to line up kind of well with these Vault-bound dualities, kind of create some of those more traditional 0 for 4 style Aurora turns we came to know and love from her previous iteration.
Yeah, in terms of attacks that can give themselves go again without any help from Aurora or an embodiment of lightning, we have that Path of Same Ends, that's 1. Stellar Glide, that's 2. And Electrolyze, that's 3. This is actually a number I like to keep track of. I think 5 or 6 is kind of the most powerful draft numbers because there's very few of them. Very few attacks that naturally give themselves go again, and you only want them in red. This yellow Electrolyze, I think it's acceptable. It's not terrible, but it'll get the job done. Of course, there's a mile of difference, a huge gap. It's cavernous, that gap between 3 and 4. But, you know, this is draft. You take whatever you can get. I'm seeing a lot of red attacks. They're all reasonable. And we have a bunch of quick successions. We have 2 red, 2 yellow, and we have a blue Thunderous Retort. So there are ways to get go again that are outside of relying on tapping that Aurora. And so that's kind of what I want to see. I want to see these type of things so that you can play out your hands. And well, we're going to have to hope that we draw them in the right order, but I think we have an excellent shell here in terms of cards. What do you think, just out of curiosity, are some of the cards that Simon is less interested in playing in the reds and yellows?
It's kind of intriguing to me. I look at this Ominous Aggression, and I'm a little bit concerned about how easily we're going to be able to enable that +4. Going to need to activate Aurora kind of in response here. It's going to retire 2 for the Aurora, 2 for the Ominous Aggression.
Yes.
Suddenly the numbers get a little bit messed up. That one, not particularly stellar to me. Otherwise, I'm kind of happy with the majority of these reds, I think. The Quick Successions, as you kind of alluded to, kind of the worst color, but I think having the insulation to not really need to rely on Aurora feels very important for a deck that contains this much Quick Strike in the red slot. But pretty happy with Leech Renown, the Stunning Swipes, the Singeing Flow Strides. I know there's some yellow copies as well. So Lightning Flow generation shouldn't really be a problem for Simon either, which is quite appealing, I think.
I do want to highlight that when the embodiment of lightning is destroyed, that does count itself for Ominous Aggression. So that could be one of the ways Simon would be looking to push that on those turns, right? We have that on turn, off turn. The off turns when he sets up the embodiment of lightning, and the on turn is when he does, you know, unleashes the attacks and has that Ominous Aggression in the arsenal. But you're right, there aren't that many ways, and it of course is a red no block instant, so there is a cost of having it in the deck. But I'm seeing very few cards that I really want to cut, and I think that's you know,
a good sign.
A good sign. It's a attribution. It tells us how well this draft went for him. I do think Pack 3 really was a nice payoff pack.
I think the other small note for me here, just kind of flicking through this list, between these Flow Strides, the Electron Jolt Steps, a few other tools like these Vault-bound dualities, there's a really high density of lightning flow generation. So hopefully Simon shouldn't struggle too much to either activate Aurora, but I think maybe more importantly, there's not a ton of arcanic prevention effects here. We're kind of relying on the equipment to cover those bases. I can see us using a lot of this incidental lightning flow that we're making to keep Oscilio in check, shut down Aphrodisias, because these quick successions should allow us to have go again without expending that resource.
Yeah, well, if you can't do enough prevention or blocking, you got to do the other thing well, which is attacking and attacking and attacking of Go Again. I do want to highlight, of course, this fun graphic we have here set up. In the bottom right, we have some numbers. We have 24 Runeblade cards. 12 of these have Quick Strike. We have 1 Go Again enabler. I'm not sure exactly how we're tabulating that. And of course, we do have 12 flow generators. And if we're trusting that, that's a lot of flow generators. There's a 30-card deck, right? And 12 means you're seeing, on average, more than 1 per turn. I'm sure some of these cards are not cards we're always going to make a flow. For example, the Voltbound with Duality. It can also be a 4-powered attack, which is arguably a better mode for it if you have the action point economy. But all that being said, I think the deck will play relatively smoothly. I actually just want to really highlight that second to last pick where Simon took a blue Electric Jolt Step. Aw, I really love that card. I'm happy for that. But also, over a Live Wire Press, which is both a rare and it was rainbow foiled, a little shiny, and of course stamped. But that card, of course, has more upside. But I think Simon he realized, look, I already have the tools I need. I just want to make sure I have the resources available to cast them.
Okay, so scale of 1 to 10, maybe if you want to go with the school grading system of A to F, where are we putting Simon's Aurora deck?
I would give this a solid B. I think if Simon was able to flush out his equipment suite, I would give it a B+. And if Simon had just a couple of cards that were really powerful, like a Majestic, for example, I would start pushing it to an A. But in my world, a solid B is quite good.
I'm intrigued to see exactly how this pod shook out, where the Oscilios are, where the Zyggies are, and where that other Aurora is. So let's take a look at the breakdown. It is 3 Aurora, 3 Zyggy, 2 Oscilio. Pretty good split all around, and I'm not at all surprised to see both of those Oscilios to, the correct side of Simon Nielsen based on pack number 2.
And this also makes sense why pack number 2 was so chock full of Oscilio cards in every single pack. The only 2 Oscilios are both to the right of him, almost immediately to his right. And so pack 2, that Temptation pack, was also a painful pack because Jose and Sean Knowelden, the other 2 Auroras, were also the ones passing to Simon. Simon, of course, I think he did a really good job navigating pack 1. He realized, hey, Zyggy is closed. As you can see, there were 2 Zyggies to his right. He switches off, goes into Aurora, and that makes sense. The 4 people passing to him on his right side, none of them were on Aurora. And that's why pack 3 just felt so rich. They were full of commons that Simon was happy to pick. He was wheeling commons or tabling commons on the wheel that he was happy to draft. And I think, this is not an example of a draft that starts perfectly and ended perfectly. Draft is rarely like that. You'll have that sometimes, of course. But I think sometimes when that happens, it was out of sheer luck. I think what Simon did here was a little bit more masterful, a little more skill expressive to be able to navigate a pivot like that and to do so under pressure while on camera, right? I'm really happy of what he did, and I really hope he is able to kind of realize that in his games.
We'll have to wait and find out. I was definitely impressed. I think it's a good lesson for newer players who are maybe drafting for the first time, join us in Compendium of Wraith and therefore experiencing this for the first time. You haven't got to be glued to those rares. Just because you open these powerful cards early, you take them, you can move, you can be fluid, much like the Lightning we've been experiencing all weekend. I am ready to watch some draft gameplay. Let's get down into the feature match area and check things out with Simon Nielsen, Thomas van Minsel. It will be Zyggy on one side of the table in the hands of Thomas. Simon Nielsen, our featured drafter, rocking Aurora. It was Thomas's choice as to which player would go first. And in this case, Zyggy has chosen to go second. I like this a lot. Feels like, obviously, both these players know a little more about their decks than we do. A little less so Simon this time around. But denying the momentum from Aurora definitely feels like a pretty easy win if you have the choice. And some bonus options to play out these auras, force some awkward fragment attacks from a deck like Zyggy makes it quite appealing as well, in my opinion.
Yeah, we're seeing this happen more and more at the top tables in these later rounds. Players that are playing against Aurora choosing to go second into Aurora. Aurora has that slight disadvantage. She is the more consistent deck. She is a deck with a higher floor, but she is also a deck that has a harder time taking advantage of going second. There's not that much setup. Simon's deck, though, we do have those 2 blue Electron Jolt steps. We have some those Voltbound dualities. He has a decent amount of ways to convert on turn 1 and, harvest or just create an extra lightning flow. We're hoping to see those things if we are Simon, because we were in some ways forced to go first. And of course, his opponent Thomas is looking for almost nothing. He wants to basically start that turn basically going second and having that tempo advantage. Maybe even looking to play a sneaky, cheeky ward instant on Simon's turn as well.
Plenty of choices to be made for both these players. Simon could definitely be the beneficiary of an instant or a heavy hand if the damage comes pouring on through as well. So I cannot wait to see this first turn of play navigated. Let's take a look at how our can't help but notice Tomas looking rather naked in the equipment suites.
Yeah, he only has the Fingers of Fragmentation, which I will say this is going to happen more often. If you're only going to have one equipment, it might just be the class equipment, because other heroes or the other Zyggies may have taken other arm pieces.
Okay, looks like we have Corrosive Space Dust being deployed here from Thomas.
This is Simon's turn, so Simon must have passed priority verbally, and this is Thomas challenging him and saying, I'm going to punish you by playing this. Can you get rid of this?
Looks like we do have a Crackle from Afar in the hand here as well. Was not pitched away, instead choosing to get rid of that Shattering Flow Tide. We'll see how Simon decides to respond to a yellow copy of the Space Dust. Of course, Lightning Flow available in play to start the game thanks to the macro for the set. Omens of the Third Ages, Omens of Arcana. Means that we can have access to Spell Void there, but also the ability to activate Zyggy on the first turn, or turn 0 of the game, and score some bonus arcane, some extra prevention from this Corrosive Space Dust.
Yeah, it looks like Simon has a pair of Heaven's Claws in red and blue, a Leech Renown, and that Stunning Swipe. He actually has a reasonable first turn. He just has multiple ways to go about it. He can activate Aurora, send the Swipe, then send the Heaven's Claw. That would require basically his entire hand. He can also just send the Heaven's Claw without activating Aurora. There's some decisions he can make here.
That's why we see Simon in the tank here. Chin in hand, nice and early, scouring those 4 cards and deciding how best to navigate the Space Dust. He finds on the opposite side of the table. Will reach briefly for that Stunning Strike, reassesses before continuing. It will be the Heaven's Claws reached for instead here. Just firing this off for 5 points of physical damage.
And Thomas actually has an instant in his hand. He pitched the Pulsing Cardia and, the Shattering Flow Tide in order to play this yellow Corrosive Space Dust, and now is a little bit more exposed to physical damage.
Yeah, this Crackle from Afar. A little bit of a punishment here. The card kept in hand, of course, did give the ability to extend a little further, if that's what Thomas wanted to do. Will fund the bill on Aphrodisias just fine, if that's the intention, but physical damage, definitely a possibility. No guarantee this Space Dust survives at this point, as Simon correctly decides we'll challenge it. We'll throw this Heaven's Claws. Leaves these 2 resources flowing potentially to activate Aurora and bank that embodiment for a future turn.
Yeah, I can't help but wonder if Thomas intended on pitching the Crackle and not the Block 3 Shattering Flow Tide. Maybe it was a mistake. Maybe that was his intention as well, because the Crackle goes really well with the Volatile Fluxors in his hand.
Definitely a tough one. I agree, the Crackle with Fluxor is definitely very appealing if you're looking to generate another Lightning Flow early. And
I
can see the rationale.
Or not, though. Thomas is still able to activate Zyggy here and Hollow Counter his Space Dust, which would give it more ward, to let him maybe also consider pitching another card to Aphrodisias. He's not able to block with his Crackle from afar anyway. He has some options.
Definitely some pain in this decision, because Simon, of course, sitting on cards in hand himself, who can soak up this with preventive effects if he is so inclined. I want to note that it appears Thomas's Zyggy token has been signed by Simon Nielsen.
Yep. And likewise, I think Simon's has been signed by Thomas.
That's so classy. I love that.
Reminds me of like in sports when the players trade jerseys. I love it.
Yeah. I might take some inspiration from that at some point. That's very sweet. Lace Lightning, happy to pay off the debt incurred from corrosive space dust, make that embodiment of lightning in the process, and we will see a crackle pitched away to enable the Aphrodisias after blinking the space dust.
Yeah, this is 2 more arcane going Simon's way.
Simon will pitch away for the Seeker's Mitts. Happy to cash these in early here when these spare cards are available. Clearly looking to convert on a big hand later and hopefully never have to require a prevention effect again.
This is kind of an excellent turn 0, I believe. I think both players are not unhappy with the results. Thomas was able to deal a point of damage and take away Simon's equipment. And Simon was able to not let Thomas start with the free permanent and get an embodiment of lightning from his boots. So not a terrible turn 0 for Simon. And now Thomas gets to break serve by being the first person to set attacks while both players aren't going to draw back up to 4.
Thomas looking at 2 pair here. Double Cosmic Duality, double Shattering Flow Tide. Various colors mixed amongst the bunch. Decides the Cosmic Duality is the place to start in attack mode. So 7 points of physical damage coming across here. Does have Fragment, of course. So if Simon would like to deny this and make it a little smaller, does have the ability to throw some of these cards in the way. It's double Quick Succession, Singeing Flow Stride, and an Electric Jolt Step for our featured drafter.
Yeah, in this turn, Singeing Flow Stride, just a little awkward as it does cost a resource. Simon already has an embodiment of lightning and that rush of power in his arsenal, so he has a good start, and he possibly can arsenal one of these quick successions. He has plenty of things he can do here, choosing functionally to block 4 with this yellow quick succession because of Fragment.
Pulls the attack of Cosmic Duality down to 5. We're going to reach for those fingers of Fragmentation. Pitching and paying 2 to turn this back into a 7. Simon, of course, no defense reactions at this moment in time, so happy to take the damage. Falls down to 13 here. Keeps 3 cards to work with on the way back as Thomas draws back up. Simon says interesting there. Reassessing that hand that contains that Jolt Step. And
well, he does have 2 cards that have Quick Strike. He could send one or he can send the other. Maybe he's wondering what's the correct order, what's the optimal order, which one of these 2 do I want to hit more badly? Thomas, of course, is right now basically completely shields down. He has no pieces of equipment and no lightning flows.
We'll see that Singeing Flow Stride as the choice here. Red variety means it's 4 points of physical damage, threatening a point of arcane as well on attack. If any of that damage manages to connect, which, spoiler, looking likely without the ward available in the hand. Well, there is 1 ward available in hand for Thomas, I apologize, so maybe not. We'll make a lightning flow if that arcane is not respected. Of course, expecting Scorpio to follow this up, but we know there is a quick succession in the hand of Simon that could extend this turn much further.
Yeah, or an activation of Aurora. Thomas knows there may or may not be a Scorpio, but there's probably going to be a follow-up attack. Simon could have blocked with more cards on his red Cosmic Duality, but only blocked with a yellow quick succession.
Thomas fanning through the yard.
Which actually, now that I'm thinking about it, is a very telling block. I realize, Scott. Yellow Quick Succession is a card that would help you extend almost any hand, and so blocking with it is very telling that maybe Simon already has one, maybe Simon has instants. There's definitely something to be deduced by that.
Aurora activation does create another embodiment, which means we'll see the Arsenal being played out here.
Right,
Stunning
it was a stunning swipe, not a rush of power.
Indeed. 4 go again on this one. On damage, will tap the hero or weapon, depending on what you prefer.
Thomas mentions that by letting you tap one of my heroes, functionally tapping my weapon.
True enough. So Thomas, Van Minsel falling to 14 here in the face of this stunning swipe. Happy to take the arcane damage and will drop Erode Authority on defense. This one will block 3 pretty happily.
Yeah, I was able to watch Thomas's draft, and this was his pack 1 pick 1. The red Erode Authority.
Voltic Impact in the hand here as well for our Resident Illusionist. Very powerful rare. Threatens to do sizable damage and generate lightning flow in the process. For now, Scorpio will come across the line. Point of physical, point of arcane damage brings Van Minsel down to 12. Takes a moment to refresh before committing to his turn.
That was a powerful turn from Simon. Despite having to go first, this is his first real turn, and he's already gotten Thomas down to 12.
That Voltic Impact will be the play of choice here. Yellow Auric Shards pitched away to pay for it. This is the big brother of the cycle, if you like, the 2-cost variant of this generation effect. Can pay 2, up to 2, I should say, to make it into an 8-power attack. Will make a lightning flow if it manages to hit.
And I like the way Thomas is pitching here. He has a blue still in hand, that Nourishing Glow, but Simon doesn't need to know that.
Other side of the coin for Simon, looking at Rush of Power Blue. Another Flow Stride there, Vault-bound Duality, and the now defending yellow Flow Stride as well.
This is so clean. He'll be able to play that quick succession, attack with a Quick Strike, potentially activate Aurora, attack with the Vault-bound Duality, both will have Go Again, then end on a Scorpio. That's a lot of damage. Thomas will have to be blocking a lot, or I think he might already be facing lethal since he is, of course, equipmentless.
Thomas decides not to add any extra power. And will then indeed run out that Nourishing Ward Aura, so going to gain a life on the way in. Provide Ward 1 on the board for the future turns with Nourishing Glow.
Yeah, Thomas could have used this Nourishing Glow to buff his Voltic Impact by 2, so he was really, you know, more interested in being a little defensive, and I think that's because he does see the writing on the wall. He's been taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, does decide that a split of 1 life gained than Ward 1 more impactful than 2 damage right now. It's an intriguing choice to make, no doubt, as Quick Succession enables Vault-bound Duality to be 5 points of Go Again damage for Simon Nielsen.
Yeah, this Vault-bound Duality red, which of course base is a 4-powered attack, becomes 5 because of Quick Succession. Quick Succession not only giving Go Again, but also +1 to attacks that have Go Again, and Simon is planning on sending attacks of Go Again.
And for Tomas contains this Heaven's Claws being deployed on defense. Looks like we are volatile flexors as well. Ebbing Arc Stride in the hand there as well. That Go Again source. We know it's a Showering Flow Tide in the arsenal, which is a pretty potent 1-card play. Red Brush Off available here as well. Going to see Simon making the most of this Quick Succession. Aurora activation turns Lightning Flow into embodiment of lightning. Means this Singeing Flow Stride is getting extra juice from that Quick Succession. It's 5 Go Again, 1 point of arcane damage. On damage, make a Lightning Flow to set up and do it again.
Yeah, this is really clean play. The Singeing Flow Stride has an on-damage trigger of creating a Lightning Flow. So Simon first sends that Vault-bound Duality to sort of clear the way. Maybe draw some cards from Thomas's hand. Thomas maybe only wanted to block with that Heaven's Claw. Simon's also been able to clear that Nourishing Glow's Ward 1. Just good sequencing. It's subtle, right? You either play A or you play B, or you play B and then you play A. But I believe Simon's choice here was correct, and it's optimal.
All these small optimizations are exactly what you need if you have the intention of being a calling champion, let alone a 2-time, should Simon Nielsen manage to run the gauntlet today.
Both of these turns have just been perfection. Either Simon started with an embodiment of lightning and then made another one, or he plays a Quick Succession and then makes an embodiment of lightning. These type of plays are the bread and butter of Aurora. You want to be going 2 lightning attacks wide and then ending on that Scorpio. This represents a 12-point damage swing, so Thomas will have to be blocking or kind of just in a rough spot very quickly.
Yellow copy of Volatile Fluxes joins Brush Off in keeping this in check. That Scorpio will come on through for a point of physical damage. And a tickle of Arcane, but Thomas says no. Last card given up to deny that. And we'll be relying on that Shattering Flow Tide in the arsenal to throw tempo back in the other direction.
This is the critical turn now. Simon, full tempo. Can he draw a way to get Go Again?
Thomas appears to have gestured towards a pass before taking a sip of a beverage.
Yeah, Simon does have a Thunderous Retort in his hand. He could play it right now during Thomas's turn to guarantee his next turn starts with an attack that has Go Again. Or he could do something else. He's thinking about it.
Deliberation from our calling champion.
I do think it's
power in hand as well.
Triple blue hand. I think there's a blue Jolt Step, a Thunderous Retort, and a blue Rush of Power.
Looks to be the case to me is red Rush of Power there. So at least one premium attack alongside these 3 blues.
Yeah, I apologize. I mean a blue Stunning Swipe, part of the 3 blue suite. They all are 0 cost, so he does have flexibility. He could go to his turn, play the Jolt Step, then activate Aurora. Maybe even Arsenal the blue Thunderous Retort. Ooh, Simon plays a Thunderous Retort, and Thomas says, okay, wait a moment. Maybe he has an attack that he will send and wants to almost punish Simon. Look, Simon, if you want to attack with Go again, I'm going to make you block of a card first. I love this counterplay.
Yeah, we knew about this Flow Tide in the arsenal for Thomas, and it was a difficult choice to hold it and hand tempo back over to Simon Nielsen, but as you correctly acknowledged, information changed. Played the Thunderous Retort. Clearly you have intentions of going too wide, want to continue your pressure, and if you need all those cards, I should really do my best to take a chunk of your life total in exchange.
Right. Or make you block a card so you can't use this Go again that well. I want to highlight what happened here. Thomas basically challenged Simon, or maybe hoped that Simon wasn't able to convert Simon's hand. But the moment the Thunderous Retort comes out, Thomas realizes, oh, okay, Simon's going to be able to convert his hand. My attack actually makes sense. If Thomas just sent that attack willy-nilly, well, it's possible Simon wasn't able to convert his hand, and that would actually have been a godsend for him.
Thunderous Retort joined by red Rush of Power to start the turn here. 4 Go again. Extra point of Arcane threatened if this hits. Good old clean live-in, 0 for 5.
Meanwhile, on Thomas's side, he does not have a lot of block value on this hand. He has that yellow Conflicting Thoughts, and he does have that, I don't know what color, but the Astral Assault, I believe. And then the other 2 cards either don't block or are instants. It's a blue Astral Assault.
Yeah, Circular Flow Tide there in the yellow, and Electrolyze red. Not great on defense. The former, at least, can be deployed for Ward 2 if we were really desperate, but not an ideal scenario to be staring down red Rush of Power with a hand like this.
Now, Thomas was one of the 3 Ziggies in the draft, and I believe he was sandwiched between the 2 Ziggies, so unsurprisingly, there are some lower priority cards in his hand. He has some choices, though. He could choose to block this attack out, this Rush of Power, by blocking with the 2 cards that do block. This Rush of Power is threatening 5 damage on offense anyway, so blocking for 5 is not really over-blocking by that much. But then you have to consider, what do we do next? He has 2 yellow cards that both cost 1. It's incredibly inefficient to play either, or as well, you don't have anything to do with the other resource.
Conflicting Thoughts deployed on defense here, so 1 physical, 1 arcane seeps on through. Thomas says, I'd rather hold my Lightning Flow. Scorpio will be the follow-up, leaving a card in hand for Simon to go in the arsenal a little bit later on. Weapon swing starting to add up. Definitely looking much more impactful when you don't have this bevy of equipment to keep Scorpio in check. It's looked pretty good for Simon this game.
Simon has swung Scorpio every single turn of the game after his turn 0, and it has looked very effective as a weapon. Weapons in general, when they cost 0, you're just very incentivized to use them every turn. We're going to see this when we see Oscilio players as well with Volzar. Aphrodisias is the only weapon in this set that actually costs a resource. Technically costs more than that, and as such, we really haven't seen Thomas activate it at all ever since turn 0, so really interesting dynamic there.
A moment of debate for Van Minsel as this Scorpio sits on the combat chain, says no. Happy to take the damage, falls down to 8, now plays 10 in round number 9 here of the calling in Prague. Both these players sitting at 7 and 1. It will be that Electrolyze that comes on through.
It was a red one. My bad.
4 Go again. Start things off here. Will be immediately met by a blue block 3 from Simon. Happy to take 1 point of damage, falling down to 9.
A great trade. Red Electrolyze is a premium common. This is something you could take pack 1, pick 1. And this blue block 3, I believe, was Simon's pack 2, pick 13.
Circular Flow Tide is the only follow-up from the hand here. So Ward 2 becomes available, and Now the lightning flow will be made in due kind when it finally leaves the arena. Simon taking a moment to debate in the face of this newfound information. Looking at a curious hand. We see that red copy of Path of Same Ends, blue Vault-bound Duality, and a red Rush of Power.
This is the first turn that Simon will be starting without a lightning embodiment of lightning already, and also without a quick succession. He does have that blue Electron Jolt Step in his arsenal, which is kind of like an anti-brick prevention tool. And by playing it, he'll also be able to tap Aurora to make that embodiment of lightning. I think he's just thinking right now what his actual turn is going to look like, and if he at all wants to entertain sending that Volt-bound Duality at Thomas's face.
Decisions to be navigated. It looks like quite a simple spot. Circular. So we will see Thomas drawing up. Staring at Ebbing Arc Stride, Cosmic Duality, Clear Conscience, Pulsing Cardia as the 4 cards available to our Resident Illusionist, and is now Simon in the tank. Difficult to navigate turn. Couple of different permutations as to how to explore it, and no immediate source of go again to kind of glue pieces together without asking too many questions. That Path of Same Ends very powerful, but really shines on a turn where it's not the only go again card available to you.
Fun fact, that blue Clear Conscience was Thomas's second pick. Pack 1, pick 2.
Very snazzy. We'll see that Jolt Step come out of the arsenal here to make a Lightning Flow token and grant +1 point of power to the first Lightning or Rune Blade attack of the turn, which will, of course, be a Path of Same Ends here. So creates a breakpoint out of thin air, has that point of arcane damage to contest with as well. Thomas decides if go again is going to cost a resource here or whether or not a damage is allowed to be taken. Of course, when you have Ward 2 sitting in play, that arcane is much peskier than it might be otherwise.
Thomas definitely wouldn't be happy if this one arcane took his Circular Flow Tide, but he also doesn't really want to give up his only Lightning Flow. The Circular Flow Tide, this entire series of Lightning Illusionist yellow Ward 2 commons, they're all begging to have Zyggy kind of blink them and generate a hollow counter on them, because that way you get to double dip on their actual ability. And so by starting his turn this way, Simon is basically saying, are you going to activate Zyggy right now, right here, or are you going to, take this arcane and let me have go again? And if you let me do so, then I'll activate Aurora, then I'll attack with that Rush of Power, then I'll send the Scorpio. But if you don't, and I'm priced into giving this go again, then maybe I'll just send Scorpio and try to send this Rush of Power on a future turn.
We'll see Zyggy reach for here. Will eat the flow to blink the Circular Flow Tide, which then makes a flow, and so you'll have one coming straight back. The question is which card is pitched away. It's Cosmic Duality into the stack for later on. Hollow Circular Flow Tide, 1 resource floating that will no doubt be paying for Aphrodisias.
Yeah, and I like this because the Circular Flow Tide, of course, does replace that Lightning Flow. And so by doing it this way, Thomas maybe still wants to commit that Lightning Flow to absorb this single point of Arcane. This Arcane, I don't think will ever touch Thomas, just by the sheer fact that he does, as you mentioned, Scott, have that Ward 2. But it's much more efficient for a Lightning Flow to eat it than the Ward 2 to take it.
Aphrodisias activation threatens 2 Arcane. Simon now will need to reassess. Decides to reach for that Robe of Astral Sanctuary. Might be willing to tap Aurora, but that would mean no embodiment being generated here this turn, so a difficult tension point. Hovering sheepishly over that robe, decides against it for now. Two floating here for Simon, of course. Does mean the embodiment was available. Will reach for the robe instead. Taps Aurora to blunt a point of damage from Aphrodisias. Falls 8-8 this time around as Circular Flow Tide bites the dust in the face of the arcane damage. Means it's 2 Lightning Flow to work with here and 4 physical aimed at Thomas Van Minsel. Will be met by a block 3 from this Clear Conscience.
Yeah, so Thomas ends up letting the Circular Flow Tide absorb the single point of Arcane. This is not what I expected, but does let you know that he values these Lightning Flow tokens a little bit more. The Lightning Flow tokens, of course, aren't just Spell Void 1 from the Omens of Arcana, but one of the only ways to activate Aphrodisias via activating Zyggy. You gotta go through a bunch of hoops.
Falling down to 5 is Thomas here, as the path of same ends is cleaned up. 5 plays 8, 2 cards in hand. It's Ebbing Arcstride and Pulsing Cardia. Yellow variety on the first one here. This is on Fragment, go again. And so you command some defense if Simon doesn't want to fall down to 4. But in exchange, you enable the turn to go a little bit wider. If that last card in hand also happens to be one of these zero-cost Fragment tools.
Simon's hand doesn't have that many resources. He's drafted a lot of blues, but this hand in particular does not have one. And it has multiple cards that do cost 2 resources, so it's a little bit unfortunate. But Thomas, by attacking with this Ebbing Arcstride, is giving Simon the ability to convert his cards defensively by blocking. Particularly that red Stellar Glide looks like a nice candidate to potentially block this Ebbing Arcstride.
Does enable a nice clean block there, as the Fragment will take this down to 2.
Hello, hello.
Thank you, Simon.
The judges let the players know that there are microphones at the feature table.
That's fine. I didn't want to hear their thoughts anyway.
It would be cool to have a microphone listen directly to a player's thoughts, and that would be something I would pay good money for.
That would be incredibly ominous, actually, and I would argue very expletive, depending on who's in the feature match area. So, Simon here with a difficult bind to navigate. Does have a slight lead in terms of actual life totals, but at this point, both players running lower on flow, all the equipment cashed in. This hand really quite awkward to navigate solely on offense, and so something will need to be done. No blocks declared. Simon happy to fall down to 4 and deny the go again on this Ebbing Arcstride. Will convert these cards on offense one way or the other.
I have no idea how Simon will navigate this turn. I'm really curious. I think it might end up being a discard potentially of the Voltbound. I have no idea, really. He has 2 cards that cost 2 each and a couple cards that don't cost any resources.
It's a rush of power in the arsenal, which makes some sense here. Aurora activation will allow this to be 4 points of go-again damage on hit, threatening a point of arcane. And we know that ominous aggression is lurking. That could be +4 damage here with Aurora being activated. It does mean this has potential to be 8, followed by Scorpio if Thomas does not respect the pseudo-pummel flying out of the hand of our cooling champion.
Wait, so Simon's just potentially going for lethal here. If Thomas just blocks with a 3-block, Simon could go for it and just end the game on the spot. I'm just now seeing the vision. Oh my goodness.
Cross your fingers if you're fans of Ziggy Starlight or Thomas Van Minsel will need to sniff it out. Simon, of course, willing to take that damage last turn. You have to think this hand converts, but when it's Rush of Power with Go Again, it could be converting in any which way.
Let's look at Thomas's hand. I think I saw 2 instants and a 2-block. We have that Ebbing Arcstride. That's his 3-block. It's nice. It's great. Flow Shard Elemental, which only blocks 2. A Storm Shard and a yellow Auric Shards. Too many shards in this hand.
Too many shards indeed. We're blocking for 3, and we'll see Simon Nielsen reaching for the ominous aggression. All of a sudden, it's 8 points of physical damage with an arcane on hit, and quick math would suggest that will be enough. Thomas thumbing through that Auric Shards, wants to try and survive. Those Lightning Flow potentially footing the bill on the arcane damage too, but ominous aggression was not on the radar. That is safe to say.
He's not dead yet. Thomas, of course, can play that yellow Auric Shards, can use a Lightning Flow to Spell Void 1, the Arcane Chaser, but would actually, I think, potentially, no, he still, that last card does block 2. Yeah, and then block 2, the Scorpio, so I guess Thomas is trying to think, what should I pitch to play this Auric Shards? And it almost certainly should be the Storm Shard. If he does pitch the Storm Shard, now he has to think about what he's going to do on his turn, right? How is he going to end the game? He does have that nice red pulsing Cardia in his arsenal that he would love to pair with this red Storm Shards. Just a couple things to think about. He's just doing the math to make sure he actually can survive this turn. Something I wish every player does, including myself.
We will see that Auric Shards. I see, says Simon. There's a way for you to survive. Thomas is thumbing this. Okay. Just, yeah, microphones at the right time. It's like, I do definitely die, right? Because this would be unpleasant to have to do with Auric Shards. And
yeah, it's straight up 5 physical damage when you're at 5, on hits notwithstanding, so.
Yes, you go down to 1, there's a trigger.
I will
one, okay.
spell void it.
Yeah.
the Scorpio will come on through with Thomas at 1 and earn that final card out of the hand.
Remove this one at this point.
I guess I have to block it.
Yes.
I guess I have to block. Yeah, you would. I mean, legally no, but I wouldn't recommend it.
All right, now we once again we're asking the question, Simon, can you convert the 4-card hand? I believe there's still another quick succession in his deck. I think there actually are 2 left, and I see at least one of them, but not too many attacks. It's red quick succession, yellow quick succession, volatile flexor, and a blue destructive fleetfoot.
So Thomas takes the pass, leaves that pulsing Cardia.
I love this. This volatile flexor is going to have go again, which is very important as the quick succession is going to give it +1, which is Thomas's life total.
2 go again from his destructive Fleetfoot. Simon working with those blues.
He's decided to start cosplaying as a ninja, coming in with 2 go again, 1 go again into 1. And he gets the arsenal, that red quick succession for a future turn. Simon is looking really, really strong here.
2 no blocks in the hand again for Thomas here, staring at corrosive space dust. And a crackle from afar once more.
Oh boy, this corrosive space dust represents 2 points of arcane damage.
It certainly does. And you know what represents the other 2? Ophrodius. The math is mathing. And we can tell what Thomas is probably checking.
A moment.
Yep. Obviously, Fleetfoot has the ability to destroy aura tokens.
Yes.
So if this is something we're doing, it needs to be a case of, I'm doing it now. I'm doing it in response to me blocking whatever the situation might be.
Yes.
Let's see how this one shakes out. Looks like Thomas is ready to go. So I'm excited to see how we navigate
he has
this.
all of the tools to end this game. Like Kano style, Wizard style, on Simon's turn. The space dust, when it leaves play, deals a ping, and then when it leaves play again, deals another ping. That's 2 points. Ophrodius is the last 2. This is really exciting. How did it become like this? This is not what I expected.
Blue space dust coming on through.
Oh my goodness.
And you see the realization
Simon already
in the face.
sees it. I saw that little subtle smile.
It is time for the Zyggy activation. Thomas double-checking the math, checks out. Lightning flow that was so carefully saved. Remaining at 1 health, blinks out the dust, deals an arcane on the way through. This corrosive space dust, that now wards 2. It's the perfect amount for this fleet step to take out Ophrodius pitch 2 more points of arcane damage, and that final tickle of damage from the space dust should be enough. Strip away the last remaining point of life for Simon Nielsen.
It's Ward 2, right? Yeah.
It's Ward 2. It is Ward 2. Oh my days. If Simon plays the other quick succession to start the turn, he gets through the wards. And he deals a point of damage before the corrosive space dust trigger kills him in response. It was about as close as possible, but Thomas van Minsel vanquishes our former champion. Still alive, still we play in the game, but for now, Thomas is X and Y.
Eyes off the fragments, darling. I know, it's confusing.
Definitely felt confusing at certain points. Definitely felt confusing at certain points during that game. Pretty remarkable showcase of how to make the best out of a hand of somewhat awkward cards at time there.
Thomas did have an extra 3 block. He could have not pitched the 3 block. He could have pitched the instant instead. So I think regardless of results, given the way Thomas navigated that last turn, he would have won even if Simon played both quick successions to buff that first blue attack by 1. If it was a red attack, though, that would have made a world of difference. So I like how that ended up being. I mean, these games, man, they're just so close. But that was the power of Corrosive Space Dust. Rare.
Inevitable reach. Very powerful stuff. Let's see what the pod looks like at the end of the first round of competition today. Simon, of course, the unfortunate loser this time. We do have a draw in this pod, which is what you'll see from the asterisks next to both Jose and Joachim's names. But we have 1-0 for Thomas, of course, 1-0 for Oliver, who remains undefeated. Sean remains undefeated. Adam Urban no longer quite as lucky.
Yeah, I just want to talk about draws for a quick second. There are two types of draws. There's a draw where you just simply run out of time. There's not enough time to finish the game, and it's indeterminate who's going to win this game, and neither player actually does a concession. There's also a type of stalemate draw that occurs in these type of games because of the sheer fact that neither player has a real weapon. Both players could just simply run out of ways to send damage at their opponent. I'm not exactly sure what type of draw this one was, as we were just literally casting this game, but I would be curious to find out, as, you know, it's just an interesting tidbit.
It can certainly happen. It's worth knowing in this format, as you say. There's not inevitability. There's no hammer swing, nothing like this. You need resources to make your weapons function, and sometimes that will be the decider in games like this. Going through our heroes, it looks like we have one single copy of Aurora left undefeated as things stand. We had 2 Zyggys taking a loss. One of them remains in contention. And again, a equal split for Oscilio here. So it seems like a good mixture of every hero winning and losing across this draft.
Literally, each hero won one of the draft games. So that is an excellent start to our narrative of these heroes being quite balanced, both in sealed and now looking like in draft.
Great mix across the board. Excited to see if Thomas van Minsel can continue to dominate this pod after taking down arguably the biggest name within it. I want to take a look at Zyggy more in detail, actually. Zyggy, a deck that we have seen on camera a few times this weekend. Classic constructed from me and in limited from many, many of our players. If you're interested in getting involved, riding the lightning, and fracturing your way into the future of Classic Constructed, you can pick up this Armory deck right now on May 29th going forward in your local game store.
Zyggy is a hero that, well, is a lightning illusionist. However, it is also a hero that just, so different, so unique. Like, I haven't seen this type of playstyle. I haven't seen a weapon like a Proteus for an illusionist, at least, ever. It's just this design space that just feels like a whole new frontier that we get to explore.
Yeah, I've been loving this. I can't really put it any other more elegant way than that. Like, Stardust Spike just makes me feel a kind of way. And I'm a known Waning Moon enjoyer, so Proteus has a similar story. It lets me kind of just play these tempo games that I really enjoy. It's about pressuring your opponent in your turn and taking cards away so that when they spend cards in their turn, well, that gives me an opening to nickel and dime and chip through damage and do some funky things with Stardust Spike. I've been having a lot of fun with the deck. I intend on picking up a copy of this Armory deck for myself very soon and getting started with both the cards we've just seen and at least one of the cards we're seeing now. This Armory deck equipment suite, at the very least, intriguing to me, and I think Starfield Touch just incredibly powerful all around.
Yeah, I feel like it just, you play Flesh and Blood in a different way when you pilot the Zyggy deck. It's not just, you know, I send my attacks and you block, then you send your attacks and I block. It's kind of navigating this tightrope of I need to play an award, or maybe I want to play one on my turn, but not immediately Zyggy it in order to get that hollow counter because I want it on your turn to do that, because I don't have enough resources, because I want to activate a Proteus twice. Like, there's just all these little things that we're thinking about when we're playing this hero that kind of just make my brain feel nice. Just like these little things, you know, left and right. Yeah, the brain tingles. I love that.
All the moving pieces. I think our good friend of the stream, fellow caster Ellie Bird, once referred to Pleiades as an eyebrow wiggler deck. And that's what Zyggy makes me feel like. It's just right. I feel smart. I feel clever, and definitely how I feel about this deck so far. Couple of really cool ones in the deck to be aware of. Shattering Stardust, a brand new tool that gives you the ability to amp on your own turn if the opponent is willing to fragment your attack, and will flicker your auras for you if you manage to connect with this one. Miraging Metamorph reprint feels very impactful. This card has a lot of connotations in the Zyggy deck at whole.
Yeah, it's one new, one old. Metamorph is a older card from all the way in Everfest, like 2022, and Shattering Stardust, of course, the new style of illusionist attacks. I love that this deck both has some of these old, powerful illusionist actions that have Phantasm, and of course this newer keyword of Fragment.
Armory deck Zyggy will be in stores for you on May 29th. Get ready to ponder your orb at a local game store near you sometime soon. It's been a blast for me. I hope it's a blast for you. Great start to draft, I think, Michael.
Yes.
We definitely saw the more kind of scrappy nature than something like Sealed over the... definitely felt like it was more a case of clawing to find a way.
I mean, what else can be said? That was the last Lightning Flow for Thomas. He was at 1 life, facing lethal, and he manages to pull arcane damage out of thin air on Simon's turn to end the game in a clutch fashion. I mean, that's just Limited in a nutshell, Lightning in a nutshell, Omens of the Third Age in a nutshell.
It's feeling fantastic, and we've got some more of it coming up for you very soon. If you want the second round of this draft pod, stay with us.
You wanna come with me? I can see it in your eyes. It's a feeling that you can't deny. I'll bring you high so deep, so we can feel alive. Leave the world behind. Let yourself go. Enjoy the ride. And if we fall, don't forget to just go with the vibe. Let yourself go. Enjoy the ride. And if we fall, don't forget to just go with the vibe.
After an electrifying start to our first ever Omens of the Third Age draft, we feel like there's still plenty more to learn about just how scrappy this draft format can get.
Exactly.
I don't think I expected that game to feel quite as intricate as it did.
It just keeps feeling like tennis matches. I'm like, oh, Simon's gonna win. Wait, no, Thomas is gonna win. Wait, is Simon gonna win?
I don't know about you, but that's exactly what I want from my limited format. Like,
yes.
I want it to feel like my end game decisions are very meaningful. My sequencing is very meaningful, and we've seen it a few times in Sealed, especially where pitch stacks have come into fruition. Keeping those arcane sources tucked away definitely feels very important, and I'm hopeful we're going to see more of that in draft as we kind of navigate our way through.
It's just powerful to know that you could be, you know, at 1, your opponent's still at 4, and there's still a chance you can win the game.
Yep, all those lightning flow definitely feel like they're very stretched here as well. We know it was the last one there that stole the game for Thomas van Minsel, but there was plenty of opportunities to use that to cover a point of arcane damage during the game. And if it wasn't there,
and if Simon had a single lightning flow there, he would have won that game.
He's alive. Those resources really tight. These games seem incredibly intriguing. Let's check out this pod one more time before we join ourselves in the feature match area for another game. Simon was unfortunately the loser in our feature match this time around. We did have a draw between two of our players, but all in all, a really healthy mix of heroes finding a different mix of results.
Yeah, exactly, and I'm excited to see, as the day advances, how many players are 3-0ing with which hero. I think that's going to tell us a little bit more about these heroes and their flexibility and overall draftability. I do think that, you know, with the way this pod is going, I would not be surprised to see if these Oscilio players end with a better record. There's only 2 of them. We're just talking strictly a numbers game. There's only 2 Oscilios. I would expect them to do better than all of the players that drafted one of the 3 heroes, like the Auroras and the Zyggys. That's just a dynamic, though. I wonder exactly what we're going to see next. I believe we have a Zyggy mirror.
We have a Zagoff.
A Zagoff.
Zygoff. We'll go with Zygoff. Zyggy mirror match here will be between Adam Urban and Thomas van Minsel. Thomas, of course, the beneficiary of a win in that first round.
Yes.
Adam was our undefeated player who took a loss in the first round, which has got to feel pretty good if you're on Thomas's side. You're the Zyggy deck that won, your opponent's the Zyggy deck that lost, and maybe you're in a better space. So good to see. But
Thomas knows how he won, though, and I think
that's true.
You know, and the way he
true.
won almost felt like he stole that game from Simon. He was not in a winning game state. Of course, the result obviously was a win, but he knows that, and so obviously I want him to feel confident. But he knows how he won that game, so he maybe also knows he's not exactly the most powerful of Zyggies. Of course, there are 3 Zyggy players, so all 3 Zyggy players know that probably each of their decks aren't exactly the most perfect decks, not the most strongest decks in the pod.
So, who will zig? Who will zag? Let's find out. Let's make our way down into the feature match area once more to enjoy another round of draft here in Prague. Adam Urban rocking that Zyggy against our newfound king of the hill, Thomas van Minsel, also on Zyggy. Intriguingly, we've seen Zyggy going first quite a lot over the course of the sealed portion, and to start today as well. We saw the choice being made to put Zyggy second. Adam chose to go second in the Zyggy mirror. What do you think about that?
Well, if Thomas does choose to set up some ward, it would mean that he can't really send too much damage. Conversely, it gives Adam the opportunity to also set up ward. And this is all just turn 0. If neither player does anything, that means that gives Adam an advantage. He will be going second. He'll be sending the first swing that really doesn't let the, it's not turn 0, so they can't draw up again. I think this makes sense. I think if Adam knows his deck well and he can play turn 1 really well, that's also a good decision. I just overall think in the blind this is probably the correct decision.
I think what I'm going to be most intrigued to see is the equipment disparity here. We know Thomas is only on those fingers of fragmentation.
Right.
I wonder if Adam has a similar story or whether it was a more robust set of kits. Only one way to find out, though. Let's go on down into that game and take a look at the board state. That is significantly more robust than the options available to Thomas. Also, Marvel Lightning Flow being flexed in the feature match area here by Adam as well.
Adam also has that Cold Foil Ponder Marvel. We've seen that earlier from the prize wall. I do want to talk a couple of things. Adam played Oscilio yesterday. He was on stream. We watched him, boom and dash with a lot of Starfall Arcane damage. He did, of course, just pair into another Oscilio and lost that game. So he paired against one of the 2-ofs and lost. So maybe his loss wasn't as, crazy or wasn't as big of a surprise. Just want to highlight these things, that's all.
Absolutely. So, Pulsing Cardia here, met by a block, makes a resource that pays for Storm Shard. And so we'll see this protective equipment being accommodating for Adam nice and early here, soaking up the damage that would be leaking over, filtering resources, getting a Road Authority into the pitch stack, which might be one worth watching as we go down a little bit later on. But pretty big win there, 19 plays 20, Ponder token being made. But we do see Nourishing Glow found here by Thomas at least. So a little bit of life being gained one way or the other. Ward will start the game in play. So both players find themselves with some level of advantage on turn 0 of this game.
I would have double passed if I wanted to end.
Players just confirming there that Thomas did not intend on passing after the Pulsing Cardia situation was done. Always intended on playing this Nourishing Glow. Adam was a little confused about where we were in the situation. Table spoils are fantastic for that. Ironed it out. We're all good. Chain was closed and Nourishing Glow was played. And so now we'll see ourselves passing on over to Adam in just a moment. Hand refreshed. Ponder token available. Take a look at that first grip for our Zyggy 1, it's Electrolyze, Cosmic Duality, Clear Conscience, and Polaris Pulse Ray. All of those pretty premium pieces, despite some slightly wonky colors.
Excellent turn 0 from Thomas. Able to leak a few points of damage, gain a life, set up a Ward 1. Excellent turn 0. That Storm Shard looked excellent there. Adam Urban, on the other hand, this is an excellent turn 1. Being able to go Electrolyze into a red Clear Conscience, that's a lot of damage threatened. And just being able to clear your hand in a relatively efficient manner so that you're able to receive this Ponder token. What a great series of turns.
Clear Conscience pushes through as the follow-up here after this Electrolyze. Should be Crush Conscience based on the side of this thing, really. Thomas reaching for 3 blocks to try and cover this up. Doesn't really want to be forced to both bottom a card for a Ponder and allow Adam to make a free Ponder here, as the hand is empty with those 2 yellow cards paying the bill on Electrolyze and Clear Conscience, respectively.
Yeah, that's one of the issues with Zyggy in general. Fragment is an ability that really benefits your, or really gives your opponent some blessings if they're able to just block with cards. This Clear Conscience is, you know, it looks really impressive, right? It attacks for 8 damage, but the nature of Fragment means it really attacks, it almost attacks for less than 6 damage if your opponent just blocks with 2 cards. Really what happened here was Adam spent his 4-card hand, took 9 block from Thomas and did a point of damage, which really just cleared that 1 ward, which could be really relevant. That ward hasn't received a hollow counter yet. Thomas, not a stranger to using those ward objects to get Aphrodite swings.
Definitely not. Pulsing Cardia found off the Ponder and therefore parked in the arsenal for Adam Urban, as we see conflicting thoughts on the other side of the table. Opt will go to the bottom for Van Minsel.
Yeah, saw red Volatile Fluxers. Sends it to the bottom. That's a really nice card at any point in the game, given that it has go again. But Thomas knows, you know, he has some instants left over. Also, something to consider, whenever you see a red card at top, bottoming it just gives you this really clean situation where you have blues already pitched, guarantee you have a red in the second cycle, and also lessen the chances of drawing that dreaded all red or no blue hand. So I like this decision to opt to the bottom, that card.
Urban debating blocks here, looking at hovering with a Shattering Flow Tide. Cosmic Duality is the choice in the end. The Flow Tide still in hand there.
I would like to play Sigil.
And we will see the Sigil of Astral Flow deployed at the end of the turn here to make the most of this instant. Zyggy will be activated. Blue pitched away, Lightning Flow devoured. So the hollow counter placed on that Sigil. Lightning Flow returns, and Aphrodite will be activated to squeeze some juice out of Thomas Van Minsel.
You can choose which one, right? Lightning Flow or...
No, this is just Lightning Flow.
So Adam is confirming their flow will be devoured to activate Zyggy, but the Sigil will make another flow on the way out, and therefore replaces the one that was there previously.
Yeah, in terms of what this actual is, in terms of numbers, not extremely great. We started with a Lightning Flow, and we're ending with a Lightning Flow, but we have 2 less cards in our hand, and we did a Point of Arcane. Now we get 1 more Lightning Flow. So functionally, it was 2 cards for about 2 points of damage and a Lightning Flow that also taps the Aphrodite and taps your Zyggy. Plays like this are not what Zyggy really wants to be doing with the hero ability, but it's a lot better than actual nothing, right? Like Adam needs to convert his hand. Thomas only attacked for 3. We're going to see better numbers and better uses of the Zyggy hero ability in conjunction with Aphrodite with the actual Lightning Illusionist ward instance, such as, well, we saw Corrosive Space Dust performed pretty well just a game ago. And we see it again in Thomas's hand, but we also can see that with some of the other Illusionist commons, which, well, we're yet to see.
That's a very humorous one. Thomas acknowledging its brush off in his arsenal, saying as much to Adam and going, I really just wanted to brush off this attack, but it's a 5 attack. The 0-5s, I mean, their 3s might block them, but
and once you commit a card to blocking it, it no longer needs the brush off.
Absolutely.
He was like snoring all night. For me, it was 2.
Thomas here dictating why he's so methodic this morning. His roommate was snoring all night, which is maybe not the most pleasant experience when you're sitting at 7-1 in the calling and really hoping to go deep. I am unfortunately the snorer, so I'm sympathetic.
Yeah, Thomas's hand really needs every single card if he wants to efficiently use all of the cards. Blocking with a single card isn't too ideal, although it would have been blocking 5 there, so Thomas chooses to take the full brunt of this fragmentable attack.
For now.
Yeah, Shattering Flow Tide does connect, brings Thomas to 14 against Adam Urban's 19, I should say. Volatile Fluxer on the way back, yellow variety, I believe. And so, +2 will be gained if an instant is played.
And speaking of Lightning Illusionist commons, we do see a pair of them, the Elliptical Conflux and Nebulous Cycle, in Adam Urban's hand. I'm not sure he actually has enough resources to really do the cool Zyggy thing, although having both in your hand is a little clunky, I will admit.
That Ebbing Arcstride of the red variety does play defense here, and so Thomas can decide if he would like to sidestep and not grow this any bigger, but that Space Dust is not really the kind of card you want rotting in your hand, so I can definitely see it being extended either way. That said, Clear Conscience is an option here alongside this.
This Shattering Flow Tide is probably the most premium, zero-cost fragment attack. It just has like the best fragment that's possible. I think Thomas may consider just sending it, and then, ooh, I jest. Oh, this is actually a really nice Clear Conscience here. Adam does not have the ability to block it down to 0. He is able to maybe block of a card, then use one of his equipment, or just simply play one of these yellow auras.
Yeah, so the worry here is if you block with the Flittering Spike, you can take the damage, and then after damage, use one of these auras to pay for the other and get a free Ponder token for the trouble, as you'll have no cards in hand. So
yes, that's true.
If Adam has an arsenal, which I believe is Pulsing Cardia, that he can use, that Ponder token becomes incredibly valuable, actually.
Yeah, actually, I have a funny anecdote. I was spectating some of these games earlier, and Adam had this done to him, actually. Ooh, he's choosing ultimately not to take that point of damage. Just being efficient. He's planning on playing the other yellow aura as well, so might as well play the other one in lieu of a Ponder token. He's not priced into then playing that Pulsing Cardia, although he gets to potentially opt into a good arsenal. He's not taking damage here.
Yeah, choosing to cash in that Gilet instead to cover the bases. And Thomas here. Thomas looks like he's going through it. There's definitely some moments of consideration there, and happy to take the pass, and we'll see that Elliptical Conflux deployed off the remaining resource here. This one very powerful. Explored it a little bit in CC myself heading into the show match. It's kind of that Sigil of Lightning effect, turbocharged, gives you a ward version of that. Makes those multiple embodiment of lightnings for you if you can Ziggy it in between. It will be that Pulsing Cardia for 4 from the arsenal, yellow variety.
Do you want to highlight that Thomas didn't block the Pulsing Cardia last turn and ended up having a 3 block at the end? So maybe there was a plan, but Thomas decided a different plan kind of too late.
This brush off is causing me pain in the arsenal here. Every time it's been had an opportunity, it's just it's 5, it's 4, never a great window. And so Cosmic Duality forced to defend this Pulsing Cardia. We make our way back to Thomas van Minsel, who is looking at Voltaic Impact in the hand as a rather gigantic thud. It will be the play of choice as these Shattering Flow Tides, one will foot the bill, one will stay in hand.
Yeah, this Voltaic Impact saves Thomas because otherwise he kind of would have that red Shattering Flow Tide that we so love and we extol the virtues of kind of stuck in his hand again. I mean, that's just not ideal to have an extra card in your hand for 2 turns in a row, especially, you know, this late day 2 into the calling.
I just love this cycle of attacks. The voltaic impact cycle, meteoric rise, and flowing flow tide as well. I just think they're so impactful in this format for letting you convert these awkward hands, especially against decks like Oscilio, who will sometimes just go, hey, you don't get to block my damage, actually. What would you like to do with those cards? And so just having a meaningful way to convert the otherwise stuck cardboard, it just seems very impactful to me.
And since all 3 heroes also play instants, you could be holding 1 card, 2 cards in your hand and represent a lot of things. You could maybe have no intentions of buffing that Voltic Impact, or I'll only buff it if it makes sense, or I want to buff it for sure and then I'll play something else and I'll efficiently use all my resources and do a lot of damage. I love their inclusion in this set, and their flexibility comes kind of not free. It is a rare. These cards are not cards you're going to see in every single draft pool, every single sealed pool.
Yeah, this cycle, when revealed, very much reminded me of Cogwork's Dovetail, which I enjoy a lot of the tricks with for a similar reason. That twice per turn instant effect just gives you flexibility if your opponent cares about the on-hit. We will see Zyggy activated to make that embodiment of lightning from Elliptical Conflux. Aphrodisias will quickly join it with that spare resource that is floating.
Yeah, this is just a nice, clean play. You're getting able to utilize a lightning flow, utilize this blue instant that otherwise wouldn't have been able to do anything else to get a little chip damage in.
Thomas taking the Aphrodisias, falls down to 12. Glide through Starlight Yellow is deployed on defense here for Adam Urban. Now Thomas will have to decide how much bigger, if any, this voltaic impact would like to become. Currently looking at 4 points of damage soaked up, courtesy of Elliptical Conflux and the glide through Starlight. No, Thomas here confirming that flickering out does not count as playing an aura in this case. Aphrodisias cares about hollow counter entering, but an aura has not been played, which is the question that was being asked there.
Also, did Thomas take the damage from Aphrodisias? Okay, I guess his intentions were always that he was going to pitch into this Voltic Impact. He did have a brush off in his arsenal.
It's true.
It has felt hard for him to get value from that brush off. So I just want to confirm that he I'm not sure he considered using it there. Maybe that would have been a nice use. Okay, this was his plan. He was planning on pitching to the Voltic Impact.
Yeah, turbocharge that, get the most damage out of it as possible, make another lightning flow. Adam, again, is happy to play this more defensively started Zyggy. I will react in your turn, ship you with Aphrodisias, and then pass up, draw my cards, make you do it again. So the question is back on Thomas here, who is staring at a hand of Electrolyze, Astral Assault, and I believe double Crackle from afar.
Thomas luckily does have a lightning flow token, so these doubling of the Crackle from afar won't be too bad. He'll be able to do the old Zyggy play. Oh, no.
It's a duality and a Crackle from afar, just the one copy. Very sportsmanlike of Adam to go. In fact, you do have 2 floating. This Electrolyze does not cost 2.
I also do want to highlight Adam's line there. He chose not to attack, even though he had the... Oh, especially because he had the embodiment of lightning. Zyggy decks sometimes have a hard time using all their action points, sometimes have a hard time converting their hand. Thomas, of course, got, a little lucky here. He was ahead on tempo, draws the Electrolyze. We're seeing how premium of a card this is, just this unconditional go again. When your opponent just says, hey, good luck spending your 4-card hand. Being able to do a play like this is extremely powerful.
We'll see that Crackle from afar, floating on down for an extra point of power on Electrolyze here. Puts a ward or in play that can, of course, get zigzagged around for a little bit of arcane damage in the future.
And then I will attack you for...
Thomas will continue with the Astral Assault. The blue variety is debating if a lightning flow is worth giving up for 2 additional points of physical damage.
Yeah, Lightning Flow and Zyggy aren't just spell void. They also are important pieces to help unlock your Aphrodisias, as we saw Thomas do last game. But this is still a relatively plus exchange, converting 1 Lightning Flow to 2 physical damage, and Thomas ends up choosing to do so.
Adam just snaps off that no blocks. We see Glide Through Starlight of the red variety, lining up with his embodiment of lightning. 5 go again to start the turn here.
Yeah, I believe he has a yellow elliptical conflux and a red clear conscience. So he's really trying to lay down the pain this turn.
6 plays 12 currently. Urban batting from behind. Ebbing Arcstride plays defense. Blocks for 3. 2 points bleed through. Brings Thomas down to 10. And I expect to see that clear conscience charging through as the follow-up. No, reaches for the Arsenal. The Ebbing Arcstride of the red variety. 5 damage or go again means that this can get really, really wide if Thomas chooses to respect this Arcstride.
There's a Ward 1 that was... I'm sure players will notice this at some point.
I
love this because if Thomas chooses not to block, Adam could just play that elliptical conflux. He has that 1 float.
Incredibly well sequenced there from Adam Urban. The fork, the aura was available if you chose to allow this Arcstride to connect, and if you didn't, well, clear conscience comes crunching on through. Fragments this conscience down to 6, but we do see 5 block, which is enough to cover the 4 of this red copy of clear conscience here. So the entire hand earned from Thomas van Minsel, and Adam will get the ability to draw up. And if an aura can be found, that Afrodius might get to chip away yet again.
Sure. Sorry. Yeah, of course. I said sure. And yeah, no, of course. Don't worry.
We see another clear conscience in the hand of Adam here. Looks like Auric Shards and Fleeing Starbreeze in there as well, alongside a yellow pulsing Cardia. No, blue pulsing Cardia. So blue, 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 red. Some pretty premium fragment attacks there to line up with these buffs, though. Go again available, of course.
And flexibility in that hand. The Fleeing Starbreeze, of course, would give an attack go again.
Yes. Okay.
That crackle from afar still in play, though. It is a very powerful crackle from afar.
Use that corrosive space dust found in the hand here for Thomas as well. Auric Shards there as well. His hand blocking like soup right now, which is not really where you want to be. Pulsing Cardia of the blue variety comes on through, and Thomas probably has questions. Not the normal first play you'll see without an embodiment of lightning alongside it.
Yeah, just a little awkward that Adam can't truly fork Thomas here. If Thomas decides to block, Adam can't just give it go again, then send that clear conscience. He's kind of priced into sending this Auric Shards and choosing to pitch one of the blues.
Well, Pulsing Cardia, I guess, has the potential to get you out of that if Thomas makes a very ambitious block.
Oh, like a 2-card block?
2-card block.
Yeah, I
try
can see
and
that.
play around an Auric Shards or something and get immediately wrecked as a result, but we will see that Erode Authority knocking this down to 1. And now Adam makes a resource and has to reconsider how to navigate the rest of the turn. Thomas's hand currently blocking a fat nothing, but offering a whole 3 ward if you squint.
A position not too unfamiliar with Thomas. He's had hands like this before.
We will see that red Auric Shards reached for. Brings Cardia up to 2 to start with, and no doubt we'll see Zyggy activated.
I think I will trigger this.
This is really nice for Adam, the Pulsing Cardia, kind of doing that job, the fragment actually giving value to play a 1-cost, then activate Zyggy, then activate Afrodius. That is a 4-resource journey, and the Pulsing Cardia makes it so that Adam doesn't have to pitch both the cards in his hand.
Lightning Flow goes away to activate Ziggy Starlight, and we will see this Auric Shards flickered out. Brings Pulsing Cardia back up to 6 points of damage here. 1 resource carefully left awaiting for Afrodius to do its thing.
Finally!
I was starting to doubt my own eyes. This brush off here does a great job, but Afrodius has the ability to punk this brush off.
Yes, let me think it actually does. If I want to react to this, sure.
And so Thomas now with the option to react to Afrodius to prevent the Arcane from eating the brush off, which would prevent the Pulsing Cardia, which there's... that's a whole lot of prevention.
Yeah, timing is really important here. Adam basically says, I'll let your brush off resolve first. It's now, the prevention effect is now live, and I'll send that Afrodius at you. The way brush off is worded is not the same way the corrosive space dust is worded. It just says the next time you be dealt 3 or less damage, so a single instance of damage. And by waiting, or by doing this after the brush off resolves, Adam has an opportunity for this Afrodius to basically deal functionally 3 damage.
So Thomas with a tough dilemma. does have access to some ward, but Auric Shard's not really a defensive tool, necessarily.
The Corrosive Space Dust is a defensive tool, but the yellow version does have Ward 3, which would give Aphrodis that same 3 amount of value. Honestly, if I were Thomas, I'm not too unhappy here. That Brush Off has caused just as many problems being in his arsenal as it has just not being played. So just getting that 2 value from it at some point isn't too terrible.
As big as 6-7. Oh my god.
Yep, that is the accurate response from Thomas there to the 6-7 joke in the feature match area. I appreciate the jovial nature of both of these competitors in what is quite a tight to navigate game. 8-1, calling. It's always lovely to see the sportsmanship and just the friendliness of these players coming through in their attitudes, despite the stakes.
So Thomas's entire hand are all yellows, and he is able to do like a play where he pitches both of his yellows, play the Corrosive Space Dust, activate Zyggy, send the Aphrodis, and let either the Corrosive Space Dust or the Brush Off absorb that damage.
Auric Shards will be pitched to facilitate the Space Dust, and so Zyggy will be activated. Going to eat the Lightning Flow, blink out the dust. And we'll see the 1 Arcane from the Space Dust leaving the arena, which will then be joined quickly by Aphrodis for 2 more points of Arcane. Adam here just happy to eat this, falls down to 4. 2 Arcane available. The Brush Off will take the Aphrodis, and then we will see that Pulsing Cardia walking through the Corrosive Space Dust. Another point of Arcane damage as a result. End life totals here. 3 life remaining for Adam, 10 for Thomas, who has expended his entire hand to blunt that assault.
Yeah, this Crackle from afar, I've decided, might just have become invisible. I think, like, it's visible to us, but I think it's done. It's just blended in with the blue of the playmat. I'm not sure it no longer exists.
I don't see a Crackle from afar.
I see.
You good there, Michael? Okay. Don't know what to tell you, man.
And now we find Adam at 3, and Thomas with another Corrosive Space Dust, but this time no Lightning Flow.
Clear Conscience. Definitely been a bit of a recurring story for Adam Urban's deck list this time around. Corrosive Space Dust, the recurring story for Thomas, who's looking in a hand that, again, blocks 6 and does require some extra help to get ward out of the rest of those cards. Does make Clear Conscience really kind of painful.
Yeah, without any equipment, Thomas does need to commit 2 cards or have to bottom 1 of his own cards. I will mention, though, this is not a great usage of a 5-card hand from Adam. Adam has no instants in his hand. I think he has a duality that he's able to discard to get a little bit more value from his hand, but it's just a good example of kind of running out of go again, running out of action points. Adam would have loved to have an embodiment of lightning this turn.
Well, so that duality fired off. A point of Arcane damage makes a Lightning Flow to boot, and now Thomas needs to decide if one of these ward auras is best deployed. And we will see the flow created. That Crackle on prevention duty there.
Go to 9.
It ultimately is all the same. This Crackle should have been destroyed a little bit earlier to prevent 1, but it's not game changing.
Life totals are the same. Down, yeah. Sapona token. Generato Spagato.
That's not many cards left. Adam just counted Thomas's total card in deck, and he's definitely has more cards left. This, definitely helped by the fact that Adam has basically set a Clear Conscience every turn. I remember the first time he sent it. I was spectating that game on its turn 1 of his round 1 draft round, and he said, I have a Clear Conscience. Do you?
Yeah, that's, oh God. I didn't need existential questions at this time in the morning, but thank you, Adam Urban. Shattering Flow Tide is the return fire from Thomas van Minsel here. This premium common Lightning Flow, very powerful if we're expecting Aphrodis to try and close the door. 0 for 5, equally good if you can't ignore it from being on 3.
Yeah, that's Thomas's second one. We saw him pitch one a couple turns ago in order to buff up that Voltic Impact red.
So Adam debating the block. 1 card will have to jump in front of this at the very least to keep the life total in check. Has access to a few options in the hand here. Let's try and take a closer peek. Flow through, Nebula Cycle, Auric Shards. Not a lot of defensive value there again. There's a big old block 2 in the form of this cycle, jumping in front of Shattering Flow Tide. It's not very often you... Oh, no. Oh, no. The Fingers of Fragmentation jumping this up to 5 means an Aura is going to need to be deployed here to keep Adam Urban alive.
And Adam knows that. I mean, it's not like he could have blocked any differently in the blocking step, at least. This is not an ideal hand. He still has that yellow Erode Authority in his arsenal. If he's able to play one of these wards, for example, I believe he has a yellow, the Nebulous Cycle, he'll stay alive. He'll only take a point of damage and be at 2, and he can still send that Erode Authority and have a Ponder token. So it's not over. It's not like everything is bad. It's just Adam has a good amount of deck advantage left, but is significantly behind in terms of life total.
Gonna need to hang on in order to secure this game against Thomas. Finds another Flow Tide. It goes in the arsenal. I believe it's a blue variety this time around.
All the colors of Flow Tide are pretty good when your opponent's at 2.
Polaris Pulse Ray for 6.
One of the better 2-cost fragments. This, of course, is a rare. The only rare, surprisingly, that has come in all colors. Pretty simple line of text when it does fragment. Deal a point of Arcane.
Very clean, efficient living, a card like this. Thomas does have the life total to be able to breathe in the face of Polaris Pulse Ray. The problem, of course, is...
Does he have the cards to block?
That's a lot of Auric Shards again. These are definitely kind of exactly what you're looking for on offense, but less applicable on defense. 2 yellow copies there in the hand for Thomas.
I like this block. Blocking over red at this stage feels weird, but the nature of fragment means any color fragment, honestly, is already pushing lethal at Adam and would require at least that 1 card prerequisite to block.
Arcane damage, of course, dealt from the fragmentation. We make our way back to Thomas, who is looking at double Auric Shards and Cosmic Duality. Card in the arsenal we know is that blue Flow Tide, which will line up rather well with these Auric Shards, in fact.
Oh, I always forget. I'm so sorry. I'm genuinely so tired.
Thomas there apologizing for dice and things slipping through the cracks, and I get it. We've all been here at the start of a day 2 where you're nervous, something goes wrong in your life otherwise, you don't sleep particularly well, and you're kind of desperately fighting your eyes while also fighting your opponent. Exactly that. Yeah, it's tough. There is a human element to it, I think. Like, you want to celebrate. Especially if you're not commonly making calling day 2s, an X1 record is something worth celebrating, and you go out and you celebrate, you have a good time.
Even if I am commonly making day 2s,
okay,
going
well,
X1
I wouldn't
or
know.
XL, I would celebrate a lot. I'm so happy.
Someone's lost more Flesh and Blood than I've ever played, so forgive me for not knowing. But yeah, I mean, I blame no one for drinks and a good meal and a celebration. And if you're out a little late, then maybe the following morning's a little hard.
Ooh, Adam is lining up potentially 2 cards to block. He has to be thinking about the Auric Shards here.
Both players know about these. They were pitched away earlier on in quick succession, so if Adam's been tracking that stack, he knows there's 2 more shards to get through.
I think they were pitched together, too, the 2 yellow Auric Shards, yeah.
So with a little bit of knowledge, if Adam can remember, we know what these cards are. It gets difficult when there's Ponder tokens in the mix to correctly track pitch stacks, so we shall see that Erode Authority plays defense, brings this down to 1. We'll see that Auric Shards jumping on through. Brings this up to 2. Zyggy activation will do the trick. It's a lightning flow. Blinks out the Auric Shards and gives it another +3. Should bring it up to 5, which is currently lethal damage. Thankfully, Elliptical Conflux at the minimum in the hand here for Adam Urban. So game certainly not over. 4 cards in deck for Adam. I believe it's 2 or 3 for Thomas at this point. That Conflux does come on down. 2 floating. Will we see a Zyggy activation before it covers the damage? Good question. So Aphrodisias activated by Thomas, which will also need to be respected here, as this Auric Shards has been hollowed out to get the extra bonus out of it.
Excellent activation here. By doing it in response to the Elliptical Conflux before it has resolved, Thomas is saying, I'm eating your Lightning Flow token, or you're giving me another card right now, right here. And then, if that happens, you won't be able to activate Zyggy anymore. You won't be able to have that flow to flicker the elliptical conflux and potentially Aphrodisias me.
But in retort, Adam says Cosmic Duality. 1 point of arcane damage. I would like to make another lightning flow. So I can cover this arcane damage from your Aphrodisias if I'd like to.
Yeah, he's been priced into that, and I like that both players have had, these instant counterplays.
Actually, does it? Because I might still be on this. No. It's resolved. Yeah.
Players is confirming the shots has resolved, of course. It's been blinked in, blinked out, blinked everywhere.
Indicators clearly, I guess. Oh, the attack is here, so it doesn't matter.
Players just tidying things up. As you can imagine, these instant speed mirror matches get a little bit intrinsic at times.
Cannot take one.
No, DR prevention.
Yes, but then the ward dies, right?
No, spell. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
so I spelled both.
So Adam just confirming here would rather keep the elliptical conflux around to cash out the spell void. These are both replacement effects. You can choose whichever one you would prefer to use to keep the damage in check. So we'll see, of course, the conflux disappearing on the physical damage, making that embodiment of lightning, keeping Adam at 2 in the process. And so Thomas will draw up that final hand, and we know, and I believe Adam knows, this is Space Dust, Auric Shards, Circular Flow Tide, and a Cosmic Duality as the last 4 cards in hand here for Thomas.
Yeah, Adam is no cards in hand.
Do it. Get me. And I got some bad news. There's a lightning flow in play. There is an aura to blink. Do the resources work out for Thomas van Minsel to steal this game away with the final 4 cards in his deck? Corrosive Space Dust is going to make it a fair bit easier. Hovering sheepishly over it, doing the math, triple checking. That snoring, no doubt, echoing the background of Thomas's mind right now as the gears are turning, trying to figure out the logistics. I think it's a blue duality, so I don't see why the resources aren't there. We'll see it played out. Zyggy activation will blink the dust. Thomas here rightfully taking the time to make sure this does not go amiss. 1 arcane will be dealt. Aphrodisias activated afterwards as it was not tapped. And Adam here down to -1 and does not have the ability to keep himself alive through that Aphrodisias activation. Those final cards were just enough for our current King of the Hill to remain on the throne. It's Thomas van Minsel, now sitting at 9-1 in prime position to make a calling top 8.
It is fun, isn't it? Blowing someone's mind.
I do enjoy blowing the odd minds, Ziggy. I'm inclined to agree. I'm sure Thomas has maybe felt his own mind a little more blown than his opponents at various points during that game. Definitely felt like an uphill battle as the side effect of the human condition at points there.
Yeah. That game felt a bit better, I feel like, for Thomas. The life totals weren't exactly him at 1, desperately looking for the last few points. He really had Thomas he had Adam on the back foot for a lot of that game, despite having that little turn cycle, little snafu where didn't block the pulsing card, he took 5, ended up with a card in his hand, put it in the bottom the turn after, and then just blocked the turn cycle after that.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, some snafus, but we got there. That's the important part. Means Thomas van Minsel is at 2-0 and will not be the only one. So let's take a look and see who will be competing against him for that ultimate draft trophy that we all covet so much at these events. Oh, Simon Nielsen, I'm so sorry. 0-2 with that deck on camera so far. Our 2 remaining 2-0s are Thomas and Oliver, who have to play next. So it will be Zyggy versus Oscilio for the crown of this draft pod.
Yeah, Oliver was in the Oscilio corner with Drakim, and boy, was his deck nice. I think he drafted probably every rare card that was opened by these 8 players for Oscilio, and his deck will reflect that. Multiple flash bolts, multiple core reactions, just a really powerful deck. Really excited to see that in action. He is, of course, the 2 of Oscilio. Unfortunate that Joachim, the other Oscilio, has not been doing so well. But I'm just excited to see what Oscilio looks like in draft. We haven't had Oscilio at all in our first 2 games. And so let's see what it looks like.
I am excited to see our final hero and see exactly if they present themselves in the same way as they did in Sealed. We know nothing about Oscilio in draft at this point, so a 2-0 deck is probably a good frame of reference to try and understand what it is that we want to be doing in that format. Some great nuggets of knowledge, no doubt, coming your way for your pre-release next weekend. Don't miss out at your opportunity to join the first players in the world to experience Omens of the Third Age alongside Zyggy, Aurora, and Oscilio.
Yeah, this is the kind of that new bread and butter pre-release kits that these newer sets have had. Comes with kind of just everything that you really need to play limited, so we're not like asking and begging and borrowing tokens from each other. It just has everything you need, and of course also has some cool collectibles, little cards to help you remember this pre-release, the whole set of Astral Sanctuary equipment, and of course this gorgeous glide through Starlight. My gosh,
all stunning. Well worth noting as well that all of these cards are playable in your limited pool. That includes the glide through Starlight, so you'll have the option to play that one in your deck if you're so inclined. That cold foil equipment probably going to save you from a Scorpio swing or two along the way, so hopefully should make for a fantastic event for you next weekend. Pre-release is taking place from May 29th for the set to be in store starting on June 5th. I am playing at least one, maybe four. We'll have to wait and see how much time I find for pre-releases, but very excited to get back in the mix. I had the pleasure of playing some Sealed after we've done casting for the day across the weekend.
Yeah, we got to do a side event.
I got a taste for it. I want to play some more pre-releases, 100%.
I just like opening them in packs, you know?
All right. We have the chance for one player to reach 11-0 if they can vanquish this pod. Oliver is sitting at 10-0 right now, the last undefeated player in the room. And on the other side, the only hurdle in their way is a very sleepy Thomas van Minsel. Let's see how this story plays out. Stay with us. only one player will be the first ever feature matched 3-0 champion of Omens of the Third Age draft. We need to figure out exactly who, the flex, the shiny. We've got to figure out exactly who it's going to be. It will be either our new underdog, the Giant Slayer, that took down Simon Nielsen in the first round of Thomas van Minsel, or it will be our final undefeated player in the room in the form of Oliver, I'm going to say Spapens. I keep butchering this one way or the other. Spapens. Like,
yeah, it sounds about right. Spapens. I don't know.
I am not a linguist, unfortunately, one way or the other. But what I do know for certain is that the 10-0 record is hella impressive.
Yes.
At just about every level, let alone a calling of this ilk. And 11-0, arguably even a little rarer. At that point, you're kind of singing about Christmas, Vegas, and the Mirage.
I want to say that Oliver is the only person at this table who both played Oscilio in Sealed and played Oscilio in Draft. Oh, I apologize. Joachim was also a double Oscilio. I apologize. Sorry, one of the few players who played Oscilio and chose to also draft Oscilio, and it looks like he's really getting rewarded for it. I mean, he's kind of been blowing through the competition. He's had some very impressive plays. I got to spectate. He had a turn where he played against Adam Urban, he played 2 core reactions after taking a couple points of damage from the Clear Conscience, went to his turn, said, bunch of arcane, and I'll ponder, thank you very much. So his deck is constructed really well. It has a lot of powerful rares. I'm excited to see those rares in action against Thomas.
Ooh. That's all I can say about that, really. Just leaves a foul taste in your mouth. Double core reaction.
Yeah.
Not really what I want to be seeing on the other side of the table for me, but I do want to see it on the table in the feature match area. So let's see if it can happen all over again. Oliver versus Thomas for the crown, the trophy, the title of the only 3-0 player to have gone undefeated in our feature match area for Omens of the Third Age so far. It's Oscilio versus Zyggy for the first time in the draft format. Thomas choosing to go first here this time on Zyggy does feel like the correct choice to me.
Yeah, he's probably aware that, Oliver's also 2-0. How do you get 2-0 as Oscilio? You probably have a lot of good spells, and denying that turn 0 could be quite good for him.
Definitely feels like the arcane reach is very impactful here. We know Thomas has access to a couple of those auras, some auric shards, some storm shards even to juke some damage on the first turn of the game. So plenty of play by choosing to go first this time around. I'm very eager to see the Oscilio deck from Oliver. You know that it's very powerful. It has lots of options available to it. I'm curious, though, if we're going to see more hero ability activations than we saw in Sealed from Oscilio, and whether there's more ways to sidestep that if you're drafting targeted instants and going a bit more down that route, or whether, again, we'll see that lightning flow kind of playing insulation to keep Oscilio alive.
Yeah, me too. I am curious. There are a bunch of good, powerful instants, but I do think that he will probably be using the Oscilio ability sparingly. It's not always so good to ponder a random card. Sometimes some of the cards aren't so ideal. But yeah, just a powerful deck. Excited to see it in action.
We've lined them up. Let's see who knocks them down. Let's make our way into the game to see who takes down this 3-0 trophy. The equipment difference is startling for me again here. Thomas staring at those fingers of fragmentation, but the full suite available for Oliver, perhaps most noticeably the Constellar arm piece here that is going to offer a timely piece of amp when the window arises. Circular Flow Tide on turn 0 is exactly what Thomas was hoping for, as is this Cosmic Duality that might find itself finding the mark as well for a point of Arcane and an additional Lightning Flow token. Oliver looking at a hand that contains Cosmic Sutra Core Reaction on the first turn of the game. That's a big heavy hitter.
I believe that's a Constella Uplift as well. Just a powerful hand going second. He's able to get so much value from this first turn.
Does pitch away the Sutra to activate. No, we are making the embodiment of lightning. Never mind me. The core reaction then coming on down, being pitched out and ready to go to dome Thomas van Minsel as quickly as possible.
And what a powerful first turn. He's now set up. If he draws a single attack, his turn can be attack with go again into this really powerful Comet Collision that will have Starfall enabled because of this turn 1 core reaction. Definitely a winning turn 0 from Oliver's side. Not terrible from Thomas's side, getting this Ward 2 set up, but Oliver definitely won that exchange.
Just to clarify there, those Lace Lightning utilized to prevent the 1 Arcane from Cosmic Duality does mean that Embodiment of Lightning was ready to enable a 2-wide turn for Oliver. But for starters, a fresh heaping course of core reaction, which is going to explode rather violently. And we'll see some of that lightning flow cashed in to soak up some of the damage. Takes 2 damage as a result. 3 tokens left, 19 plays 18, as Oliver will continue with a blue copy of Conflicting Thoughts to make the most of that Embodiment of Lightning. Well, maybe not make the most. I'd argue 2 go again is not the most we could have made of that, but it'll do the job.
Made use.
Made use of the Embodiment of Lightning is probably a more apt turn of phrase.
Oliver's hand looks like it's a pair of Cosmic Collisions and a meteoric impact of various colors. I think it was like blue, blue, red. So not exactly ideal, but still a ton of damage being sent this turn.
Getting the wave on to send a blue copy of Meteoric Rise for 5 points of arcane damage. I like this a lot. If it's blue, blue, red, I like the idea of kind of converting on this blue as aggressively as possible, keeping the independent, powerful card parked in the arsenal over some lackluster zap.
Yeah, the entire series of Meteoric Impact at every color becomes a whole point better than it should once Starfall is activated. This is more so amped by the Constella waves. Oliver just, when you can, cash it in, might as well. This is a turn he's clearly not activating Oscilio otherwise. And of course, we get that additional amp from Volzar because the core reaction went into the graveyard. Just a solid first turn from Oliver that was set up from his turn 0.
A very explosive start for our resident wizard brings Thomas van Minsel to 11 points of life already. But 5 cards to work with, including some real haymakers here. We see Shattering Flowtide, Corrosive Space Dust, and this Electrolyze coming out of the arsenal means this will be plenty aggressive on the way back.
Thomas has attacked with this Electrolyze basically every game we've seen. It's been looking really good. I suspect this is just going to become one of the top picks in draft just for being such a flexible card that all of the classes can play.
Tab Lessons Past plays defense here. Brings Oliver down to 18 as 1 point links on through. Thomas will decide how to continue. Auric Shards in the hand here as well, if that fragment attack is thrown, which it is. Blue copy.
I believe it's a Corrosive Space Dust yellow. Oh, and he has
both there. Both there.
Pick your poison.
A very real fork in this case. If you choose to respect the attack, you can be punished by Auric Shards. If you don't, I'll just establish a little more ward and set myself up for a Zyggy activation on your turn. Pretty all roads lead to Rome scenario here for Van Minsel.
This is quite perfect. It's usually awkward that you have to pay 4 resources to do that, but since he's played that Electrolyze with the pitching of blue, he can do either or. Looks like he's choosing to go with the Corrosive Space Dust, though, as he hasn't already activated the Auric Shards.
Indeed, Flowtide connects by the looks of things. And we'll see that Space Dust deployed in response. Duality coming out of Oscilio to do 1 point of Arcane, look to make a Lightning Flow, and Thomas will go in the tank. As to whether or not this is worth saving with a Lightning Flow token, does indeed cash one in before blue core reaction finds itself entering the arena. Not quite as venomous as its red counterpart, but still pretty darn good. Instant speed Arcane, just always kind of at a premium. You talked about that action point economy numerous times in the draft portion of this event, and just sidestepping that for evasive damage, regardless of color. Pretty premium.
Yeah, I watched Oliver draft, and I want to mention that his Pack 1 Pick 3, was this red core reaction. So we've seen the yellow, or so we've already seen that red. He also has a yellow in his deck as well, and a yellow Flashbolt. Not sure if he has a red Flashbolt, but just a lot of these red instants. I did not think these would be very good on first glance, but in action, they have been excellent.
And so Thomas debating this core reaction. Of course, this Space Dust, worth defending to some extent. You would rather get more value out of it. Blink it out with Zyggy. A line up with a Aphrodite's activation. But the hand here, looking a bit clunky in doing so. Another Space Dust available. So we will see the Zyggy activation. That second dust goes away to facilitate the first one. Blink it out, point of Arcane will connect. Blue copy of Space Dust does mean Aphrodite can chip on through as well. 2 more points of Arcane damage, which Oliver is happy to oblige.
Lots of arcade damage being dealt in this cycle. I just feel like these players are both have built decks that are a little bit less reliant on attack actions. And this is 5 arcane.
Crunch. Volzar doing its best impression again, thanks to core reaction, activating it during the turn here. Comic Collision for 5 points of arcane damage. Which Thomas kind of just forced to stare at again. No prevention effects on the equipment proving very painful for Thomas this time around, but the ward auras of Zyggy doing a decent job at stemming the bleeding where possible.
Take 5.
5 damage connects. Crunch. Down to 6.
Thank you for doing this.
Thomas's turn is not too bad though. That volatile Fluxers lets him reasonably spend his hand. Of course, it is a yellow, but still represents 2 damage on a flow if it's completely unblocked. He has that instant, the Nourishing Glow to play in this chain link to give it the +2, and he can follow up with a nice little chaser of an attack, the Shattering Flow Tide.
Nourishing Glow will activate the Fluxes. 2 points of power added on. That aura now established in play will make a lightning flow if it hits. And we'll see the Seeker's pieces cashed in by pitching away a yellow Sutra to keep this covered and deny that lightning flow. Opting to top.
Beautiful use of the Seeker equipment by Oliver to deny the on-hit of the volatile Fluxer.
Oliver just took 5 damage with such an alarming amount of haste, I felt uncomfortable. I'm always happy to be dealing damage to my opponent, but when they say, yeah, no blocks that quickly, I'm in danger. And yellow Flashbolt is a large part of why we might be in danger. This looks incredibly poor. You know, 2 card, 2 instant speed on the form of Flashbolt, but this is activating Volzar. It's not consuming the action point. And again, there is no preventative pieces of equipment here for Thomas, so this is just damage you have to either have the right card to answer, this Thunderous Retort looking kind of appealing in that capacity, or it's guaranteed. It's going to happen.
Thomas wishes maybe he has some blues. He's had blues almost in every hand, but not this one. And Oliver, his hand, we caught a glimpse of it earlier, that red lightning overload. If you Volzar it, it's going to be coming in for a good chunk of damage. I believe it's going to be for 5 damage, and the Starfall is creating another lightning flow. Just going to be a very powerful follow-up here.
Take 1, go to 6.
Does take 1 as the Nourishing Glow goes down.
Yeah, he's supposed to be taking 2 here, but because Nourishing Glow does gain him that life. No, he just takes 1. Nourishing Glow just has Ward 1. I apologize.
You won't draw an instant.
Lightning Overload, ripping on through for 5 points of arcane thanks to that Volzar. Lightning Flow available. 3 flow versus 1 here on these sides of the table. 6 plays 6 in terms of life total. This definitely feels like the punchiest game we've had today. Both these players really just going for the jugular as quickly and as efficiently as possible.
Yeah, Thomas still has this yellow Oryx Shards in his arsenal. It's unsure if he has enough time to deploy it at this point.
It's not like I can't do much about it, so I guess I'll take 5.
Does indeed take 5. 6 plays 1 this time around, but a full 5 cards for Van Minsel to work with to try and force through these 6 points of damage. We start on Volatile Fluxors. Go again. Just go again. Don't worry about it.
0 going.
0, yeah.
To be precise.
Quite literally no damage, I promise. Smile.
I'll tap this.
Volzar activation.
Sorry, don't you have to activate? You can activate it, don't you?
Moment of deliberation there from Oliver as to how to best navigate this Volatile Fluxus. Looks like Cosmic Sutra in hand. A couple other instants perhaps as well.
Oliver would love to have a blue in this hand.
Yeah, instead spending 3 the hard way. Eating a flow, activating Oscilio, who makes the ponder. Cosmic Sutra. Let's slow things down a bit, says Thomas. I need to know what's happening. Why, when, how, who are you? I've forgotten where I am.
Activate this. Yep.
Thomas says remove that go again because Oliver has basically said, I'm doing this in the layer step before this attack becomes an attack.
Indeed, so Cosmic Sutra there getting Volzard as it does see itself discarded to Oscilio. So 2 points of arcane damage, and Thomas might want to respond with the Cosmic Sutra on the stack here to fire off this Thunderous Retort. No, I would like to take the game actions, please.
Yeah, we're having a fun little priority off here. Players not letting each other's cards resolve. Just a lot of wait.
Hang on, just a moment. Thunderous Retort.
It gives you Arcane Barrier 3, which is not a comfortable amount of Arcane Barrier because, yeah, as pointed out here, Thomas has to pitch all 3 to prevent 2. Not ideal, but a lot better than losing the game on the spot.
4 points of prevention will potentially cover up the next chunk of damage nice and cleanly. Just confirming to the table spotter that they wanted to do this before this Voltaic Fluxus was an attack, so that this Thunderous Retort has not made it any bigger. It is still 0, and therefore the prevention floating for whatever may be coming down the pipeline. Still very well sequenced by our undefeated player, to the surprise of no one.
Yeah, the volatile Fluxers is very specific. It says if an instant is playing this chain link, which would mean it has to be attacking and on the combat chain. And by doing it all at instant speed in the layer step, Oliver has prevented Thomas from even getting that type of value and successfully basically skipped Oliver's turn. Unfortunately, on Oliver's side, because he did this all by over pitching and pitching with a lot of reds and yellows, he also doesn't have too much of a turn.
This Ponder token will let us take a peek at an additional card, try and decide which would be better placed in that coveted slot. But for now, Thomas has paused to evaluate this hand before continuing. Looks like Auric Shards available in there, a Road Authority.
Yeah, Oliver electing just to pass turn here, but gives Thomas some priority.
Working through the numbers, all the intricacies. Of course, the ability to have an attack have go again, thanks to this Thunderous Retort that is currently in play. But with only 1 life available and 1 lightning flow, Thomas van Minsel is hanging in there by the seat of his pants. This is going to be really close, real squeaky as we make our way through these final couple of turns. It's go again gained from Thunderous Retort. And a Shattering Flow Tide at the front of the hand would be a 0 for 5 with go again. Pulsing Cardia also an option here, with a similar effect, would make some resources to fund these Auric Shards, potentially.
Yeah, Thomas has 2 fragment attacks that both cost 0 and attack for 5 that he can fling here, and they would have go again because of the Thunderous Retort, and they take a card.
And we'll see the resource being made from the Pulsing Cardia. Of course, fragmentation also happening here, so it's going to be 3 points of physical power, correctly corrected there by Oliver, because that's rather meaningful. Flittering Spark plays defense, and now Thomas reevaluating, has the ability to throw a Road Authority, has the ability to get all Auric Shard, but with only 1 lightning flow remaining, a Zyggy activation in this spot is really scary. Just before I play this, says Thomas, want to stop, want to pause, think it through. It is double Auric Shard, a Road Authority in the hand, so that resource definitely tempting in this spot will be the Flow Tide, immediately met by a block of this Enian Surge. Gives a second lightning flow, does open up a little bit of freedom for Thomas. Moment of debate. Is it worth running out this Auric Shards as simply +1 and Ward 1?
If he still has that yellow Aura Shards in his arsenal, he could pitch the yellow Aura Shards in his hand. He could play it with the float, then activate Zyggy with the other yellow, then pitch his last card to Aphrodisias, who would deal significant amount of damage here.
So it's Auric Shards from the arsenal. Brings Shattering Flow Tide up to 4 currently. 2 lightning flow available if a Zyggy activation is what is wanted here.
I do think it would be lethal, right, Scott? Just being able to activate Zyggy here.
Or
using the fragmentation. Yeah, that would be also excellent.
You see, it feels safer, leaves you with more lightning flow available.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Fingers or fragmentation up to 6. Takes 3 points of damage. And looks to move to end. Park a Road Authority. The Dominate Fragment attack into the arsenal. With an opponent on 3, Thomas is looking to survive and then score a hit with that Dominate. For now, the answer he has to find is 2 Meteoric Rise. No, other one, Meteoric Impact. 3 Arcane, no Starfall trigger this time. 1 more in play to suck up a little bit, but Thunderous Retort will provide Arcane Barrier 3, and we will see Nebulous Duality joining in afterwards, so a Lightning Flow might be required to cover this 1 point before the Arcane Barrier is available. No, we're going to see the Auric Shards. Okay, Thomas confirming. Nothing targets, not going for anything particularly weird, so has the ability to give up the shards. Has the ability to blink it to Aphrodisius. Has some things to consider here before this Nebula Duality just tickles something. So many moving pieces in this finale of our draft pod. We will see the Lightning Flow cashed in to keep the Auric Shards around for now. So Retort available. IAB3 will soak this one up. And that should leave just enough resources in hand for Thomas Minsel to send in this Erode Authority. Thunderous Retort, granting go again. Erode comes through. It's 7, represents being 5 if blocked with Dominate. Didn't catch the color. No, I didn't catch the color of the last card in hand, but potentially
red.
Potentially a blink on the Auric Shard. So no, okay. So no blink, I guess, this time around.
Right. Thomas is representing a resource. He shouldn't have any. This Erode Authority does cost 3.
Indeed. So this is being fragmented at the moment.
Fun fact, this Flow State Embodiment was Oliver Spapens' first pick, Pack 1, Pick 1.
Makes a lot of sense. Not surprised by that one. 5 points of damage. Okay. Thomas here debating how to navigate this. Might be of the belief there's a resource here which could get a bit messy real fast.
Right. Oliver's, you know, he knows that this is not a great position for him. There is an Auric Shards in play, and there's nothing he can really do about it. He does have a core reaction, but the timing of the core reaction might be too late. And right now, he is just facing lethal if Thomas is able to activate Zyggy on the Auric Shards. But what Oliver doesn't know is Thomas shouldn't have any float and has a red in his hand, so it's actually not a legal or possible play. Though maybe Thomas, and we know he's been really tired, pretty sleepy, maybe he's not aware that Erode Authority costs 3. I mean, that's pretty reasonable considering every other big illusionist attack in this set.
They are 2-cost attacks,
yeah,
right.
The Clear Conscience cycle all costs 3, but there's no way Thomas has a single copy of it. I mean, I think Adam literally has every single possible
maybe all of them in the
box.
building, actually. Yeah, it's quite a lot. Okay, so we're at least aware of this. So we'll make sure that things play out the way they are supposed to in this game, one way or the other. But for now, I'm not sure our players are. So 5 dominate. Auric Shards looming.
Just clarifying the game state. It does have go again from this Thunderous Retort number 2, which is the only reason he's made it this far anyway. The back-to-back runner of these Thunderous Retorts drawn just when Oliver is sending that lethal arcane damage.
A moment of serious deliberation, and you can understand why. If Thomas thinks this is an option to blink the shards, which looks like is what we think is possible, you might very well die in response as the Lightning Flow goes away.
Yeah, it costs both the Lightning Flow and banishes your aura. So when you activate, not before it resolves, when you activate Zyggy, you are currently completely shields down.
Do you have a point of arcane damage, Oliver Spapens? Do you? I can't see your hand if it's on the table, Oliver.
A single nebulous duality, any activation of Oscilio and discarding any instant that can deal damage, any of the Cancella cycle.
Another Flash Bolt, any of these things. There's numerous ways.
Even a blue Flash Bolt to get the job done here.
Can you imagine?
Of course, this is just not something that Thomas was able to do. I think we'll try to see if we can resolve that. see if we can get players aware of that. It's just not something that should have been able to be
done. This is not possible, and we'll make sure that gets mentioned. No big deal here. Of course, these players under the impression, so they're going to continue to navigate this regardless. We'll see that Cosmic Flare deployed, Oscilio activated off of a Lightning Flow. Core reaction, okay. We'll have a word here.
Yeah, I know.
As we know full well, that was not a legal play.
I just needed
Yep.
Okay, so I'm being told the table spotter has caught this situation. They're aware this has happened. And so I'm hearing from the floor. Judges are taking a look at this. It sounds like it was an honest mistake from the immediate response from Thomas. This, again, we alluded to it before. This is a lot of 2-cost attacks in this cycle. It's brand new cards that we haven't played with before. So it sounds like it was an honest mistake. From what I'm being told, Thomas immediately offered the concession.
Oh, okay.
That's my mistake. That wasn't the play I was supposed to make. That's not a game I was supposed to win. We both missed it, but I don't want that to be how this story ends.
It's not something that he was able to do, and if he had one more turn, he probably wasn't winning, so it makes sense.
Completely honest, slip of judgment.
I think the right person ends up winning that game then. I love that sportsmanship, actually.
Absolutely, just the way it should be. So, minor error, easily caught, but thankfully we still have an 11-0 player in this calling in the form of Oliver, who does get there with that Oscilio deck, because there is no way for that Dominate to sneak on through in the end. Really, really impressive stuff. Let's take one final look at the pod, at how it broke down when everything shook out. Simon Nielsen scrapes it back, does manage to find a win as things come to an end over there. Joachim and Adam Urban with the roughest sledding this time around. 203s in the pod for a Zyggy and an Oscilio, respectively. It's 2-1s for our other two Auroras, 2-1s for Thomas van Minsel in the end, and that very impressive finish for Oliver on Oscilio, scion of the Third Age.
Yeah, these games were scrappy, and what a tale of two cities between Oliver and Joachim. I actually thought Joachim had the better seat at some point, but now I realize Oliver was positioned a little bit better. He's the first one to receive some of these Oscilio cards, and it's not a surprise to me. This is something I thought would happen, but I really thought it would be more like the two Oscilios potentially facing each other in the finals, not one being 0-3 and one being 3-0. In fact, just having more than one 0-3 in a draft pod is already weird. Of course, that there was like that draw that occurred, so that's how this became possible at all.
Yeah, makes sense.
But it's just cool. I mean, we have a good spread of wins. It's not like every single hero that had a lot of wins was Zyggy or was Aurora, etc.
Impressive stuff. Happy for our players who are making a deep run so far. Got to imagine a lot of the folks who performed well in Pod 1 there probably still in Pod 1 again.
Yep.
So
about half of them.
Yeah, roughly, mathematically, that is how it works. So we'll take a gander, we'll filter on through, see if there is a fan favorite, a personal choice, someone with a record that's
any new
worth following.
Blood entering pod number 1, right? If you go 3-0 and any of the other pods, well, that punches your ticket straight into pod number 1.
Exactly. So you get to be in Pod 1. Maybe there's some new blood for us to follow too. We'll take a look at the names and see who our favorite featured drafter might be. Have you got any, like, I guess, immediate takeaways from our first draft pod of the day?
The games just were much faster than I thought. I found the Seal to be so grindy, lots more flow being generated. I think flow is just a pretty high priority in this limited set in general. I find flow, like one flow is worth definitely more than a resource. Sometimes feels like it's worth more than a life.
Sometimes.
Because the flexibility of being able to enable a weapon, enable an offensive strategy. Just these games, they're going faster than I thought, and yellows in particularly are performing a little bit better than I imagined. And in general, the red fragment and the yellow fragments just feel like they're almost the same. A lot of them are just met with the card anyway, and so just learning a lot about just what is a powerful turn. In these limited games.
I kind of wonder as we go forward in draft. I was thinking the same thing about the fragment attacks. Some of the yellow ones really impressed me there with Pulsing Cardia, some of the Shadowing Flow Tides. I wonder if we're going to start seeing players prioritizing the yellows over the red copies, because if they're ultimately the same card on offense,
absolutely.
Then having another copy that pitches more.
We've already seen this dynamic with like Quick Succession, for example, although that one is the weirdest one.
It is, yeah.
I've heard from a lot of people that they prefer the yellow one.
It's
just
so
because
strange.
It gives you that oomph. I'm looking to play Quick Succession. I'm not looking to pitch it. The blue one is good for pitch, so it has flexibility, but the yellow one actually does the damage. So inverting some of our expectations about the colors, that's a really cool thing. We're learning that too.
I think so. All right, we have some standings to check out. Let's see who is lining in what pod. Some of these heroes still populating, but we have our standings nonetheless. So these top 8 here will be making up our pod number 1. Sean Knowelden hanging in there just underneath our undefeated 11-0 player in the form of Oliver, but not the only Brit dancing in the top pod anymore. Jacob Clements doing as Jacob does and deciding 9-2 is the perfect place to make a run for another calling top 8.
Yeah, lots of new blood now entering pod number 1. Rock was not one of the players that were there earlier. Of course, Andrei and one of my fellow countrymen, Griffin Myers, was also not part of this pod. Do have some returning members. Of course, you mentioned Sean. Thomas is still here, still managed to stick in. Rock, I just want to shout out, was in my on-demand draft yesterday, asked me for a lot of tips on how to draft, and I tried my best to instill what I could. I don't know if he was already X2 and went 3-0 or if he went 2-1 in his pod, but welcome to the pod number 1. I'm glad to have you, and of course, you already mentioned Jacob, but I want to talk about Paul Van Gijssel, PVG coming in 9th, scraping into pod number 2 with a lot of other killers. I mean, I see Sebastian Grøndal. We've seen him on a lot of these pages every day, but haven't really mentioned him. I want to give him a shout out. I want to also talk about Lorenzo B. Pisani. I mean, this is a player that I have a personal history with. He decided to play dash IE in a very defensive way against my Bravo, and I got to lose to him twice out of Battle Hardened. So kudos to Lorenzo. I'm glad he's still chugging along, doing really well. And of course, Tommaso Vecito, Jason Rolfe. Pod number 2 is looking like a hot one as well.
Do want to give a shout out to Rich Carr as well, one of the earlier innovators of that Living Legend Dash deck that we saw at Worlds. Did a phenomenal job with that Battle Hardened as well, running deep in this limited format. Makes me very, very excited. Big names, big stories. I'm definitely eyeing Sean at the moment. It's kind of where I'm drifting towards the feature drafter. I know there's some history with Sean. There's some great limited stories to be had there as well.
Yeah.
I have, however, just been tapped up in the ear. And Silver Age voting is now open. If you want to stake your claim for the future of Silver Age, you're on the clock. It's time to go. Now, now, now. See which hero you want to take out of the format. Sculpt the future of this format. Check out your gem profile if you need more information about how all this works.
Scott, you know who you're voting for yet?
I have no idea. How about you, Michael?
I actually truly have no idea. I've been thinking about it, pondering about it for quite a bit. I'll have to give it more of a think, and I was hoping more people would state their case and have like campaigns about who to vote for, but I haven't seen that too much on social media. So,
yeah, I know there's been some articles published about people rallying behind. I've seen wanted poster thumbnails and all this kind of stuff for people going for it. So there's some stuff out there for sure.
Some good reasonings, and I could be swayed at this point. I'm an undecided voter.
All right. Okay. Well, maybe we need to have a chat on the break. I'm sure I can convince you to stay away from the wizards and take care of the ninjas. It's definitely where I would prefer to be. So I'll do some convincing. We'll do some scouting on the floor, see who looks like they've got an interesting draft for us to follow. We'll take a short break to figure that all out, and we'll see you in just a sec.
my baby dances with the devil. I wanna know what's on his mind. Shaky hands, so sentimental. I sugarcoat between my lies. Inside a smoke cloud, asking why. I'm afraid we're out of time. I want the lightning and the thunder. I want the sun in both my eyes. He made a promise to the vultures. He took a hit and said goodbye. Fate was never on our side. I'm afraid we're out of time. Oh, baby, read between the lines. There's no time for eternity. I can't look back on yesterday. It burns in me. I need a little moment of humanity. We're in this foolish game full of uncertainty. There's no time for eternity. I wanna live inside your mansion. I wanna break apart the tension. In this game we play a dangerous hand. Our names are written in the sand. Tracing echoes in the dead of night. I'm afraid we're out of time. Oh, baby, read between the lines. There's no time for eternity. I can't look back on yesterday. It burns in me. I need a little moment of humanity. We're in this foolish game full of uncertainty. There's no time for eternity.
It was so nice. We're doing it twice. It's time for a second draft here on day 2 of the calling in Prague. We learned a lot. Our players learned a lot. And this is arguably the most stressful 3 games of the day because the players we're watching, they're playing for it all. It's all about trying to make that top 8. Like, we all love that top 8 draft. It's stressful for different reasons. But you got there. This draft, this one's about getting there. And that accolade means an awful lot to a lot of
A
people.
loss now starts to mean elimination from the top 8 contention. Stakes couldn't be higher, even for our players in pod number 1.
Speaking of pod 1, let's take a look at the brackets and see how it shakes out for these players. We're going to be following along with Sean in seat number 2. You might not be familiar with Sean Knowelden, but I want to tell you a little bit about the story that got Sean here. Does have a calling top in the past, in a team calling over in Spain some years ago. But is a bit of a limited stalwart. Does have incredible success in the limited format. Has 3 UK Nationals top 8 finishes, all of which featured 6-0 or 5-1 draft records. Is known to be a limited all-star, and I'm really eager to see how he specifically is navigating this room right now, is indulging in this information, learning in real time. And I think we have a chance to make a new star here if Sean has done a good job at figuring out the format, putting the pieces together before anybody else. So that's where I've decided to put my attention.
Yeah, and I just want to highlight my fellow countryman, Griffin Myers. Being top 8 or being in top 8 contention of a limited calling is not unfamiliar territory for him. He did make the top 8 in calling Las Vegas last year, the one that Jason Rolfe ended up winning of High Seas. It's just a place that he's been before. He's also topped with Gravy Bones, another calling. So just wanted to highlight another guy from America who decided to fly over to Prague.
It's a big risk, takes a lot, and it's paying off for Griffin one way or the other. Some other big names in this pod. We have Thomas van Minsel joining us again, hanging in there. Oliver, of course, our final, last undefeated player, an 11-0 record. I'll be honest, a 14-0 run would be quite the story if you can take down this pod as well. Rock Havlas, your new friend, who's been kicking butt after taking the tips from the Pro Tour champion. And Jacob Clements, who, of course, is running away at the minute with that Player of the Year race, eager to add more points to that total and secure what he thinks is rightfully his.
Yeah, all the players here, they've gone through it once already, and they've had to at least go 2-1 in their last pods to make it this far. Some players have gone 3-0 as well, so we're all in good positions here, and we're starting to get to that point where a win starts to get you almost soft-locked or straight-locked for the top 8.
Doing some napkin math here myself. There's a margin of error, of course, but from what I can figure out, based on our player count, anyone who is currently sitting at 10-1 in this pod should need to win one game. One game should be good enough.
They have just to win one of the next 3.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, basically, do not 0-3 this pod is the goal for these 10-1 players. The X and 2s, they're looking for a little bit more. They need a 2-1. They would love a 3-0 to make it clean and less complicated. Oliver, at this point, is kind of playing with the house's money. Almost certainly gets there. And
playing for his position.
Looking for those stamped rainbow foil majestics in this draft pod. It's a little bit easier to rationalize those card choices when you're already guaranteed to be there. It should be a pretty incredible draft, if you ask me.
I can imagine. Even with those stakes, though, like half the players back against the wall.
Oh, yeah. The story is on, the fire is alight, and I don't want to keep you waiting. So let's get ourselves down and see how Sean navigates this situation in our second draft pod of the day. I know the pressure's on for Sean. Does have that team calling top 8, but desperate for an independent one to really stake a claim to his place in Flesh and Blood. Fun story. Did kick my ass in a Battle Hardened when I first started playing. That's where I first met Sean. Was, I'm going to say, a fond memory. Robo Astral Sanctuary to start things off here. And this is not all that surprising. We kind of alluded to this in the first draft. These pieces of equipment very highly coveted. And pack one, pick one, it's keeping you open to. Very, very important.
You'll never need to look for a chess piece after taking this. We watched Simon Nielsen in his draft never find a headpiece the entire draft. So this makes sense. There were some powerful red cards for all of the heroes, so there wasn't exactly a certain hero that felt more open than not. This picking up an equipment also does kind of hide exactly what he's taking, so he's not really sending a signal here, but he's still open to receiving whatever may be passed to him. Solid pick. I like it.
Me too. Big fan of these Astral Sanctuary set in general. Gives you more freedom to find those preventive effects that cost resources. A little bit later on, mix and match, depending on what zones you find. So solid start. Could still be any hero for now. Sean opens that next pack. Finds red corrosive space dust. Snap fingers.
There was a red flittering
force field in the middle there as well. Those are the 3 that stood out to me immediately. This foil space dust is eye-catching in more way than one.
We saw the blue and the yellow do great work during our game, so I wonder if Sean is aware of how powerful that red space dust can be.
Thumbing forward the snap fingers here, perhaps with an affinity for Aurora. Did play Aurora in the previous draft to a 2-1 finish. And she definitely feels like the don't train wreck the draft deck. Definitely feels like the safest pick. And we see that from Sean here. Knows that only one win is required. If we're leaning towards Aurora, snap fingers makes a lot of sense to me.
Also, the fact that snap fingers is still in the pack lets you know that the person to his right was not interested in taking the snap fingers, or at least not yet. And that's a good enough signal to potentially just take it, hedge for it, or just go straight in. Sean has already played 11 rounds of Limited with Aurora, already drafted with Aurora once and went 2-1. And he only needs to go 1-2 here to make top 8. So I think that's a great safe bet here.
Quick succession of the red variety in this pack. Couple of yellows at the back here. Nothing jumping out to Sean, it would seem. There's a Road Authority, definitely a bit of a stalwart for Zyggy specifically.
Yeah, I think this pack is just missing the equipment and possibly a rare. It's not really a good signal has been sent yet. No, it's not missing a rare either. It's missing a lightning card, I believe. Hard to visualize the entire pack as Sean riffles through it, but that Singeing Flow Stride, which was a card that we also saw Simon Nielsen take quite early. Right now at the top, it's the top of his considerations.
Definitely felt like this one overperformed a bit for Simon in the game that we saw. Chaining together those lightning flow, just incredibly valuable. Sean agrees. Red breakpoint. There is the choice. We continue down the Runeblade pathway. We'll see if pack number 4 has a similar story to tell. Red Auric Shards, red Pulsing Cardia at the very front of this pack when it was handed over. That's got to set off some alarm bells when you're the one who passed the space dust a minute ago.
Yeah, I think that he has sent a strong enough signal downwind that he may not be so interested in being an illusionist, and has already somewhat locked himself, or at least positioned himself to be receiving, hopefully, some powerful lightning Runeblade cards. However, that doesn't mean he's locked on it, right? We saw Simon Nielsen do a very successful pivot. I truly didn't think his deck was that bad. Sean here takes the Mercurial Skies. I want to note that Sean was also in the last pod, the one where Simon didn't even acknowledge that Mercurial Skies, and it wheeled through the table. But I guess maybe Sean, maybe he ended up receiving that Mercurial Skies and had a really good experience with it. For whatever reason, has decided to take it pack 1, pick 4.
That definitely feels like a statement of intent to me. We're seeing some really premium Ziggy cards coming around, and Sean just appears to have no interest in that subject matter whatsoever.
Yeah, this pack is honestly a little bit on the weaker side, to be fair. They're really, like, besides those Ziggy commons, it's missing the equipment. It's missing what probably both rares might have been playable. It's just one of these packs that, well, pack 1, pick 5. Sometimes maybe the pack wasn't so great to start.
Looking a little dry. Thumbing Blue Thunderous Retort as the choice here. So go again source, Arcane Barrier will be prevented. But I'm a betting man, and I would not have put my money on a pick 5 Blue Thunderous Retort at the start of this weekend.
Well, it's actually quite interesting. So we're paying a lot to make an embodiment of lightning. We're tapping Ziggy. We're giving up an Astral Flow. It's functionally giving up a card. So a card like Thunderous Retort that also has the upside of giving you a little bit of Arcane Barrier potentially. I actually don't think it's that crazy of a card to see, even at pack 1, pick 5. And of course, it, at the end of the day, is a blue card and a lightning card, so it can be playable on all 3 heroes if Sean chooses not to stick with being a Runeblade.
Very rewarding pack in exchange here. Another Flow Stride coming around. We see Blue Vaultbound Duality in that pack as well that Sean definitely considered for just a moment.
Right, and there was a red Stunning Swipe there, so this pack is kind of a relief to see, right? With the last 2 packs, not so many good Runeblade cards, but there were still Runeblade cards at all. That's already a good sign. This pack, I think I count 1, 2, there's 3 Ziggy commons, one Wizard common and 1 Runeblade common, so we don't know exactly what was taken, but it's missing at least one of the other 2. Definitely no Ziggy commons were taken in that pack.
Yeah, Blue Quick Succession is the choice here for Sean. Another glue piece to help tie this together. But I am alarmed about the Ziggy that might find themselves directly to Sean's left. Definitely seems like that deck has a lot of potency coming out of pack 1, that's for sure.
Yeah, I found that while watching some of the Ziggy games in the last couple of rounds, Ziggy cards, a lot of them end up just being these 3 blocks that you just want to block 3 with. They're not necessarily all the class commons. Like, your deck doesn't have to be filled with Ziggy class commons. This pack, though, this is a very alarming pack. It just doesn't have a single Runeblade common. The equipment is only Illusionist, and in fact, the only card that could legally be in Sean's deck is this Star World Warning.
Oh, no. Star World Warning.
It's a real warning to Sean. Hey, you might not be the only Runeblade here.
Lay Cosmic Duality going around here. Another Elliptical Conflux sitting in the pack. Sean is happy to find a blue block 3. Does look at the Spellbane Sigil as well here, if trying to punk Oscilio for a game is going to be the name of the game. Flow Through similarly considered. This pack a little bleak, but the blue block 3 does seem to get the nod.
Okay, a playable card. Star World Warning, also a playable card, but not sure that one will actually make it at the very end. I actually find that card quite powerful in Oscilio, but not so much in Aurora.
Circular Flow Tide still available here alongside a red Hollow Shield in this pack, but another blue Destructive Fleetfoot available is going to be... We saw this with Simon in our first draft pod. These Fleetfoots were just super solid. They were extenders. They threatened Lightning Flow tokens, and they were blue block 3s when that's what you needed them to be. So, oh, good race.
That's 4 Ziggy cards. At this point, he takes a shiny one.
As you should.
I'm not sure there is a Ziggy in this table, to be honest.
Oh, dearie me.
Or there isn't yet one.
Yeah, someone is going to be Ziggy. In fact, oh my lord. Several people are going to be Ziggy, and it might, right. They pay me for words, and I have none.
Some people might be switching into it, or maybe it's too late at this point, but regardless, this is turning out to be not as balanced of a pod as we just had.
No, late blue flow tide, definitely a blessing. definitely a blessing. Like, okay, so reviewing this pack, I think the two best cards might be the illusionist ones.
Yeah, possibly. I think Sean maybe sat down and had an idea of what he was drafting. He took that pack 1, pick 2 snap fingers, and he already is 50% of the way done with his equipment suite. And honestly, he picked up some good cards up until pack 1 pick like 9 or 10. And oftentimes in these drafts, you're not looking for every card to be a banger. So I think he's still in an okay spot. Of course, we have seen Aurora being drafted already on stream, and we know that Simon didn't do exactly that well. But yeah, that red Auric Shards being your pack 1 pick 13 never feels great when you're not able to play with it.
Okay, so walk me through it. What is the plan from here? What are the most important things for us to find? Like the non-negotiables. What do we have to find to make this deck functional? What would we like to find if the pack breaks our way? And is there any chance at all that we're not playing Aurora?
Well, we have 5 cards that are definitely not going to be part of our 30. The 2 equipment that we drafted, those are good cards, the Robe and the Snap Fingers. And we already have 3 cards that just are legally not in Aurora. I want to talk for a quick second. There's a chance, right? I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, plus the Snap Fingers. There are 7 Rune Blade cards plus the Snap Fingers that Sean can maybe choose to throw away if he thinks that the Illusionist pivot could be good enough. I mean, he was force-fed with that red Auric Shards and the Ebbing Arc Stride and the Pulsing Cardia, and it's not like he can't make that decision to be maybe the only Illusionist, the second Illusionist. There's a world where he does that and he actually pivots and makes a really good deck. Like, I truly think. Okay. Just like, I don't think anyone was taking Illusionist cards on first pass.
No, I agree.
So there is a world that's possible, and Sean has 7 cards that he would give up. The magic number is 12. The number of cards that you cannot put in your deck before we enter Cracked Bauble territory.
We love Cracked Bauble territory. It is a known residence of mine on occasion from getting a bit too ambitious. So let's hope Sean's not joining me in that village. Let's make our way down to pack number 2 and see if it is stay the course or hodl for Sean Knowelden. Blue Polaris Pulse Ray and Red Arc Ramp were not the rares we were looking for.
Yeah, Sean looks like he's pushing that Voltbound Duality to the front and the yellow Singeing Flow Tide. I don't think he has plans of pivoting out. And of course, we do know he is 50% on the way with the equipment, already having that Snap Fingers in the Robe of Astral Sanctuary. So he's looking for a hat and a boot. But of course, here, not so interested in, I think that was a hat of some sort. That was one of the 2-cost ones, the Ponder creator, the Tiara.
The Tiara, yeah.
So it makes sense he's less interested because normally the Aurora builds are a little bit more stringent. You want the Seekers or you want the Astral Sanctuary. Okay, takes that Voltbound Reality, yellow.
How much of a concern is it that you have to kind of forego equipment when your card quality has been so poor in pack 1? Is that something we have to rationalize?
Not yet. I think he gets a few picks in pack 2 to see how bad things are. Because while pack 1 felt a little poor at the end, it was at the end. It wasn't at the beginning. If he immediately starts seeing Rune Blade cards missing, like, for example, in this pack and the pack after this, then, you know, some serious considerations of how do I not enter Bauble territory? Do I have to be? But I can't help but mention that Sean's not playing this pod in a way where he has to 3-0.
Correct.
Like if we were in pod 2 or pod 3 or pod 4, God forbid, players there really have to play to 3-0. They have to play in a way where they cannot accept a mediocre deck. They have to go for it. They have to go for a deck that either wins or you know, you die trying.
Yep. Sean not in that boat. Does go with the red Mercurial Skies here. That pair of core reactions worth noting as they wave at you in your wing mirror.
They were yellow. It's okay.
They were yellow is not how I feel when they end my life. All right, fanning through. Sigil Lightning at the front here. Yellow Stinging Sprite at the back of the pack. Sigil Lightning definitely seems to be the point of interest here for Sean at the moment.
Okay, I just also want to mention last pack didn't have an equipment. So whoever opened it took that equipment immediately.
Red Comic Collision still here. Red Pulsing Cardia of some appeal as well.
Looks like Sean is considering the Sigil of Lightning, which would help him get action points. Less interested in the Electron Jolt step, which is a little bit more inefficient when all you want is to generate an action point.
Definitely seems to be leaving that Jolt step in the back for now. Sigil of Lightning will be the acquisition as pick 3.
I do want to mention that Sean has taken 2 Mercurial Skies. This is a rare, so we haven't really seen it yet. But this is a very high ceiling card. This can give an attack go again. And if you're able to maybe push through damage, say with a Storm Shard or I think that's the only... Oh, no, with an Ominous Aggression, you could really get a lot from Mercurial Skies.
Lightning form looking kind of appealing here. This Stellar Glide is a similar story. I won't talk about the Aether Bolt that's wedged between them.
The Nucleus Aether Bolt is quite a good rare here, but we are past that. That's not even part
Too far
of...
gone.
Yeah.
Too far gone. This Lightning form is pretty premium, though, I think.
Yep.
This is a great way to continue extending that turn. If you make an embodiment, have it make an embodiment, all of a sudden another 1-cost attack or 2-cost attack comes on through. Scorpio to follow. Things can get very potent very fast with this one.
I love this take of the Lightning form here. It is also a rare, so it's not a card we see too often, but it's a card that really demands answers. Like, if you don't block this out, you could really supercharge Sean's next turn.
On to pick number 5, Red Hollow Shield, front and center as we pick it up. Oh, I am seeing a Destructive Fleetfoot here, a yellow Electrolyze perhaps. Not an awful lot else though.
Yeah, these cards are honestly reasonable. Like a blue block 3, you're never too disappointed to put in your deck. A yellow Electrolyze, happy to see that. Of course, we do see some wizard cards. Oh, Calm Veil Votehaven red taken here. I love this pick, actually. This has become a card that, especially when you're not playing the 2 heroes that do have like these instant preventions, for example, Cosmic Suture on Oscilio's side, and both Hollow Shield and Corrosive Space Stats from Zyggy's side, Aurora doesn't have these class-specific safety nets to deal arcane damage. And if your deck isn't looking like it's going to be very proactively dealing damage, which right now I'm not seeing from Sean, and you actually do want to block, and then you get paired into an Oscilio, things could get pretty bad pretty quick. So I like this kind of this early taking of a Calm Veil of Volthaven.
Looking at a yellow Flittering Spike and a yellow Electricine Jolt Step as the 2 choices in this pack for Sean. Red Lightning Overload still in the back alongside Blue Nebula Duality for the awaiting Oscilio on the other side of him.
And I also just wanted to mention one more time, we're in Pack 2, Pick 6, and since Pack 2, Pick 2, we have not seen equipment. So these equipments in this pod number 1, winner's pod of day 2, right? Everyone here had to at least go 2-1 in their last pod. Equipment is getting snapped up.
Feels like a big lesson learned by our players as they navigated the calling. This equipment just at a premium, something you really cannot afford to give up.
Here is when I first am starting to realize, yeah, we've had multiple packs now of lower quality, less than ideal cards for Sean. They're playable cards. I see a blue block 3. I see a yellow Rush of Power. I see this live wire press that, for example, Simon Nielsen wasn't even interested as a pick 13. Here, another blue Thunderous Retort from Sean. I think I'm starting to come around to this pick.
Sure.
Thunderous Retort seems like it fulfills a lot of needs. It's not just a card that gives you Arcane Barrier. I think in Sean's deck, it's a card that incidentally gives you that Arcane Barrier, but more so, oh man.
Okay. Oh, well, I found where all the Runeblade cards were. Rush of Power, Red Jolt Step, Yellow Dashing Flatfoot, all clumped together here as we make our way into pick number 8. If there's another Runeblade, well, they've been struggling. You can see this pack had to make it through all the way from the other side of the table.
Sean basically gesturing, I want all 3 of these cards. Can I just stop this pack and just take the rest of these? There was also a red Electron Jolt Step in that pack, of course, and that Flash Foot was a rare, foil rare. Sean here showing that Rush of Power is his preferred of those quick strike attacks, despite it not being one of the rares. I think because it costs 0, and so far he took 2 Singeing Flow Strides in the last pack, and it's, from watching the way Simon Nielsen was playing, some of the best turns involved a 1-cost quick strike and a 0-cost quick strike into the Scorpio weapon. So nice that he's balancing out his quick strike attacks.
Whereas still a Glide still in the pack here as a viable option. We see the yellow Conflicting Thoughts. The Glide seems like a pretty clean, easy pick for me here.
Yeah, the Glide isn't like a great card in terms of stats. Everything about this card feels like it could have been modified 1 point better in every single direction, and it still would have been a reasonable card. If it blocked 3, if it cost 1, if it attacked for 6, but because it's a lightning action, because it's playable by all 3 classes, I feel like that's the balancing act of that card. It's not too disappointing to have, but it sometimes just doesn't really perform in a pure numbers perspective. Still, at least it's a playable card. Pick 12 of the last pack didn't even have playable cards for Sean. So as long as we're still, drafting cards that we don't have to just put in the side pile, I think he's ecstatic. This yellow Voltbound Duality, that was Sean's pack 1, pick 1. To receive it, or pack 2, pick 1. To receive it, pack 2, pick 13, I would be ecstatic as Sean.
Stinging Sprite there in the middle. Blue Ebbing Arc Stride taken out of necessity. Was 2 Illusionist cards remaining in the pack. Blue Chromatic Reflector there just as the last pickup as well. I'll say improvement on pack 1 there. Definitely felt like we found some ground. Yeah. We found the odd rare that was definitely very impactful. As you say, the whole pack contained playable cards throughout mostly, which is a step in the right direction. Yes. Let's see how this is shaping up between the 2 packs so far and try and figure out what holes we really need to fill.
Yeah, we still didn't see any improvement made in terms of our equipment suite. We saw that that Cosmic Tiara on that first pick in pack 2, and we never saw an equipment after that. Everything else was snatched. So we still have 2 more slots to see. It's possible this could be another Simon Nielsen situation. We never see a boot the entire draft. They're just all taken. That's totally possible. Would love to flesh that out, of course. Then moving forward, we do have, our blue suite. It doesn't look as pretty as Simon. Simon's had a bunch of 3 blocks. We did see Sean prioritize taking a Thunderous Retort over a blue Electron Jolt Step that was a 3 block. And then I think the thing that we're missing out the most are just having a good suite of red attacks. Right now, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red attacks.
Yeah.
Not a lot of them. The Calm Bale is not even attack. The Mercurial Skies, it's kind of like a very high variance non-attack action, giving you that action point. If Sean is maybe able to pair it with a Storm Shard or an Ominous Aggression, we could really see him stealing games with this Mercurial Skies. But until then, I think we're in a precarious spot. We have the pieces, but we're missing a bunch of the core.
I do want to keep an eye out on those Snap Fingers with Mercurial Skies. It is a way, in theory, to force this through, deal some damage, push some Arcane, eat a Lightning Flow. So that's a little something at the very least, one way or the other. But I agree here for me, really needs some more red attacks, needs some power, needs some damage to actually close the door. You can make do with a makeshift mana base sometimes. Right. It's going to be necessary, I think, here for sure to some extent. Yes. I would like equipment, but I'm taking red attacks over basically anything else here going forward.
He has a lot of go again. He doesn't have a bunch of quick successions, but he has a lot of these towards the Sigil of Lightnings and the Skies.
All right, pack 3, locking and loading. Let's go. See what Sean finds inside this first pack of the day. A pretty easy one, it would seem, with that Leech Renown at the front there. Was shown to the camera pretty quickly. Volatile Fluxor being mixed in alongside it now as we fan on through the rest. Yellow Quick Succession, also of consideration, it would seem. What's standing out to you of these 3, Michael? Where are you going?
Well, as we mentioned, Sean has a decent amount of go again action point economy already. So he's looking for these red threats. And while Leech Renown is not an attack action, it is a red card. It's a 1 resource 3. And that on-hit ability can be quite mean against some of his opponents. Sorry, on-damage ability, destroying an Aura token. That includes, of course, Lightning Flow token. So this is not a terrible pick at all. It is fulfilling kind of the requirements. We're looking for red things that deal damage.
Leech Renown is the choice for Sean at the start of this pack. Should be a pretty meaningful upgrade to what we have so far. Will line up very well with 2-cost attacks. Fanning through this next pack. Fluxors in red and Seeker's Mitts there. As the first piece of equipment I feel like we've seen in about 3 months.
Right, so Sean opened with that chest piece. He already has one, so he didn't want to take it. And here he sees a Seeker's Mitts. He already has an arm piece, so it's a little unlucky. Still missing a head and a leg. Still has not seen a leg the entire draft thus far. And looks like he's looking at this blue path of same ends. Maybe the yellow electrolytes gets in the fray. Yep, I see it getting in there.
Not so interested in that red Fluxus right now. Does make some sense. The majority of the instants we have right now are blues and can make for some somewhat awkward turns on occasion. So I like the path. I like this quite a lot, actually. It's a theoretical extender. Does give you a 1-card way of turning on Scorpio in a pinch. So for a blue, not bad.
Also kind of a nice card to pair with Quick Successions, which not seen here, but still a card that I believe Sean should expect to maybe draft 1 or 2 of. A little Tiara, a Constella Tiara here.
Indeed, Tiara available if Sean wants it. Blue Quick Succession also in this pack. Ominous Aggression, Vault-bound Duality of the red variety, alongside some more yellow Runeblade cards in the back to boot.
Yeah, Sean has to be careful. This is Pack 3. Pack 1 didn't end very well for him, so that was when he was receiving from his right neighbor. Packs were being passed towards the left, and now we're back to Pack 3 and doing this again. And so if he doesn't start taking really positive, strong red threads early, he may never see them again.
Difficult choice does go with the Quick Succession over the red Vault-bound Duality. Decides the additional go-again enabler more important in this spot.
Now, Scott, you know Sean a little bit better than I do. What does Sean like playing in Classic Constructed? Just out of curiosity.
Been a while since I've dabbled with Sean in CC. The last time we butted heads was, funnily enough, back in Blitz for a Battle Hardened a little long time ago. But I believe Sean recently was rocking KO Armed and Dangerous up until Living Legend. Has some history on Kasai. Did have a lot of success in that deck as well. So grindy decks, aggressively slanted, perhaps.
Seeker's Leggings.
Definitely feels like a pretty big win here. The question is if you can afford to take it.
Well, this is pick 4. There will be 4 more picks possible of seeing an equipment because every pick after that is, part of the wheel.
Sean says no. Red Stinging Strike, more important. Just Stunning Swipe, I should say, even just needs these red attacks. They are just so much more important than equipment right now, it would seem.
Well, Scott, to follow up my last question, I asked because I've played against Sean once. We played at a Living Legend Battle Hardened in Barcelona, and he was playing Stack Viserai.
Okay,
and,
sure.
So maybe he has an affection for Runeblades, and he knows he only has to pull out a single win here. So when he's presented with a card pretty good for his deck and a rainbow foil stamped blue Quick Succession, I'm not saying anything, but maybe you're catching my drift.
No, I understand where you're getting at. Red Jolt Step, gloves, the equipment slot available here again. Rather painful for Sean, unfortunately. But the Jolt Step, I think, pretty good. Another way to utilize red levels of power with your otherwise yellow and blue attacks. Does give you some additional lightning flow to boot. This is, at least in my opinion, the most promising pack we've seen for Sean so far. This has felt like a much cleaner start than Pack 1 or Pack 2.
I also think the red Electric Jolt Step is going to be the most likely card to see Classic Constructed play. Although this pick I truly don't think was taken just because that's going to make his Runeblade deck in the future. I just think this is just an all-star common that you're going to want to play every color, especially in sealed, and I would never be I'd never be unhappy to draft it.
Blue Flashbulb front and center as the next pack comes up. Again, we're kind of forced to look at this yellow Singeing Flow Stride as the option. Ominous Aggression.
This is the second one.
It
that we've
is.
seen. We saw one earlier in this draft.
We did see Simon picking one of these up and slotting it into Aurora as well. If Sean to be realistic for a moment, like if we accept our deck is a little lackluster and we didn't quite get there in the way we wanted to, it's cards like Ominous Aggression, cards like Mercurial Skies that are going to let you steal a game. And as we've alluded to, Sean just needs to steal one. That's where we are with this draft.
He just needs to steal one base to get home. I get that. I get that.
Ominous Aggression is the pick. That potential +4. Looking pretty good. Blue Stinging Flow Strike, and red Glide Through Starlight. Feels like a pretty easy pick here. We are looking for those reds above all else. It might not be a Rune Blade attack, but it's efficient nonetheless.
Yeah, we're looking for red threats. Glide Through Starlight is actually a relatively flexible red threat. It, pays for that by being a 2-block, but being able to discard it, prevent 1, create a lightning flow. It's a really nice card. It's kind of like the counter to those duality cards that we've also extolled virtues about.
Starlight is a pick for Sean. Happy to pick that one up and add to the red count as the next pack enters his hand. Ominous Respite. Oh, okay. Some pretty premium reds. Destructive Fleetfoot, Vaultbound, Duality. Both available here for Sean.
There is that Ominous Respite yellow. Sean's almost definitely not going to take it, but it's good to know. It is a rare and providing a unique effect of gaining a lot of life, 3 life, potentially. Just a card to be aware of.
Couldn't agree more. Destructive Fleetfoot was a choice in the end. 0 for 4 in theory. Okay, yellow Mercurial Skies available here. Yellow Astral Assault as well. Some more pretty premium Zyggy goodies in the back. That red Ebbing Arc Stride standing out to me. Blue Brush Off, clearly the best color. That covers a duality. I mean, what more do you want?
Yeah, precisely. Ooh, I believe that was the yellow Astral Assault that was taken there.
Astral Assault instead does, of course, come in for 6 if you're willing to eat Lightning Flow. Sean definitely a little light on 2-cost attacks, and so having something to do in that cost curve does feel pretty good. Red Cosmic Duality, red Auric Shards, and another Zyggy common there definitely feels like the story of this pod as we wind things down in
pack
pack 3.
Pick 11, and there are still 3 Zyggy commons, so I don't think if there were any people that did kind of make that pivot from realizing, wow, Ziggy's really open. At maximum, it was 1. I can't imagine there's more than like 1 Zyggy drafter at this table. Maybe there's 2.
Rush of Power found here for Sean in the yellow variety. Not quite as appealing as its red counterpart, but truth be told, still worth 4 potential damage if you can force a hit through. Just a little harder to hit that hit to connect in the first place. Do find another blue block 3 towards the end of the pack. Feels like a bit of a gift to round
cards that go in the
out.
deck.
Yep.
That's excellent. That's what you want to do when you're drafting.
You can see why Michael is a Pro Tour champion. Nothing gets over his head. Take the blue pulsing card here away as the more promising common for any expectant Zyggy. And one final card will go into the Great Pier for Sean Knowelden to wrap things up. Fleeing Starbreeze is the last one there. What a intriguing draft to follow, Michael.
So, equipment. I think we saw like 3. Maybe
a couple more gloves towards the end there.
That's true. Some
glove slots.
Fingers of Fragmentation, which not many people at that table are going to be able to use. No,
definitely not. Let's see how the deck shaped up in the end when Sean put it together. This was our viable card pool. If Sean is trying to steal a game, which is all he needs to make the top 8 of this calling, what cards are we looking to see to assemble power turns? How are we going to do that?
I think we're looking for Ominous Aggression. We're putting that in our arsenal, and we're waiting to do a little Mercurial Skies turn and hoping we have a resource card to play that aggression and just push through the damage. I think this is... I think it would be fair to say this feels a little bit weaker than what Simon was able to draft in the last draft. And that by nature of just this being the second pod that's still in a second draft that's still pod 1, it makes sense. The better your neighbors are, the better the other 7 players in your pod are, the better they are at taking the powerful cards and denying those cards from you. So I would never feel too discouraged if I'm in this situation and I draft a deck that just feels a little bit more subpar. This draft pod in general just felt so imbalanced. Here, Sean was practically forced to take 6 Illusionist cards, and I'm sure he was not the only player that was forced to take so many cards that were not of their class. There was clearly a lot more Zyggies, and a lot more Oscilios and Auroras, but to be fair, he kept getting late cards that were pickable in his class, even in pick 12, pick 13. Yes, they were blues. Yes, they were yellows. So I imagine the overall makeup might be like Oscilio's being the most drafted hero. And this was something we thought that Pod 1 would have, as 4 of those players played Oscilio in Sealed. I imagine maybe some Oscilio players 3-0'd and 2-1. They wanted to repeat their success. But in terms of overall power level of this draft, I think Sean was able to take enough, not maybe a lot, an abundant amount, but he has enough red threats to present red threats turn after turn after turn. He just has to hope to draw them in the right order, as he does have a lot of yellow attacks that also kind of dilute his attack pool in general.
I do want to double down on something you just kind of hinted at a moment ago. In a draft like this, yes, you can look at this deck and go, this isn't ideal. This isn't what I wanted to pick up in the first place. But when it's so imbalanced and there's so many Ziggy cards going so late, it's not just you. Everyone else is going to be stuck with 6, 7, 8 Illusionist cards they really didn't want to have. And so all of a sudden, this might not be the most impressive draft that you've seen, but it might be more than serviceable in the pod you find yourself in, which is going to create a really interesting dynamic as these players kind of nickel and dime their way through. I'm fearful someone ended up in Bauble territory. That is where I'm at. So let's take a look at the hero breakdown of this pod, and we're going to see how this one shook out. We have found our Ziggy. Thomas van Minsel might have been asleep at the wheel in the last draft, but he found the avenue here. Definitely found the way to put the Illusionist together.
Yeah, he is the only Ziggy at this table. There are 5 Oscilios, including Oliver Spapens, who had drafted Oscilio in the last pod. I don't know what these the newcomers to our pod drafted last set. 1, 2, 3, 4 Oscilios.
I thought I was dreaming. I was like, I know there is actually a Ziggy. Did you count the Ziggy? Like, you might have got there.
I'm the one falling asleep. But I don't know what these players who are newcomers to our pod drafted in our last pod. I'm going to look into that because I'm curious if they just said, last draft was successful, I'm going to run it again. I did run into Jacob in between pods. I know he drafted Oscilio for pod number 1. Okay. And I think I'm willing to bet maybe he was still drafting Oscilio a few picks in and then decided, well, I am literally sandwiched both directions by all of the 4 Oscilios.
Horrifying. Yeah, I cannot think of a worse Oscilio seat to be in than Jacob Clements in this particular draft. Would have been a pretty gnarly way to go. This is a unique one. I can't wait to see how it shakes out.
And I just want to touch on that one point you made earlier before we switched to the pod records, which was that Sean's deck, it doesn't have to be a work of art. It doesn't have to be the best deck ever. It just has to beat his opponent, and a lot of his opponents might have decks that are equally a little bit on the weaker side, right? A little below average. Not a looker, so to speak, right? So we're not maybe going to be expecting some constructed level power turns, but we're going to see some more blocking. It's a little bit more nitty-gritty turns. But I think that what Sean has drafted should at least push him across the finish line. I think he has enough gas in the tank to at least steal a win, maybe even 2.
Maybe even 2. I'm told we have some context from Sam O'Byrne. What's up, Sam?
Hello. I'm coming to you through the clouds, through the omens. I was out there spotting the draft, been out there all day with the drafters. Michael, you just hit the nail on the head. I talked to Sean. I grabbed him right as he finished his draft. I was like, just give me a couple sentences. How do you feel? He looked at me with this big old grin on his face, and he said, the deck's not great, but I'm hoping the other ones aren't great either. He said, I think we dodged a bauble. That was his kind of overall thought, and he said, I just need to go 1-2. I think this deck can do it. I did, however, just have the briefest chance to talk to Thomas, our single Ziggy. He looked at me and just said one word, perfect. Back to you.
I think both of those are viable tattoos. We just about dodged a bauble is probably fine on one arm, and then perfect definitely is the story of some of my other events. This feels like a draft pod for the ages. We're going to have some memories from this one. That's the vibe I'm getting.
I really hope we get to see Thomas's deck in action because I want to see what a perfect Ziggy deck looks like. And of course, that's not what we're going to see immediately. I think Sean's deck you know, there's some sparks in there. I think we could see some really powerful turns, and I'm really looking forward to that. I want to see that big grin on his face.
Me too. You heard the words from the horse's mouth in that case. It's not pretty, but it can do it. So Sean clearly believes that there is enough gas in this chamber, much like Michael does, to get this one win required to make it to our top 8. I believe. I do believe. I think the more we've talked about it, I might have baited myself into it a little bit, but everyone was going to suffer from the wrath of Zyggy on this one. The deck quality on average is just going to be a little bit lower, and I know Sean knows his way around the limited game. So I have faith. I'm a believer. If I could vote in the poll, I would, and I would vote for Sean. Speaking of poll, by the way, on the break, I decided to do what everyone should be doing right now. Jumped over to fabtcg.com, found the Silver Age vote, voted for Ira. You don't have to vote for Ira, but you should. But even if you're not voting for Ira, you should go. Go over to your account right now. Silver Age voting is open. Secure your vote. Influence the future of that format while you've got the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, you definitely should. I mean, we got this nice little ability to vote, and we might as well take advantage of it. I mean, this is not something I've ever experienced in any of my other games, trading card games that I've ever played. So, yeah, I will think about that Ira vote still a little bit more. I mean, I just think that, you know, at the end of the day, she is still kind of like a relatively balanced hero. I know she sees so much play, but I kind of also feel for people that have invested in that deck, and I'm torn because I do think it would be cool to not have Ira anymore. A lot of my armories and a lot of the showdowns that I've been at, there's just been mountains of Iras. So I see the reasons for the vote.
Look, I don't disagree with you, and I will willingly embrace that I have a natural bias because my journey at Pro Tour Yokohama, the wheels came off from multiple back-to-back all red hands from Ira. So for me, it's the other side of the coin. I'm like, you had your chance. You had your chance. You betrayed me.
Personal investment in this.
Yep. Yeah, I feel spited and slighted, in fact, by Ira.
Okay,
so that's what. Yeah. Forget the community. I don't care what's best for Silver Age. I have a grudge. I have some venom to take out on Ira, and she's gonna get what she deserves. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. We'll chat if you guys tell me what you want me to vote for. I will be reading that later, and I'm just still kind of an undecided voter.
Okay, well, if I can't convince you, I'm sure someone in chat can. Sounds like our game is ready for us. It's time to do the dance. Can Sean Knowelden find a way to lock up a win nice and early? It will be Andrei, Sebastian, Suciu? I'll always give it a shot. Always give it a shot. We'll go with Andrei moving forward from there on the other side of the table. One of our numerous Oscilio players sitting at 10-1 that will be the hurdle in the way. Remember, folks, this is a win and in. If Sean falls short, it means Andrei did not. Andrei will be joining us in our top 8 if the win happens to go his way instead. Let's take a look.
One of these players definitely making top 8, and it looks like Sean did win that dice roll and got to choose to go second.
All right, Aurora here and Oscilio available for us. The players warming up, just getting a heads on how they're going in the feature match area. Seems like they're still setting up for us. These two heroes have been on camera all weekend, of course. We've only had 3 to choose from as the nature of limited. Aurora has had a bit of an uphill battle, definitely through the seal portion, one way or the other. Oscilio on the other side has arguably been the breakout star, one way or the other. I gotta say I'm rooting for the underdog here, maybe both literally and metaphorically, because I would like Sean to punch the ticket and start a new story here this weekend. Has chosen to go second, which does feel like a pretty reasonable thing to do when you're looking to go sledding, take tempo, use as much aggression as you can. Let's see if it pans out. Let's get ourselves down into the game and see how our players work through one of the more interesting draft pods I have ever seen. So equipment pieces will be displayed. We do see that robe and the snap fingers for Sean. We see Seeker's Laced Lightning for Andrei. Sebastian on the other side. Lightning flow generated for both players thanks to Omens of Arcana as these first hands are drawn up.
Nothing from me.
Andrei just passes. No arcane damage. And his hand, I think, is 4 lightning cards. I believe it was a Cosmic Flare, Visionary of Orbits, and 2 other lightning cards. That is not too much of a surprise, given that there were 4 Oscilios.
Starting off with a blue copy of Path of Same Ends. It's 1-1. If you prevent the arcane, I will have to pay to give this go again. If you don't, it will gain it naturally.
I feel like Sean got away with murder on that. He chose to go second and took 0 points of damage. Andrei just didn't have a spell. The he chose the Arsenal card, and of course, the spell is the 5th card. Yellow Lightning Overload was his draw.
Always the way. More than happy to take some damage to keep his hand together, though. Falls to 17, does Andrei. And Stellar Glide will be the follow-up, and we will eat that Lightning Flow to give this go again. So 5 go again, followed by Scorpio, no doubt. Yellow Lightning Overload forced to play defense for 3 points here. 2 damage bleeds over, brings our wizard down to 15. Scorpio will wrap things up with a nice little bow. 1 and potentially another 1.
Honestly, a pretty great first turn going second as Sean. Able to expend his hand, able to pitch efficiently, and able to get that too important Scorpio swing.
Looks like Flittering Spike going into the arsenal there as well would be a nice enabler for the following turn too. Pretty good stuff for Sean all around. Back over to Andrei we go. He's looking at that grip of Volatile Fluxes to start things off. It's 0 go again, probably. Might get a little bigger if we find an instant on the other side. We'll make a Lightning Flow if it connects for any meaningful point of damage. Sean looking at a hand that contains multiple of those later picks in the draft. We see that Star World Warning did make the cut, did dodge the bauble, as Sean said. We see the 1 Arcane from Stinging Sprite on defense here. Not something we've seen super often. This card is rare, so it doesn't pop up a ton, but deals an Arcane on defense as well as attack. So Cosmic Flare here, going to juice up the Volatile Flexes, give it some extra power up to 3, and generate 3 resources in the process. So currently a point bleeding over into Sean, and 3 resources made for Andrei.
I'm going to tap my hero to prevent the next 1 damage.
Red will be used to soak up a damage.
An important point of damage, this Volatile Fluxer also contains an odd hit with it.
Lightning Flow denied for Andrei. We'll see that Visionary of Orbits come crashing through. This one looked so impressive yesterday. Really hard to get a 7-power non-fragment attack in this format. I believe this is the only one, in fact. So very solid 2-card play. That Cosmic Flare acting as a blue to enable this one. Comes crunching in. And it will be a red Flow Stride that is forced to play defense here for Sean. Taking 4 points of damage brings him down to 16 on the other side of the table. So 16-12. We'll see that Visionary trigger putting the Cosmic Flare back on the bottom of the deck to fund a big play later on as well. So back to Sean. Pitches away that blue quick succession to fire off the spike from the arsenal. Yellow spike by the looks of things.
Whew, what a clean play. He's able to play that Star World Warning and basically get good value from this Flittering Spike. Will Andrei respect it with 2 cards, or no? Also getting a little bit more leak damage. Sean is going to be able to make 3 Lightning Flows here if damage is dealt.
Meteoric Impact jumps in front. And so Sean checking with the table spotter. Will Snap Fingers allow Flittering Spike to do its thing? I believe no, because I think this is a when this hits trigger, not a when this deals damage trigger. But I will trust the judges and the table spotters. They know better than me with these cards. They have all the knowledge. Looks like our players here navigating this and discussing it. Keyword here for me is hits. Should change things ever so slightly.
Right, that's a very key distinction, hits and deals damage. Most of the Lightning Runeblade cards have a when it deals damage clause, but the Lightning cards themselves actually just have the older clause of when this hits. And hits is a very, it's a specific definition in Flesh and Blood, and that's it deals damage in the damage step.
Up to 5 thanks to Star World Warning. Does make 2 Lightning Flows as a result. We'll have the ability to make 1 more if this 2 points of physical damage squeaks on through. We see Rift Breaker in the hand for Andrei on the other side. Red Astral Assault there as well to boot. Definitely some more attack-heavy Oscilio action going on right now. Red Flexes being pitched away to activate this Seeker's Hood. Take a peek at the top card. Looks like Enian Surge to me on top there will be placed back where it was found.
Yeah, of the red variety.
So you're taking 1 down to 11.
Takes 1 damage down to 11, and a flow will be generated thanks to that spike.
That's a really good turn for Sean. Making those 3 Lightning Flow tokens. Andrei maybe wishes he would have blocked 2 cards there instead. Now has to kind of battle through 3 Lightning Flow tokens, but I don't think Andrei sent a single spell yet. This is yet more physical damage.
Yeah, 7 points coming across from Astral Assault here. At least it's the red variety. He does need to cash out that lightning flow to make this happen. Sean looking at a hand on the other side of things. It contains Stinging Swipe, Flow Tide, that yellow Vitality, and I believe the Leech in the hand there as well. Memories, if I recall correctly. Blocking 6 here means the 1 point will bleed on through, brings Sean down to 15.
Yeah, Sean is just playing good old Flesh and Blood, good numbers. Block 6, attack for 3, Arsenal that Renown, Leech Renown for a future turn.
Yellow Duality showing its often forgotten third mode of Hit You.
I think Andrei actually has a bit of a pickle here. He has finally started drawing his spells, but one of the problems with the spells in this format are almost none of them have a way to gain go again. So because Sean's attack is quite small, only coming in for 3, Andrei's going to have to figure out how to spend his hand.
Pitches away a blue Duality to play from the arsenal. This Calm Veil of Volthaven looking to prevent 3 damage and make a lightning flow. Pretty clean. Just take 2 cards in a way to prevent just 3 damage, but will make a flow, successfully converts those cards, finding a way to use them for something or other.
Yeah, that Calm Veil was in Andrei's opening hand, and it was quite awkward then, as it didn't allow him to really do anything against Sean. Andrei picked a good turn to really utilize it, of course, but it wasn't a very efficient play. It was 2 cards to prevent 3 damage and create a flow. However, still better than getting 0 value from your cards.
Tab Lessons Past is the play of choice from Andrei. We'll pay 1 to send 4 Arcane if it deals damage. You can tap the hero, put an instant back on the bottom. Might be that Calm Veil if Andrei thinks a little bit of extra juice will be needed to prevent some damage from Sean in the late game. For now, the choice is on Sean, who is staring at 4 Arcane, has no idea for certain how many spells Andrei has access to, and doesn't know whether these Lightning Flow need to be expended now, later, on Embodiment of Lightning, something similar instead. Some things to think through, that's for sure.
Yeah, Sean's also just trying to figure out if he wants to maybe... Oh, you were just about to say that card, I apologize.
You're all good. Just means we're thinking about the same thing. It's good nature all around. So we will see a Lightning Flow cashed in to suck up an Arcane. Prevents 1 point, means 3 being taken here. We'll see that Calm Veil being popped on the bottom. Oscilio being tapped.
And I will pass. Sure.
So over to Sean. 5 cards to work with. It's Destructive Fleetfoot being pitched to turn a Lightning Flow into an Embodiment of Lightning. It's like pulling a rabbit out of a hat, but you know, in
it's
Wraith.
like a little bit of a, I don't know, transmutation.
Yep, yeah, certainly is. Magic trick at its finest. Leech Renown comes out of the arsenal with that remaining resource. And we'll see this Singeing Flow Strike joining the Leech Renown and the Embodiment of Lightning. So Quick Strike will be triggered here. We're going to see 7 points of physical damage coming in. And 1 point of arcane damage on attack. So Andrei has to decide if this is worth that Lightning Flow, one of those Seeker's equipment, and how he intends on dealing with the 7 physical that Sean has managed to assemble here with that Leech Renown was the first pick in that 3rd pack.
Andrei's probably not going to be able to keep this Lightning Flow. He can use it to Spell Void the Arcane, and then now the physical doesn't really have as much of an on-hit as he doesn't have a Aura token anymore.
Makes a lot of sense to cash it out profitably when you have the opportunity to. 12 plays 11 as these players work their way through a difficult draft. Blocking 6 here on the Flow Stride. Currently taking 1 point of damage. Looks like Andrei debates pitching away to create the Embodiment of Lightning with that Lace Lightning. Cover up that last point and set up to go wide himself at a later date, hopefully.
Yeah, this is an epic or a very smart heads-up play. Ooh.
Okay, looks like we have some small technical issues that glide through Starlight, glide right through our camera and gameplay and players and judges. So bear with us just a second. We'll have something fixed and we'll make sure we take care of it. But I'll be honest with you, Michael. I'm kind of impressed by what Sean's been managing to assemble turn after turn. It hasn't really felt like we've hiccuped. Like, sure, we're missing some red power. It's blues and yellows. It's kind of nickel and diming. But the engine is working. We're finding go again. We're making embodiments. We're sending Scorpio. You're still doing Aurora things.
Yeah, and on this turn cycle that we were just watching, what I really liked was Andrei, I think he played that turn pretty well. He has one float currently, and he's about to, maybe pop his Seeker's robe, Seeker's Gelée, apologize, to what he thinks might be a Scorpio swing. But then Sean comes in with that Glide Through Star Path. So I like that turn. It's just a lot of damage being represented there. Being able to chain end on a 5 attack, it's not something that Auroras always do because there aren't really that type of attack profile in the Lightning Runeblade class. He's playing a Lightning card that, well, at least this is not Lightning Flow, which would present even more problems for Andrei. But so far, it feels like Sean has drawn his hands in the right order. He hasn't drawn any disaster hands. He's drawn his Star World Warning, with his Flittering Strike, Flittering Spike, and his turns have all looked reasonable. Now, is he playing some yellows that are a little bit less efficient? Yes. However, can't really blame him. This is a very stacked pod.
It's just about making it work, and Knowelden is making it work. Sounds like we have things working too. So let's get ourselves back down there and see how this one goes. So it looks like we have lost a small window here of Andrei's turn, and so Sean is in the following turn. We see that Electricin Jolt Step into that red rush of power. So Foot was down when we left. Foot is definitely down when we come back. 7 go again on hit. One more point of Arcane. Very uncomfortable when Andrei's looking at a hand that contains at least one instant. Ominous Aggression front and center there.
Yeah, Sean was at 12 when the cameras went out, and so I don't think Andrei did anything. I believe he probably blocked his last card, then used his Seeker's Gelée as it's clearly missing, and back to Sean. Sean showing some offensive potential here.
An embodiment of the Lightning sitting around. Andrei going to be looking for a window to use that. It is Flittering Force Field that is available in hand and no instant played alongside it, which is a little bit bleak. So just blocking 3, falls down to 4 as the rush of power on hit deals a point of arcane damage. Scorpio following on through for one more physical, maybe one more arcane. You see the dissatisfied shrug from Andrei of like, yeah, I guess. 2 plays 12. And we're looking for Oscilio to mount a comeback here. 4 cards to work with. 10 life to gap.
That was an excellent turn. Red Electron Jolt Step into Activate Aurora, into Rush of Power, into Scorpio. I mean, that's just bread and butter Aurora and Limited.
5 go again on Red Astral Assault here. No Lightning Flow to cash in, so just 5 this time round.
Yeah, the Destructive Fleetfoot sent 2 turns ago did more than just force Andrei to use his Lightning Flow. It also denied this Astral Assault from coming in for 7 damage. 2 Resource 5 is a lot worse than 2 Resource 7.
Will pay to Ominous Aggression this over. The Embodiment of Lightning means it is going to be doing 4 extra points of damage, and so Sean Knowelden falls down to 6. But does have 4 cards to work with and only 2 damage remaining between him and a top 8 berth here in Prague. Sigil of Lightning played at the end of the turn of Andrei, makes an embodiment to start things off for Sean, and we see 2 0-cost attacks in the hand. Which one do you lead on? Rush of Power, Destructive Flatfoot. It will be the red, the Fleetfoot in deep. There's so many feet, so many feet. It's going to be enough.
Oh,
Andrei says no, draws the hand, cannot block, cannot defend, cannot suck it up. And despite a very difficult to navigate draft, Sean Knowelden has found a way to lock up a place in our top 8 alongside Aurora, the emissary of Lightning.
Let's do that again.
I'm sure Sean is, contractually obligated to do it again. Like, there are more rounds to play, Aurora. You can't just leave because the man's made top 8. That's just, she doesn't understand how the game works.
Well, that was an exhilarating game, honestly, at the very end of the day. Sean navigated that draft in a way where, honestly, it just felt like his turns were just so reasonable. It didn't feel like he was the third Aurora. It didn't feel like he had multiple picks where he was forced to take these Zyggy cards. really glad that he won that.
Yeah, happy to see how he navigates his top 8 draft, and maybe it's a little easier on the eyes this time around. We'll have to wait and find out. See how this pod's looking after one round of play. Who's joining us in the top 8 for certain? Looks like no one but Sean right now. Looks like, well, our lower record players, it's Griffin and Peter, have found the win in the early stages here on the back of Oscilio and Aurora. Otherwise, some unfortunate losses for our one of Zyggy, which I'm shocked, if that deck is perfect, that something has managed to take a steal away there.
Yeah, it seems like there might be a draw on these settings, or maybe something's not updated. But yeah, Griffin, Peter getting that win, Sean being our featured drafter, actually winning his first round and functionally locking a top 8 berth. That is excellent news. I wonder what our next round will be.
So we have been told that there was in fact an error, and I'm not shocked to say Thomas won on Zyggy here.
Oh,
which
okay.
is more what I expected from the perfect Zyggy deck. So we'll have that corrected, nice and easy fix. So the correct amount of 1-0s. In fact, it turns out it was rather overpowered to be on the left-hand side of the table in this this draft.
Yeah, in general. So there are 4 Oscilios, but Griffin is the main one. He's the first one to start the train and the first one to receive the 3 packs from him, from Sean, Thomas, and Peter. So by all regards, he should have the best looking Oscilio deck, and him winning here is a reflection of that. Otherwise, Peter and Thomas are consequently some of the better positioned Auroras, and obviously Thomas is just the best positioned drafter at the table, being the only Zyggy. So none of this is too surprising. I'm really excited to see what the next round is going to look like, because we are really starting to get a good picture of what our top 8 is looking like. I can already start visualizing it.
I feel a little sorry for Oliver, who the dream is now dead of the 14-0. Again, playing with the house's money, not going to be too upset, I don't think, realistically. But I had my hopes of that runaway story, and unfortunately a loss taken in the first round of this draft means we're not going to be seeing that this time around. I think, in a weird way, the draft we've seen, the round we just watched, are actually very important to pre-releases, to future sets of the limited format for nationals and the like, because you're not always going to get the dream draft. You're not always going to have it put in your hands. It's not always going to make sense. And I think learning how to navigate situations like this one is an important part of becoming a very skilled limited player.
Yeah, so sealed, where you get 8 packs, you are doing drafting. You're drafting the cards into the deck that you're going to legally present to your opponent. So it's a skill to be able to discern what are good cards? What are cards that make me want to play a hero? What are cards that I should put in my deck when I'm against a certain hero? These are all really useful skills, and I think when you become a good drafter, you also become better at building a sealed deck, and actually vice versa, to be honest. When you're building these good sealed decks and you're playing them and you're seeing what works, what are the A plus B plus C elements that I want to make my deck hum and sing, especially as an Aurora player, which has been what our featured drafters have been drafting. They've followed a formula, looking for a source of go again, looking for attacks that benefit from that go again, looking to swing weapon. I think this strategy, it sounds simple at a basic level, but when you're drafting, you have to be very creative with which cards give you those elements.
Invaluable insight, well worth paying attention to. We'll see more of it on full display as Sean and other Auroras try and fight their way through this final pod. I'm fighting the urge to tell you to vote for Ira. I can see you want to. I can see you want to. So a quick reminder that we have votes open now for Silver Age voting. You can influence the future of this format by removing your least favorite matchup, your most problematic matchup, your best friend's favorite deck, your villain's favorite deck. It's entirely up to you how you intend on changing things for the future. All you gotta do, log into Gem between now, like right now, and the end of the closing window, one way or the other. Pick your hero. To be clear, it's a really simple process. The box is there inside your Gem account. You just need to select a hero and select confirm or submit, whatever the situation might be. But you can't undo it. So once you've clicked that button, make sure you're happy with your choice, and maybe don't click the button with sway hands or something, because you can't take it back afterwards. Exciting stuff. I'm hopeful I can convince Michael sooner or later to make a pick, or at least tell you who he intends on taking out. Let me know who you're voting for in the chat. I'm eager to see whether I am barking up the wrong tree, or whether maybe Michael is more informed and more sensible than myself. Happy to report that we have the much beloved Thomas van Minsel back for our next feature match round. The perfect Zyggy deck. We'll be playing a win and in on camera to join us in the top 8 of the calling in Prague. Stay with us. we're getting closer. Just 2 games remain now between us and the top 8 of the first ever Omens of the Third Age Limited Calling. There's so many story threads for us to pull on as we go. Sure, Knowelden has completed the story for now. We'll finish out his final chapter when we make it to the top 8, but I am very intrigued to see how Thomas van Minsel manages this one. We saw the fatigue setting in pod 1. Definitely had to scroll and scratch to figure it all out, but has found himself in a seat where he is the only Zyggy deck at the table and describes the deck as perfect. It was perfect.
I'm so excited to see that. I think, like, you know, in some ways, I can think of Zyggy being thematic with this, like, sleepy, lullaby-like dream state.
I like
so
that.
I could see how Thomas kept drafting it. I mean, he's looking at the cards and going, like, oh, yeah, that's where I'd like to be.
That looks like the
Starbreeze.
That looks like the thing I've been hallucinating. Down it
I'll
goes.
take
Yeah,
it.
sounds
Auric
good.
shards, of course.
This sounds like a wonderful weekend to me. I need a dose of Zyggy in my life, I think, one way or the other. Good stories so far for Thomas's opponent, Peter Henriksen on Aurora, fighting Sean in that bracket alongside Jacob Clements, and for Griffin Mayers, who is now heading in the right direction as one of those 4 Oscilios, as you alluded to moments ago. The best seat for it was getting the best traffic for Pack 1 and Pack 3, so expecting that to kind of lean that way even more. It's definitely, I'm sure, the Oscilio deck that looks the most like the one we saw in Pod 1. We'll have to see if the story remains the same for Griffin by the time that we get there. So, tell me, Michael, what do you think a perfect Zyggy deck looks like?
It's hard. Because I think that your deck can't be 30 Lightning Illusionist commons. I think you're going to need some cards from the Lightning pool. And I think you really also want some rares. You want some Corrosive Space Dust. I mean, we saw Thomas use a blue Corrosive and a yellow Corrosive Space Dust to really good effect. And I wonder if, you know, he realized that maybe that's why he ended up drafting Zyggy. Maybe he saw an early red Corrosive Space Dust. I mean, we did see one passed by Sean.
One, it's true.
On his Pack 1, I think it was his pick 2. And so I think it's pretty reasonable, but maybe that flowed through to Thomas, and he was just like, well, all right then. Like, you know, and I just can't wait to see what his deck looks like. I'm excited.
Very, very excited. Let's make our way down and find out. Nathan Henriksen has a uphill battle as one of the 3 Aurora players in this pod, staring down the one and only Zyggy Starlight in the hands of Thomas van Minsel. See, again, Aurora choosing to go second here, looking to get the foot on the gas to start things off with and hit Zyggy hard and fast. So I'm kind of thinking through where Peter's seat was in terms of his Aurora deck. Where do you place him in terms of expected quality?
He was just to... this is actually interesting. I think he was just to Thomas's left.
I believe so.
And Thomas was to Sean's left. So Sean, in some ways, was the first of the train, but they were the 3 Auroras were pretty evenly spread out in a way that I feel like they were not interfering with each other too much. Although I do think Sean had a slightly better seat because he had more players to his right that weren't Aurora. Like the Aurora to his right, the closest one was 3 seats away instead of 2 seats away, or in this case, 1 seat away. So I believe his deck should be a little bit worse than Sean's, but I can't imagine it being too much worse for him to still pick up a win, if that makes sense.
Indeedy. All right. Zyggy versus Aurora one more time. I can't wait to see what a perfect deck looks like. And Corrosive Space Dust in the hand there alongside a pair of Cosmic Dualities is certainly a pretty snazzy start.
That might be a pair of Corrosive Space Dust, to be honest.
That is 2 pair.
It's a 2 pair.
That is 2 pair.
And I think it's blue, blue, yellow, yellow as well. Let's just double check for a quick second.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, blue, blue, yellow, yellow. It is quite literally the 2 pair there. You know what? That's close. That's close to what I would consider a perfect hand. That's pretty good.
I'm really curious what Thomas chooses to do with this hand and what he chooses to arsenal, if anything at all.
So Duality does pitch away a Space Dust to deal an Arcane, make a Lightning Flow. Do want to note both of these players full sets of equipment this time around. Pretty much perfect here for Thomas. Has access to multiple 2-cost pieces of prevention and a Seeker's Mitts to boot. Looking really good for Peter as well. Actually found his snap fingers much like Sean did.
The mark of a good draft is being able to fill all of your equipment zones. You know, it's not just drafting 30 cards for your deck. You really want to fill out these equipment slots, especially in these turn 0, turn 1 situations. Sean dodged it by the sheer fact that his Oscilio opponent just wasn't able to send a spell. But if he had, it would have been almost pure damage, as Sean really didn't have that Seekers to prevent any extra damage, any arcane damage.
Like this a lot from Thomas. Happy to hold on to that Space Dust, deploy it when there is more breathing room to do so, and just focus on using these dualities to make as many lightning flow as possible early in the game, convert on turn 0, burn through the Seeker's equipment, and park a relevant card in the arsenal. Just good, clean sequencing. Chooses instead to run out this Space Dust with that final resource, and I think that's actually more heads up the more I think about it. Use the resource while it's there. You know you're going to have an abundance of lightning flow heading into your opponent's turn, so you're not going to be stuck unable to flicker this very often.
Yeah, cool fractal creation drawn up by Thomas van Minsel. This is also going to be the blue first turn, so I doubt that he would use it to block or to play with it. Really looking to draw blue when you do a play like this. You don't want the Corrosive Space Dust to leave play without a hollow counter. Thomas is probably looking to have a window to activate Zyggy and do that in Frodius, and I think that's why he played that Corrosive Space Dust while the going was good, because normally these 1-cost auras otherwise...
All right, folks. Looks like we have another small technical glitch. I appreciate it. From what I'm being... Look, I don't need to be told this. There's a reason I'm one of the Omens today and that we're a little bit lighter.
Wow.
It is warm in here.
All that
in
static
Prague.
Electricity has really made this place toasty.
It is, and it feels like, yeah, the camera's maybe struggling a bit as a direct result of the heat. We're struggling a bit as a direct result of the heat. So I'm going to use this opportunity to take some staunch refreshment.
Yeah, so like I was talking about, Thomas used that opportunity to play that Corrosive Space Dust because otherwise it's a 4-resource play to play it from Arsenal and activate Zyggy and activate Aphrodite. So I really like that play. I think that was an experienced Zyggy play.
Okay, looks like we're back at functioning again. Thanks for bearing with us, folks. We'll get down there, see if we've missed anything this time around. No, so we're all fine and dandy. So Electron Jolt Step was met by Vault-Bound Duality on this embodiment of lightning, was coming in for 6 go again. Was met by a block by Pulsing Cardia. Space Dust took care of the rest of the bill. Scorpio coming on through. 1 point of physical damage. We see Flow Tide in the hand of Thomas here alongside a Polaris Pulse Ray.
Yeah, just to catch everyone up, Thomas Minsel definitely just activated Zyggy during that downtime and flickered that Corrosive Space Dust, and that's why it was able to ward 3 on this Vault-Bound Duality that was coming in for 6 go again. And he had 1 float and just waited a little bit, and now is coming with that Frodius for 2.
So chipping Peter down to 18 before we consider the impact of Scorpio. Looks like we're happy to soak that one up with our face. So 16 plays 18 in this case as we make our way back to Ziggles McGiggles. Circular Flow Tide and Polaris Pulse Ray, the options available in hand here. Difficult to utilize these in any other way than throwing the big hefty red. 7 points of physical damage and a very potent fragment effect.
This is one of the best 2-cost 7s here with a very good fragment ability. Every card Peter puts in front of this Polaris Pulse Ray, he will also be taking an arcane damage for. This is one of the few fragment cards that I feel like is basically a little above rate. The cosmic dualities themselves aren't so good. Like if you block them, you get to block with 1 card 5, and that's not really where you want your cards to be at when you're playing in these limited games. And I think this is just a tribute to the fact that Thomas was the singular Zyggy. He had the pick of the litter. He was able to pick any Zyggy card he saw.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say we've yet to see a card that I would be upset taking if I were drafting a Zyggy deck, and we should be expecting to see more of that as the draft continues. Electrician Jolt Step, forced to play defense here. We do see that fragment trigger covered as a result.
Yeah, the Polaris Pulse Ray ends up coming in for 5. So Peter, despite blocking here, still takes 3 total damage, which is as good as it gets for these fragment cards. I think if Peter had put 2 cards in front of it, he would have still taken 2 points of damage. That's when Polaris Pulse Ray looks really good.
Another Space Dust has entered the building. It's in the hand of Thomas van Minsel alongside another Cosmic Duality, Auric Shards, and Erode Authority. All pretty premiums, but staring down quick succession into our Flow Strike on the other side. So 5 go again. On damage, make Lightning Flow. Has that point of Arcane on the chop as a cherry.
Yeah, both turns that Peter's had so far have been just nice. Oh, excellent turns. You know, go again, source, non-attack action. The go again, quick strike attack into maybe a Scorpio swing. I just think, you know, he's drafted well and he's drawn well. I do want to mention, man, Thomas seeing yet another Corrosive Space Dust in red this time. That was that foil one that Sean had opened it, or saw in his pack 1, pick 2.
So it looks like Thomas might have been the beneficiary of how this draft played out. Took a second pick, Space Dust, and just rode the train the whole way, which has got to feel great. When you're playing your win and ins for top 8 berths and you get handed a deck like this, you've got to be pretty darn happy about it.
Thomas, I watched him draft in that first pod, took a Red Road Authority, pack 1, pick 1, and, you know, it's working out for him in this draft as well. Ooh.
Speaking of working out, Voltic Impact is the follow-up. This is a big, beefy attack. Minimum of 6, can be a little more if there's floating resources on hit, making a Lightning Flow token.
Thomas took the full brunt of that singeing Flow Tide and now Flow Stride, and now has to wonder if he's going to block this Voltic Impact at all. I mean, he's already given up a Lightning Flow. It was really hard to block 1, 5, and 6, but it looks like he's choosing to use a Seekers here, pitching that yellow Cosmic Duality.
Indeed. So 1 point of prevention, taking 5 damage here. Resource flowing to play out the Space Dust is my best guess here. That red Auric Shard's going to be parked in the arsenal, I would think.
Yeah, you do not want these 2 cards together, and I think Thomas has found the line to both be able to deploy one of them, yet still have a reasonable turn. This is a classic Illusionist issue where you do have some board state cards you want to play, but they don't block, and they cost time and resources to play, and so you have to kind of take a bit of damage and go a little bit lower in that life race in order to set something up and reap the rewards later.
Classic Illusionist is what we're looking at. Flow State Embodiment in the hand of Peter Henriksen. Very potent, majestic. If you can find a few instances line up with it. Looks like Live Wire Press might be in that hand as well. That could get gnarly real fast.
But a lot harder to enable when your opponent has almost a functional Ward 4 on the board.
Card quality here, just astounding for Thomas. Multiple Shattering Flow Tides, another Cosmic Duality in the hand.
Calming Sea Breeze, my pet card of the weekend. Oh no, that's a Crackle from Afar.
It is, yeah. I'm sure there's probably a Feeding Star Breeze in the deck somewhere. It looks like Thomas really did have a bit of everything.
Yeah. I just feel like if you were registering his deck during the registration portion, you would just be in shock.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Is that a Flow State Embodiment as well that I'm seeing? Oh,
it
goodness.
Flow State Embodiment on the other side of things. For now, it's blue attacks alongside our Embodiment of Lightnings to make this work. Singeing Strike for 1-on-1.
A very pesky attack when your opponent wants to do a Ward 4 here. I really like the sequencing that Peter is doing here.
Does tickle the sides just a smidge. We do know there is a Ward 1 option in the hand for Thomas. If he would like to blunt the Arcane the hard way, of course, we can use that for the physical damage too and cash in a Lightning Flow. There's Lightning Flow kind of a premium when you have Corrosive Space Dust in play and, well, up to 2 more, maybe even more in your deck.
And this is where having 3 equipments that are all the 2 cost can be a little awkward if Thomas had a single Seekers to pair with one of these 2 cost equipment. He could more comfortably pitch that Crackle from Afar and have maybe a Lightning Flow absorb that arcane damage from the Stunning Swipe and commit one of the defensive equipments to block, functionally block the Stunning Swipe and still have a 1 prevention left over for a potential Scorpio.
Seeker's mids expended earlier on does mean that is not an option for our illusionist this time round, hence the pause. Average card quality quite high, but a dilemma to be facing down here. Wants to get maximum value from this Space Dust, but does not have a clean way of doing so and activating a prevention effect.
Yeah, this stunning swipe could have just been, I don't know, a red one. Thomas might actually feel like his line is a little bit easier to navigate.
So he will reach for the robes. Paying 2 and breaking a lightning flow, it would seem. So flow to cover the arcane damage.
No information gained, right?
Potentially, at least. And then the point of prevention available to cover up the physical. Reevaluating, it would seem, with our chess piece. Difficult spot for Thomas here. I'm a really big fan of the sequencing from Peter. It does make this very, very difficult. And so, heads laying on hands as Peter awaits an answer. Thomas acting like a supercomputer right now, working through the connotations. We do see the Spell Void chess piece activated to cover up the physical point of damage and rebuy that Lightning Flow token.
Starflow Robe, one of my favorite chess pieces in this. I do find that the 3 tokens are all different meanings for the different heroes, but Lightning Flow is at its base always going to be worth 1.
Bit of a sheepish flow state embodiment here for Peter. We know it's a live wire press in hand, which does have a resource to be played, and likely will if we're just looking to convert it into a lightning flow or another embodiment of lightning. But a corrosive Space Dust survived the assault and therefore provides a pretty clean way to make sure this 4 damage does not connect with Thomas.
You can't blame him for trying. He really tried to force that Space Dust to be destroyed earlier, and he does have a conundrum. I mean, he knows the flow state embodiment is not going to connect. So if he commits his live wire here, live wire press, he will be getting basically no value. Although he will get to choose to make an embodiment of lightning or a lightning flow. And honestly, sometimes, especially when we were watching Sean's game last round, he was just playing a Sigil of Lightning on his opponent's turn and just saying, that's just good enough. I just want an action point for my next turn.
1 arcane from the corrosive Space Dust being considered by Peter for now. Seems happy enough to take it, falling down to 13. Plays 10 on the other side from Minsel. Round 13 here. 3 turns in as these players jockey for position. Space Dust then re-arrives to provide 4 points of ward. The question is, will Van Minsel prefer to save it or save the cards in hand? It is going to be the latter this time around. We pay for Seeker's leggings on that arcane point from the Space Dust, leaving this time around. Takes an opt and filters through that resource. Keeps the live wire press, but Aphrodius will be activated. 2 arcane managing to get through this time. So now 12, 11 even, I should say. Plays 10 on the other side of the table.
Yeah, Thomas dodging a bullet from Peter. This live wire press we have yet to see it connect with a single hero.
Shattering Flow Tide is the 1 card play for now. 5 points of physical damage on Fragment. Make a lightning flow.
Yeah, with an Auric Shards in the arsenal, Thomas is able to present a little bit more damage this turn if Peter is not careful.
Mercurial Skies, Leech, Renown, that stunning strike, and a quick succession in the hand of our resident Aurora. 2 blocks, 3 blocks. Don't really want the former to be blocking a Flow Tide. It kind of doesn't achieve all that much other than staying alive. So now the thoughts are locked with Henriksen, who has a similar dilemma to where Thomas was just moments ago, trying to navigate that Space Dust turn, keep it around. Really wants to make the most out of these go-again sources that have been found in this hand, but also not super interested in just eating 5 damage for breakfast.
Yeah, it's 5. though. It's really 3 plus 5. There's the Auric Shard. Oh, wait, no, Zyggy has been activated. So Thomas won't be able to flicker the Aura, the red Auric Shards in his arsenal. I imagine he would still probably play them. It's close.
Yeah, I don't know. Giving up that guaranteed value of +4 on the red copy of Auric Shard is a hard sell. Depends if you think you can protect it for a turn and reap the rewards later on, but a risky proposition for such a powerful common. For now, it is still Peter in the blender, who's staring at those 4 cards, trying to solve the puzzle that is shattering Flow Tide right now.
Yeah, let's talk about those 4 cards. I think it's a Leech Memory. I believe there's a Mercurial Skies, a Leech Renown.
Yeah, Mercurial Skies,
Quick Succession, and a Quick Strike attack that I have not been able to muster. I can't tell the art of it. I can't tell the pitch of it. But it might be the only attack in his hands.
Yeah, it looks like it is to me before it hits the table here.
Please don't have it.
Please don't have it. No blocks. No reactions. Peter breathes a sigh of relief, but you have to wonder, what was he worried about Thomas having, and is it that Auric Shards that is actually tucked in the arsenal?
Well, Ziggy Hero was tapped, so there wasn't too much craziness. Maybe a Storm Shard, unsure.
Leech Renown is the follow-up play here. Will be +3, pitching Mercurial Skies to pay for this. 1 resource left. +3 Aura Destruction being threatened on this one. Quick Succession to follow. Will provide go again to the next thing. Enables our Scorpio swing, makes it a little bit bigger in the process.
Swipe.
Yeah, stunning swipe by the looks of it this time. Red copy. 0 for 3 base, but the Quick Strike will make it a little teeny bit bigger. And then we have the extra +3 from Leech Renown, brings us to 7 points of damage here.
And a little Arcane Chaser, of course.
Indeed. If you take any of it, Ziggy or Aphrodisias will be stun locked for a turn. Ebbing Arc Stride ×2 in the hand. Another Cosmic Duality and another Shattering Flow Tide in the hand for Thomas here. Block 3 all the way through and plenty of flexibility.
It is a little annoying here, though. This Stunning Swipe, I've never seen its on-hit look so good. Tapping down that Ziggy functionally makes the Auric Shards in Thomas's arsenal kind of worthless again. I mean, Thomas had the resources last turn to play it and activate Ziggy. Well, unless you count one of the resources, an untapped Ziggy.
Some difficult decision trees here for Thomas. If he wants to defend from all of this, the Lightning Flow will need to be broken, and then Auric Shards looks even worse. Or we need to spend 2 resources on either of these pieces of equipment. Makes the turn really suboptimal, especially if you also wish to block 7.
And almost assuredly, if Peter does get the chance to choose to tap either the Lightning Hero or the weapon they control, for just Ziggy, it's probably just going to be a Ziggy, because without Ziggy's ability, you really can't. It's really hard to use the Aphrodisias. I mean, there are a couple of rares and a Majestic that would still allow you to flicker an aura.
Yep, a few things like Blink of an Eye could do it in theory, but you need to get a little bit unlucky. So we are going to see the Arcane prevented by cashing in the Lightning Flow.
Yeah, Thomas rereads what Leech Renown does and realizes, well, if I don't do this, I'm definitely losing this token anyway. Which, once again, this Leech Renown it's better than I thought. I always thought that it was going to cause a situation where the Arcane eats the Spell Void anyway. But by meaningfully forcing that interaction, forcing that Spell Void to occur, you are causing some meaningful disruption, especially in Thomas's case.
Couldn't agree more. Auric Shards kind of reliant on that flow availability. We do see another Cosmic Duality in the hand to theoretically make that work, but this is all resources. It's all expensive. Staring down 7 go again and a Scorpio swing chaser. Really tough spot.
Yeah, Thomas is lining up some blocks here. I think he's foregoing the chance of trying to protect his hero from being tapped. I think he's kind of accepted it.
Oh, sorry, I'm just speaking Dutch. Block 6.
And so blocking 6 is the choice. The Shattering Flow Tide, and we will see that live wire press coming straight out of the Arsenal. Gonna have to be reaching for a point of prevention pretty hastily here to make sure we don't just eat a boom grenade for dinner.
Yeah, this is a bit of a risk. Thomas has 2 pieces of equipment that can prevent 1 at instant speed, and he is choosing to do so.
Does mean the 1 is not quote-unquote available to stop Scorpio, at the very least. If Thomas wants to cash in both pieces of equipment, I think you're probably fine with that.
I'll take the 2.
Does take the 2 damage from Scorpio, brings us 6 to 8 now.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit of a desperate attempt here. Peter choosing to go for that live wire press while the going is good. Maybe hoping that Thomas doesn't have a resource card that would allow him to comfortably pitch into his prevention, as they, of course, did cost 2 resources each. Here, the Ebbing Arc Stride already has go again, so Peter doesn't have to be too worried about triggering that fragment.
Yeah, this is definitely the one you would prefer not to put your Embodiment of Lightning on, given the choice, but it offers you that redundancy in the same way we see Brute players using Golkis Rum on Scabskin Leathers. It just kind of removes the risk, removes your opponent's choices, and guarantees the turn is going to function however you cut the mustard.
Yeah, Thomas still has that red Auric Shards in the arsenal. It's just been chilling there for a couple turns now.
Yeah, but Peter doesn't know that. Doesn't know that it's not another 0 for 5 red Illusionist attack following this one, so some thought to be had. Pretty happy to just accept the nature of the transaction, and now I would be fairly certain it is not another 0 for 5 Illusionist attack, as it would have made a lot of sense to get it out there. Pulsing Cardia times 2 Auric Shards times 2, joining the 1 in the arsenal. That's a whole lot of sharding. Embodiment of Lightning generated from our Aurora activation. We'll see Heaven's Claws of the Red capacity. 5 go again.
Yeah, nothing too fancy about this. Just getting in there for 5 damage, and Thomas should expect there to be a Scorpio swing after this and make adequate plans for it. But this is just a nice little bit of damage. It's functionally a 2-card 7, but it, of course, required that usage of the Aurora hero ability, which also consumes a lightning flow. So 2-card 7, losing a potential spell void. Not excellent in terms of value, but it is kind of the bread and butter of Aurora's plays. And it's a hard to block 2-card 7. It's 5. 5 is a inefficient number to block, and the Scorpio, of course, also inefficient to block.
To be poetic about it, this spot sucks for Thomas Van Minsel. Pulsing Cardia, kind of the premium attack you want to be throwing when you have Auric Shards available to do the Ziggy things, but there is no lightning flow, and Auric Shards don't block, and death is also avoidable in an ideal world, and so these Pulsing Cardia kind of looking defensive, but at that point you really are just running out Auric Shards for 1 point of block value, which is, for lack of a better word, depressing.
Yeah, that lightning flow being expended by that Leech Renown is starting to bleed into this turn in terms of the magnitude of it impacting the game. And I think Thomas is feeling the pressure. He is not like our other X1 players. He's kind of, he needs to win this game. Obviously, he is the only Ziggy, so it's expected to almost. He probably felt good about it, but he finds himself in a pickle. His Auric Shards, he's just not finding the window with all the resources while Ziggy's still untapped and a lightning flow. You know, this is a powerful card, obviously, Auric Shards, but it does come with its drawbacks.
Certainly does. Difficult spot. Scorpio now coming on through in the immediate wake. And so, a tough decision for Thomas. 5 go again, still being debated here, it would seem. We've rewound slightly. That Scorpio probably coming down afterwards, rethinking this through.
No, I can still.
Okay, it looks like our players. So Peter here, as far as I can tell, wanted to activate these snap fingers, but had reached for that Scorpio already. And so, not in a damage step anymore. We're in resolution, there's no priority window. So, Thomas is, I'm sure going to kick up a bit of a fuss here, would be my thinking. Because, as far as it looked to us at least, we'd gone past this point where snap fingers was going to be relevant. So, if you're ever in a spot like this and you're not really sure, you don't feel comfortable with the resolution, this is what our table spotters are for, this is what our judges are for, call them over, they'll take care of the situation. Pretty clear to me that Peter wanted to snap fingers, had moved past damage, reached for the Scorpio and gone, oh, hang on, I didn't actually activate these. I have a resource left, I'm not sure I get a better window to do so, and so that's where we end up where we are.
Yeah, I don't think Peter's going to be too devastated if he doesn't get this. He was going to be arsenaling that yellow destructive Fleetfoot. I think he just realized, maybe I don't really care for this to be Arsenal. I'd rather have gotten a little cheeky point of damage in there. He did put the Scorpio back already next to the Aurora, and that kind of signifies sometimes the closing of the chain. If that's possible, then Snapfingers no longer has an attack. I don't really know what to think of that. I trust the judges to handle it, but just mentioning that I don't think Peter's going to be too devastated if he doesn't get this judge call.
Totally fair. Seems like they're ready for us down in the feature match area there, so let's go and see how this played out and what the resolution was. No rewind given was the answer from our judge, so no snap fingers. Do not pass go, do not collect $200. Scorpio is still going to come cruising on through, though. 1 point of each type of damage.
Oh, we've rewinded to this spot, so Snap Fingers has to only be activated when there's an attack on the active chain link.
Correct.
And we're already to the Scorpio. So that I think is a very reasonable judge call.
So Constellar Tiara will be used to soak up the Scorpio, and we'll use that remaining resource to play out an Auric Shards. It's just going to float there for a bit. Ponder token will be made.
This is its least useful mode, which is just the 1 card, 1 resource for 1. Not ideal.
Okay, so there is another element to this, I suppose. With this being Pulsing Cardia, there's a chance, I suppose, of instant speed flow generation. We know there's an Arsenal with 1 in hand.
Yeah, this Pulsing Cardia isn't blocked. Thomas does have that red Auric Shards in his hand and his arsenal, and he'd be able to make it a 6 at instant speed. And if it is blocked, he'd have a resource and he can still play the Auric Shards from his arsenal. At the very end, there's going to be 2 Auric Shards in the play, however you slice it.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a world where Peter respects this Pulsing Cardia enough to give 2 cards out of fear of the on-board Auric Shards, where you can then theoretically deploy both of the shards and then use this Ponder to park a new arsenal.
That would be
by running
really
one out,
good for Thomas.
You do give some fear. There is an Auric Shards face up on the table, and it's like, well, okay, you can't blink this right now, but is there instant speed ways to make a flow? Do you need? What happens if I give you a resource from Cardia to blink? Does that change anything? I don't think there's a world where that block should happen. It doesn't make sense to me. But when you're in the heat of the moment in a spot like this, and it's like, okay, well, you just used your equipment to cover my Scorpio. We bled some damage through to keep these cards. Why did you want to keep it? The questions get a little more confusing.
I think it was a show of weakness, to be honest. Thomas tanked for quite a long time and ended up playing an Auric Shards for almost no value, just the ward value currently. I think that's a show of weakness, and I think if I were Peter, I would maybe not think too much about there being instant speed lightning flow generation and also some method of being able to flip and on the blue to be able to flip the Zyggy hero ability. I would just maybe do my value block and just plan my turn around that. He does still have available to him the ability to deal some damage. I think there's a Jolt Step in his hand again. Do another bread and butter Aurora turn, but if he does have a Jolt Step, which I think he did, and he's pitching a blue to activate Aurora, play the Jolt Step, he won't have that float to represent Snap Fingers again. And it seemed like last turn was a really good window for it, even though it would have caused him to have to pitch another card. Oh, this game is just kind of tense. I think Thomas, showing that his deck is quite good, but sometimes having 3 Auric Shards, no lightning flow can be quite awkward.
It's the pain point of a A+B deck. Sometimes you draw A, and sometimes you draw B.
I love that. I'm going to steal that.
2 cards briefly hovering in front of Pulsing Cardia there for a moment. I have my heart in my mouth ever so slightly. Looks like we are leaning on just the 1. And we will just see a +1 Auric Shards from the Arsenal as the resource made by the Cardia is quickly spent. And so we'll resolve that Ponder after, demonstrating that we would like our card in hand to go in the Arsenal. Would suggest maybe that one doesn't have a block value, and the one that you pondered into probably does.
I feel like we've seen this hand before. It's an Ebbing Arc Strike 2, pretty sure it's 2.
Shattering Flow Tides, and a Crackle from Afar.
I feel like I've seen this hand before.
This is a constructed deck. It's a Silver Age deck, actually. This is exactly what this looks
Might
like.
not even be legal for a Silver Age deck. I believe he has like 3 or 4 copies of each of the colors of Shattering Flow Tide.
Very quick block 6 here, and we're going to see those snap fingers reach for. Auric Shards will cover the change to make sure that Mercurial Skies doesn't, well, make Thomas explode. Scorpio Swing will come on through, and the other Auric Shards immediately soaking this up. Makes perfect sense to me. We know it's another Shards in the Arsenal, so this is keeping a hand that is Crackle from Afar and a 0 for 5.
Well, it's the Flow Tide, so if Peter blocks this, he will be giving
the lightning
Thomas
flow.
that lightning flow that he's desperately needed to make this Auric Shards in his arsenal a real card. But if he doesn't block it, Thomas will just Crackle from Afar, and it'll be 6. This is what I guess this is what Jason Lai was talking about during that Zyggy Armory deck review of putting your opponent in these uncomfortable spots. Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
With Glide through Starlight, stops to reconsider. Looks like that entire hand is block 2s for Peter here. It's quick succession in there as well. Glide through Starlight and multiple path of same ends. So we're going to see this Shattering Flow Tide shrinking down to 3 and that Lightning Flow being made. Auric Shards will be paid for and blinked. It's +5, which is going to push this up and across. 8 into 2 points of block. Quick math says that's 6 damage. And Peter is staring at a hand that could do nothing about it. It took a while. It took some finesse. But the shards align, and Thomas van Minsel is joining us in the top 8 of the calling here in Prague with one of the most impressive Zyggy decks I think we'll ever see, let alone at a world premiere.
It is fun, isn't it? Blowing someone's mind.
I'm not sure Peter would agree right now, honestly. Difficult position to be in. I've had the pleasure of being in draft pods before where there's a one-off hero at Tier 4 events. Yep. And it's great. When it's you, it feels fantastic. You feel smart, thin, and clever. When it isn't you, you're in the 2-0 bracket and you're dooming as you sit there and go, well, the prism with 7 red heralds of protection is about to come for my skull and take the rest of this home. And I have to imagine that's how Peter felt in that spot. Just every single card Thomas pitched, played, blocked with just premiums all the way through. And it's no surprise to see a deck like that sitting at 2-0.
Game was close, though.
Very.
We got to hand it to Peter. He made that game close. Every turn it felt like he was doing cool proactive things. His last ending hand was a quick succession with multiple copies of Path of Same Ends. I do think if he maybe considered blocking one more card there, he'd be in a really good spot just going quick succession, Path of Same Ends, into another swing of that weapon. Though, by all regards, he was already in a good spot because Thomas had multiple of these Auric Shards that only gave him 1 value, so maybe he never would have gotten there if Thomas just kind of drew a different hand at any point. But just really cool game, really cool seeing how that rare Leech Renown really just giving disruptive value.
Yeah, pretty incredible stuff all around. Let's see what the pod looks like now as our second round of draft is completed. Sean has done the job and checked out for the next round. Does take an unfortunate loss this time around. Jacob Clements with a bit of recovery, now sitting at 1-1, still playing for it in Tangle. Griffin Mayers will be our, no doubt, opponent of Thomas van Minsel next round. Players will be playing for all the glory in this one as those 2-0 players battle heads, trying to lock themselves up if they haven't done so already. More of an unfortunate story for Rock Havlas and Andrei, 2 of our Oscilios. Not really surprised to see 2 of those finding themselves at 0-2, given how contested the hero was.
Yeah, all 3 Aurora heroes were 1-1. And the only 2-0s are one of the 4 of Oscilio's and Zyggy. Griffin Myers really just showing his prowess. I believe if he's 2-0 at this point, he should also be
I think so. I think he's
locked
also
in
guaranteed
for the top 8. This will be the second time he is in a top 8 of a limited calling. This is an impressive run. I just, Oscilio, we haven't seen him much today, despite seeing him a lot yesterday in the sealed rounds. And we haven't seen Oscilio's really win with that gusto that we were seeing yesterday. And I'm really eager to see if we can see some of these games where Oscilio's really showing that arcane prowess.
Thomas Van Minsel, clearly a fan of getting Zyggy with it. I am a fan of getting Zyggy with it.
Oh.
I'm sure many folks at home are going to be fans of getting Zyggy with it. Check out the Armory deck. It's almost here in stores on May 29th of our brand new hero. Been putting on a bit of a clinic this weekend on camera. Looked very impressive in Limited. Looked astounding in the hands of a handsome Brit in the Classic Constructed feature match. Exciting stuff. Plenty to look forward to here. Okay, Zyggy coming on through. If you're unfamiliar with the hero at this point, well, where have you been? Like, what's going on? We've been seeing plenty of blinking all over across the day. Adult version, exactly the same, but does have a couple of different tricks up the sleeve, thanks to Armory Deck exclusive cards like Stardust Spike.
And that weapon, Aphrodisias, I mean, this is a weapon that the more I think about it, the more we see Zyggy, the more Zyggy's gameplay starts becoming known to us as a Flesh and Blood community. I'm starting to see that this weapon is going to dictate just the equipment suite loadout of heroes that play in the Classic Constructed environment. I mean, I was struggling in our show match to decide, am I AB1, AB2, or AB none? Because all of them could feel right and all of them could feel wrong, honestly, against you.
Yeah, it definitely gives me Verdant's vibes, was how I felt when I started working on the deck, where I think a lot of the games you play into Zyggy are going to be decided by what equipment you bring, because the Zyggy player can look at that and go, oh, you brought Arcane Barrier 3? Okay, I focus a little more on making Embodiment of Lightning, so sending 0 for 4s, and punishing you for not having clean ways to cover my breakpoints. Oh, you kept equipment around to cover my breakpoints? Okay, we slow it down, we Stardust Spike, we Aphrodisias, we Nickel and Dime. You can pick how you want to attack based on how your opponent chooses to attack you. And I think that's a very cool dynamic to this hero that I'm excited to explore a little more. Starfield Touch, definitely part of that. It's quickly becoming my favorite piece of equipment in this deck. I think Stardust Spike, you tend to have spare resources lingering around quite a lot. Sometimes Plutonic Starplate, very guilty of that as well. I've tried Phantasmal Footsteps, Quick Dodge Flexors, all these kind of things to utilize those resources, but Starfield Touch, a very clean, elegant way of turning those resources into damage, which I'm a really big fan of.
Yeah, and Starfield Veil, I just like that. It like, you know how other heroes have Crown of Dominion, which just lets you start with a gold token to kind of really jumpstart your engine. Starfield Veil says, no, we won't give you a lightning flow. We'll do you one better, honestly. We'll just let you block 2 with this Guardwell equipment, and then you can destroy it to do what you want to do with those lightning flow tokens anyway.
100%. Starfield Carapace, possibly the most interesting piece. It's got a lot of competition in the chess slot, but it does some nasty combos alongside Starfield Touch. If you can make Aphrodisias cost 0, have it make a lightning flow every single time it connects, it's pretty impressive as a combination.
And of course, our favorite, our 2 attacks. One, a blast from the past, Miraging Metamorph coming in from Everfest. And of course, the other one, Shattering Stardust. I think you could talk a thing or two about this one.
I can. I've not quite managed to solve the nut on Shattering Stardust yet. It's a card that you kind of want to play on small hands on account of its numbers, but then you don't make the most of its on-fragment ability. You don't make the most of its on-hit ability. So you're kind of encouraged to keep bigger hands to utilize the amp one way or the other, and I haven't found a way to make that feel clean, but the card reads incredibly powerful, and I have to think there's something there. It's the kind of thing that when I get back home from Prague, I'll go back in the toolbox, I'll ignore my day job, and I'll get on with it. I'll start brewing a little more, and we'll see what we can figure out. Okay, we have quite the final feature match. So we know that our 2-0 players are locked. Yeah. So we're not going to go out of our way to cover those. You'll be seeing more of those in the top 8. We have 2 giants of the game who are not only fighting for a slot in the top 8 between them, they're also fighting for the honor of going 6-0 in Limited today and being an undefeated draft player across both of their pods. You know them and you love them. In the red corner, Sebastian Grøndal, who has been ripping up that leaderboard ever since the bottom of yesterday. On the other side of things is PVG. Paul van Gijssel, the fan favorite, the blonde bombshell, if you will. Now joining us for a chance at glory here in Prague. Stay tuned. if I had $1 for every time that Paul Van Gijssel has come to dinner with me at a calling and then won the calling the following day, I would have $2, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. And it might be about to happen a third time because Paul was at dinner with me last night. And Paul is playing his win and in. We think he might be in either way, depending how the standings break down for the top 8. I can't wait to see how these two players, juggernauts of the game, manage to shake this one out. We got some standings to look at. Let's walk you through exactly how this final round of play shakes out. So we have 6 players at 11 and 2. These are the ones that, even if something goes, well, 11 and 2 or better, I should say. If something goes disastrously wrong for them, they should be the ones who squeak in 7th, 8th, regardless however things break down. However, there's a wall, like a wall of people at 10 and 3 who are competing for those final couple of spots. Walk me through some of your favorites.
I mentioned Lorenzo before, and he is at 9th. That is within striking range, depending on who's playing who. Of course, Andrei and Peter, they are the highest 10 and 3, so they have the first pass. If they lose, then Peter, if Andrei loses and Peter loses, then Lorenzo has a chance of kind of squeaking in. That's kind of the setting we're talking about right now. Every single placement here matters a ton, and that's because 6 slots have already been locked in. The way we do our, our pairings, if you're already X1, X2 at this point, you just straight up will never have a worse record than a person with an X3 record at this point. Do want to mention, of course, your countryman, my close friend, Jacob Clements. Ultimately, I do believe he took a round 1 or a first loss in that draft pod number 2, and that was too early. Even though he was able to finish strong, I believe he probably finished 1-2. No, he had 2-1 that pod. He was X2 going in. He is 12. 12 requires almost an act of God to make top 8 at this point. He would require Andrei, Peter, Lorenzo, Piotr, and or at least of the 5 people that are ahead of him, he would require 4 of them to lose in some way in order to squeak in. Not impossible.
No,
but
I think this is
extremely unlikely.
Like theoretically possible down to about Jacob. I think when you start getting to Tommaso, Jason,
don't
Rolf,
tell me that. Tommaso's at the
9th
and 9th zone. That's
I mean, Mr. Consistency has his name for a reason.
That is true.
And we might be back there in Ian Zhang territory. Simon Nielsen finishing strong, but the wheels not quite carrying through to where we started the day. 10 and 3, a very impressive record right now for our featured
3-0'd his last pod. He did as well as he could.
Indeed, did his best
Still
there.
managed to get here on that first page. I am proud of that, and I think he should be proud of that as well. He's our former, calling Prague champion, still showing that he has the chops. I mean, an X3 record. There will be multiple players who will end with an X3 record that will be in this top 8, as we do have some of our X2s playing against each other, of course.
Absolutely. It's incredible stuff. Just an absolute gallery of players. I do want to give a special shout out to Rich Carr, who's not a player that many people will be familiar with. We alluded moments ago, had a lot of success on that Living Legend Dash deck when we were preparing for the window into Worlds. From what I understand of Rich, don't know them super well, but this is a bit of a breakthrough showing at a calling. From what I understand, 10 and 3 record in 11th, still live for top 8. Gonna cross my fingers. I'm always down for an underdog, especially one that I've battled against personally to kind of break through. So need some results to break his way, but certainly not impossible.
Yeah, and it'll be really interesting to see what these heroes, the people who ultimately make top 8, their journey. What did they play in Sealed? What did they draft in the first draft, the second draft, and ultimately the top 8 draft? I'm really curious about that, actually.
I cannot wait for that, and I cannot wait for this game, because it is Paul Van Gijssel, who is now a 2-time calling winner, playing for the 3rd one, rocking Oscilio, and has been rocking Oscilio for most of the event, from what I recall. Has been a big fan of this one. I don't know what the first draft pod was like for today for Paul, but it was Oscilio during the world premiere. It's Oscilio now. It's Oscilio day 1. Sebastian on the other side rocking Zyggy. So we haven't actually seen all that much of Oscilio in draft. I think we've had the 1 game, if I recall correctly, of the hero on camera. We have no idea about the power level of these 2 decks in the 2-0 bracket here, because it's from a draft pod that we didn't watch. So there's going to be a lot of unknowns, a lot of things to figure out, and 2 incredible players to show us how to dance. So, you in the mood to dance?
I am totally in the mood to dance.
Quick step, let's go. Make our way down into the feature match area and watch 2 titans of the game competing for that 11 and 2 record. Paul Van Gijssel on Oscilio chose to go first here. Sebastian Grøndal forced to go second with Zyggy this time around. We've seen these heroes plenty over the course of the weekend. I don't think all too much has changed for us here. These players 11-2, I should say. We are around back in time, but that's easily, quickly remedied. From what you've seen of Oscilio in drafts so far, Michael, do you have any, I guess, surface-level thoughts about big cards to look for, play patterns we should be expecting from this matchup?
The rares Flash Bolts and Core Reaction are both really powerful, and they're rares for a reason. They both let you set up a turn, or they let you just kind of cheat on action points or cheat and, you know, Storm Striders kill an opponent on their own turn. Those are kind of the peak metrics of were you one of the few Oscilios, because those are cards that kind of get snapped up very quickly. And I also just want to mention, I mean, both of these players are still sporting an X2 record. If you were in Pod 2, which this is the Pod 2, that's the only record that was possible to start. So these are both 2-0 players. I'm expecting good things from both of their decks.
Time to smash some skulls, but whose skull will be smashed? Got to find out by watching along with us. Equipment has been revealed. No full sets this time around. It's gloves and hood for Sebastian Grøndal. And we do have that arm piece, the specialist Oscilio arm piece, the extra bonus piece of amp available for Paul, alongside the tiara and one piece of Astral Sanctuary equipment.
Premium cards in Paul's hand. All of these cards are cards I'd be really happy to see. We see that Meteoric Rise, this Constella Flowtide that just got discarded to Oscilio's hero. Constella Content, probably Flowtide. But a Ponder token, of course, was being made from the Oscilio hero ability.
Correct. So that Flowtide will, thankfully, reimburse on the Lightning Flow, hence the flow in the name. But Ponder made from Oscilio. One Arcane from Starfall is being covered up by that Seeker's Hood for now. We have seen this time and again in the format now. This equipment carefully used to soak up that evasive Arcane on turn 0 when you have the cards to expend and do so. So Flow Slide makes a flow down to the graveyard. Volzar activation quickly followed by the Aether Bolt. This one 4 base thanks to Volzar, and if any of it connects, you can tap the hero for an extra point. Bad news on that front for Paul. Oscilio already rather tapped this time. 4 Arcane, nothing to turn your nose up at.
Yeah, he already got that guaranteed 1 Arcane by activating Oscilio. And by doing that, he's not going to really be able to use the Ponder, right? He has this card already in hand, but he will be able to, you know, have selection, card selection. Choose the best card between the card right now and the card that he draws for his arsenal.
Going to be tough to one-up the Meteoric Rise that is already in the hand there for Paul. It's a pretty good one. Let's see what comes off the top. Lightning Overload, so it will be the Rise that goes down under. Ponder token expires, and we'll make our way over to Sebastian for the first turn of the game on their behalf.
An excellent first turn. Paul still ends up in arsenal and is able to leak through 4 points of damage while also taking Sebastian's head slot.
In exchange, Sebastian does manage to make a second Lightning Flow during that turn. Will be Flittering Spike as the first play of the game.
Yeah, I was at first very impressed with the whole series of Flittering Spikes, but lately I've been a little bit less impressed. This is usually just going to be coming in for 6 damage, and if Paul is able to read the tea leaves and simply block with 2 cards, he could prevent a nasty on-hit.
We will see that Star Breeze jumping on through. Gives this go again and +2. Takes 3 points of damage. We'll make a Lightning Flow for the trouble. Card remaining in hand for Sebastian, currently unknown to us. And it is going to be Cosmic Duality to use those final 2 resources in the nicest possible way. 6 more points of damage. Does suggest blocks to Paul Van Gijssel to break things up with Fragment. But we do see Core Reaction in the hand for Paul, which you would love to get deployed here if it had the opportunity.
Yeah, Paul still has that Meteoric Rise in his arsenal. He would love to pair that with a blue to get full value. And he would also like to block this Cosmic Duality, which maybe he wants to block with this red Comet Collision.
That's the one. Doesn't look a blue copy of Comet Collision in the hand as well. So wouldn't surprise me if we're looking at the Meteoric Rise play. Leave the 2 floating, and then it can be core reaction. It can be buff the Meteoric Rise, depending on how Sebastian chooses to interact with that. We will see those Astral Sanctuary pieces used while Oscilio is not in the mood for hero ability activations.
This is the third Fleeing Star Breeze I'm seeing Sebastian draw. He has one in play. He pitched one on the first turn, and he's drawn yet another one. This to me tells me that he's identified one of the weakest things of Zyggy, or one of Zyggy's weak points is, which is not having enough action points, and he's, drawn up a lot of action point generation.
Looks like Flow State Embodiment in the hand here as well for Sebastian Grøndal, which is pretty darn good with Fleeing Star Breeze.
I love the fork that Oscilio Paul has here. If Sebastian doesn't choose the block of 2 cards, Paul can simply sidestep and play the yellow core reaction in his hand. If Sebastian blocks of 1 card, Paul can just pump this Meteoric Rise multiple times.
So now Paul has a decision to make. Is 1 point of damage on a lightning flow worth more than
there
getting
is that
this
ward
core
run
edge
from
now?
the Star Breeze, so doing so would just destroy the Star Breeze.
Correct. My apologies on that one, but makes a lot of sense. The question instead then, is the Star Breeze more valuable than establishing that core eruption right now? And the answer appears to have been yes, and I like that. I think with 3 Lightning Flow available, threatening to remove these auras from Zyggy so you're not getting chipped away with a Frodius. Pretty good place to be. Flow State Embodiment, less of a good place to be on the other side of, personally.
Yeah,
Paul.
Sebastian has, like I mentioned, that 3rd copy of Fleeing Star Breeze. He could play it here to cash it in for another embodiment of Lightning or Lightning Flow.
Yep. No effects.
Chooses not to do so.
No effects as this Enian Surge plays defense. 1 point comes through, and priority will be passed over to Van Gijssel. We'll see that core eruption coming out of the arsenal. Rift Breaker being pitched away to make that happen. It's back over to our Wizard Enthusiast, who's looking at Nebula Duality in hand alongside another Comet Collision. Core reaction does blow up first. It's quite literally explosive. 3 Arcane. And perhaps more importantly, instant in the graveyard in this spot as well, if Paul would like to Volzar that duality in a moment.
Yeah, I believe he has a Comet Collision red as well. That would be a juicy card to send with the Volzar amp after this.
On the other side of things for Sebastian. Looking at Ebbing Arkstride in hand alongside Nebulous Cycle ×2. And a red Rift Break, a nice foily one in the back of that hand as well. 3 Arcane is allowed to score a hit. Brings Grøndal to 13 against Van Gijssel's 14.
I like this taking of the Arcane here. There's no on-damage effect. Sebastian has, of course, a lot of prevention, but chooses to be conservative with it. Save it for a potential on-damage or on-hit later.
Those Constellar Waves were picked up for just a moment there by Van Gijssel, who was debating adding a little bit of amp to this next volley of damage. Volzar added alongside it. Comet Collision crunches in for 6 points of Arcane. Not quite half of Grøndal's life total, but going to demand about as much respect as a single card can.
Grøndal's hand is quite awkward. He has that blue attack and the double yellow auras that both ward 2. But if he chooses to play them that way, he really won't have much of a turn on his own turn.
Bit of redundancy with that aura as well. I believe it's the Ponder Generator, and it's 2 copies of it. And we don't have Third Eye of the Sphinx in Limited, so the second Ponder, not exactly at the most valuable.
Yeah, even the first Ponder, Sebastian's going to have a little bit of a hard time taking advantage of because he has that Fleeing Star Breeze in his hand.
Both players deliberating this spot. The focus from Paul Van Gijssel. The glasses are off, the nose being stroked. It's been a long day. Got to stay in the zone for just a little bit longer. I will take 6, says Grøndal. 7 plays 14. Wants to keep that whole hand to work with. Hold on to those Lightning Flow for a more problematic source of arcane or Aphrodisiac activations, respectively. It is Ebbing Arcstride to start here. 3 on Fragment. Go again. Has to raise some alarm bells when Sebastian wanted to keep the whole hand. This was a pretty punchy no blocks from Paul there. Will be Star Breezed to keep it going. Does take 3.
Yeah, Sebastian sequences it this way to try to maybe bait out a block so that Paul will be less prepared to block out this Rift Breaker. Paul did not fall for the bait and now has to look at this Rift Breaker and see if it's going to matter to him. He just has 1 flow, so he could activate Oscilio, utilize that flow, and then just simply either take the 6 or just block a little bit.
Clyde through Starlight in the hand here alongside several of the Starfall instants for Van Gijssel. No lightning flow, well, 1 lightning flow I should say available right now. He's being threatened by that Rift Breaker. Might make a nice opportunity to activate Oscilio and score some Starfall damage.
He does still have that red Nebula duality in his arsenal. So he has like a very clean 1-card play. But because he has both of these Constella instants, he's kind of pressed to be doing something with them. And, you know, as I always say, you do want to have Starfall trigger on all of your cards that say Starfall, though sometimes in a pinch you're forced to maybe play one of them for less value, and then your next Starfall card actually has it. Because of this lightning flow, I think Paul has a lot of creative lines to fully utilize his hand and still get that ponder value, and of course get that Starfall value. It all just depends on how defensive he wants to be.
Does pull forward a meteoric impact.
Yeah, if Sebastian Grøndal just sent any other attack, Paul's hand would be perfect to just fully keep, as he could activate Oscilio, discard one of these instants, trigger Starfall, then send this meteor impact for a lot of damage. However, we're seeing once again these cards that, you know, they're very subtle. They just say destroy a lightning flow token or destroy an aura token. But by that simple line, it can cause some headaches, cause players to have to sequence differently, cause players to have to use their lightning flow at a suboptimal time.
Hence the difficult decision and moment of pause for our 2-time calling champion. Now aligned with the team over at Table 1, who are doing some remarkable work together. Meteoric impact. Deployed on defense. Van Gijssel will reach to pitch this glide with Starlight. It's a blue version this time, so the lightning flow will disappear to activate Oscilio. Discard one of these 2 Starfall instants to make a Ponder token, and no doubt look to play out the other one. And benefit from the first one. This is the correct order to do this. Constella Uplift means you can get funky with the staff.
Yeah, the uplift is discarded, and so still able to be played this turn according to that Oscilio hero ability.
I'll use the gloves.
Well, we'll see the Astral Sanctuary gloves being utilized here in response to the Starfall trigger. Paul correctly acknowledging he cannot untap the Volzar in between the 2 halves of Constella Uplift, but you can, of course, use Volzar on a second Arcanic effect, and so the Starbreeze, will go down to soak up the second point of damage that was amped onto that. Well, the first point, I should say, even. And we're going to see the Tiara cashed in here. 2 points floating, so 1 point of damage prevented. And a Ponder token number 2 made this time around.
It's not perfect, but I do like this line by Paul. He's able to utilize his resources while the going is good. 2 Ponders is not really a great place to be, but it's not a bad place to be either.
Paul holding on to the instant here at the end of the turn. Doesn't deploy it for the 2 damage, and we're about to see why. Simply want to have an instant being played during his own turn here.
Yeah, he does still want to Volzar. His arsenal's that Nebula duality, so I guess it wouldn't have mattered. I think he loses a point here not playing the Constella Flow Slide on Sebastian's turn earlier and activating the Volzar at that point because he doesn't get this extra Starfall trigger.
For Arcane, thanks to Volzar, Meteor Swarm.
The art on Constella Flow side really gives me that Starry Night feeling. I kind of enjoy it a lot.
Really trippy. The EA version in Gen Pack 5 is just frankly gorgeous. Very, very pretty card.
Didn't think about that. But I think it's quite apt that a Van Gogh-looking art is utilized by our Dutch Paul van Gijssel to its perfection.
Very sweet tie-in. Let's take a look at the hand for Sebastian. Space Dust, Pulse Ray, Flow Tide, Shattering, and Circular, respectively. Will be the Space Dust on pitch duty this time to enable the Circular Flow Tide as an aura. This is a Ward 2 aura that will make a lightning flow upon leaving the arena. We'll see if Sebastian intends on getting Zyggy with it before letting this soak up some heat from Nebula Duality.
This is a very defensive line that Grøndal has chosen to take. He has no intentions of activating Zyggy here, as activating Zyggy would destroy one of his lightning flow tokens. Instead, just choosing to take, I believe, a point of damage. Ooh, also gets to play that Nebula Cycle. This is a great usage of the Nebula Cycle. This is how you want to play it. You want to get a Ponder token, go to your turn, and then have that Ponder token resolve. Then go to Paul's turn and activate Zyggy, or just let the Nebula Cycle go away and actually basically have these two Ponder tokens not stack on each other like Paul has. Of course, Paul did it in a way that was also efficient for his own means.
Very well navigated turn from Grøndal. Ponder tokens will resolve for Paul. We'll decide what's going in the arsenal there as 6 plays 7.
Very close game. Excellent sequencing by Sebastian Grøndal.
We'll see if there is a in-turn follow-up. There is Shattering Flow Tide just for 3 in the blue variety, but meaningful damage means that Ponder token will convert into value. And
yeah. All of these zero costs are the same if they're blocked.
Yes.
Basically the same if you're not choosing to pump them. And so I've been more and more surprised by the power of the blue one and the yellow one.
I think a lot of players will come around pretty quickly on the fragment attacks of normally unappealing colors, because fragment changes the math equation so much on how they interact with the average opponent, and then throw in some sync blows and stuff, and the math gets even wonkier in Classic Constructed. So plenty of things to think about there.
I wasn't able to capture what Paul put in his actual arsenal. I know he was choosing between that and the Cosmic Suture Red that he's currently, looks like he's teeing up to play. He has that yellow tap
lessons passed. Is that the one? Yeah, we got that.
Thank you.
You're all good.
No, choosing to activate Oscilio here. Ooh, he's going to be playing this Cosmic Suture, but just pitching a lot of cards to do so.
Make the Ponder off the Silly Billy, as the 4 points of prevention will come on out of the graveyard, courtesy of that hero ability. Volzar will allow an extra point of Arcane if indulged. But for now, Lightning Flow will be used to cover the Arcane damage. Okay. Paul with the careful sequencing here for this chromatic refinement means that this Lightning Overload in hand is going to be fully charged. And now all of a sudden, it makes more sense why that Volzar wasn't used. The Volzar required to make the Overload a little bit bigger and make sure we convert that bonus damage from chromatic refinement in the process.
This is very clean. I believe it's supposed to be 5 arcane, but has the chromatic refinement buff on it. But it's so much damage. I mean, this is if Sebastian didn't have ward, he could potentially just die on the spot here. And of course, Lightning Overload does make that flow. I want to talk about what just occurred here. This red chromatic refinement into a 1-cost Lightning Wizard action that has Starfall. This is the 1-2 punch that players are starting to discover Oscilio is able to do. Both of these cards are commons, and very few other players on the table would want the chromatic refinement. It's just so efficient, and it is extremely potent, and it's using cards that are less likely to be taken by other heroes. The combination of this makes it a very good strat, something you should really be looking for when you're drafting Oscilio.
And so Sebastian will reach for an Aura. It is Elliptical Conflux that is being deployed here off of the Cosmic Duality. Means there is 2 more points of ward in play. And so we're going to see 4 ward taken down, which means 2 damage will be conferred over to Grøndal. Should bring him down to 4. Lightning flow being generated, courtesy of the Lightning Overload. Embodiment of Lightning and Ponder tokens, created by their corresponding auras from Zyggy Starlight.
An Aether Sling drawn off the Ponder token. This deck looks really nice.
Very clean Oscilio deck. Lots of powerful red arcane effects. Admittedly, the Zyggy deck hasn't looked too shabby either. Polaris Pulse Ray with Go Again, thanks to this Embodiment of Lightning. It's a yellow variant, so base of 6 will fragment down to 4, and so on and so forth, will deal a point of arcane. Each and every time a card with more than 2 defensive value, or 2 exactly in fact, gets in front of it. Paul will deploy a 3 block, I should say. Pulse Ray down to 4 as a result, with 1 point of arcane, pinging and ringing through the ears of the Dutch.
I will always feel a little terrified if my Oscilio opponent blocks with a red Idaean Surge against me as their first card, because that is just one of the most premium commons in this format.
We'll see Electrolyze Red as the follow-up here. No follow-up for this, which is not ideal, but 4 Go Again after granting Go Again to that Polaris Pulse Ray is a fine place to be. Nebula Duality does indeed soak up 3 of this. 4 plays 5 now, as Van Gijssel holds on to 2 cards, one of which is Cosmic Flare, one of the bigger overperformers for me personally in Oscilio. Blue that activates Volzar is quite strong.
This is just going to be a very painful turn from Paul.
Cosmic Flare deployed. Looking to make 3 resources. Any responses from Grøndal before they are available?
Let's take a peek at his hand. Does he have that corrosive space dust to maybe represent 4 arcane? No, doesn't seem like it. He has that Flicker Reality, that Majestic, the red Cosmic Duality. Is that a red Polaris Pulse Ray as well?
Yeah.
And I believe a yellow Flittering Spike. But none of that can interact with this. This is a lot of arcane. It's 5 arcane.
And on damage, can tap the hero to get Go Again. There are, of course, 2 resources floating after that Cosmic Flare, and so something else can come down the pipeline.
And there's more after that. We know that there's a Tap Lessons Past red in Paul's hand to follow up if Sebastian's not able to fully prevent this 5 from the Aether Sling. And Paul's just been relentlessly sending arcane. He's blasted through ward, eaten multiple lightning flows from Sebastian, and at this point, Sebastian just doesn't have that much defensive gas left.
Flittering Spike will be pitched away here, it would seem.
Yeah, the most defensive line Grøndal can choose to do here is start discarding these dualities to... He doesn't care as much about the arcane, he just wants to deal the... he just wants to create that lightning flow, which represents a Spell Void 1.
Paul takes 1, down to 3. Another lightning flow generated. Does offer an extra layer of protection to the point where Sebastian isn't immediately toast when this Aether Sling finds its mark. Flicker Reality, my much beloved spoiler card, finally makes its way into the feature match area. 1 extra point of ward as a result. And so we'll see Spell Void 1, Ward 1, take 3 arcane, go to 1. And Hero will be tapped to get go again, and we know the assault isn't over. Tap lessons passed. We'll rip on through the ward of Zyggy Starlight and have Paul van Gijssel dominating the show with the best Oscilio deck we have seen to date. It looked impressive all the way around.
Our enemies will not grant you this mercy.
I'm not sure Paul granted any mercy. Any mercy whatsoever, in fact. It was a pretty unrelenting assault of arcane damage there. And I think the perfect example of what a high-end Oscilio deck that is... I feel like Paul was probably very uncontested in Pod 2. That looked like a one of or two of Oscilio deck in the table one way or the other, and it looked pretty great to me.
Yeah, it definitely looked really powerful. I talked about those rares, and we never saw any of them, Core Reaction, Flashbolt, but we saw a lot of bread and butter common plays. We saw ways to turn on Starfall on your own turn, which there aren't that many, but they're very powerful, and you want ones that don't really, that are efficient. You don't want to just be discarding instants for no value. And Paul really showed us the powers of that red Chromatic Refinement into that red 1-cost Starfall spell. And that's just going to be the 1-2 punch that I expect to see in a lot of our limited coverage moving forward.
When we started this weekend, we had hundreds of players trying to stake their claim to a calling title. We have just 8 left. I want you to know their names. So let's check them out. Brackets now available for you. The bracket gets a little bit confusing. Seating here, not the most intuitive thing with how the drafts work, but we'll walk you through the names from the very top. You're looking at Griffin Myers, the American, made the trip. Journey was worthwhile. Makes the top 8 of this calling, gets there one way or the other. Sebastian Grøndal did make it in despite that loss. We knew X and 2 going in was almost certainly a surefire thing. Will be the opponent on the other side of that fight. Thomas van Minsel meets Rich Carr, who did it from 11th, snuck into the 8th seed with a victory, and secures a calling top 8 for what I believe is the first time. Huge congratulations there to Rich. We'll have to get through the perfect Zyggy to continue down the journey on this one. Our final undefeated player was, of course, Oliver Spapens, who is still sitting as the first seed, did a pretty phenomenal job there. Meets Piotr Chudobinski in the 7th seed there. The Pole, I imagine, will be fighting for his life against our top seed. And then featured drafter versus featured player. It's Paul van Gijssel, Sean Knowelden as the 4 versus 5.
Yeah, and all of these players, of course, their seed doesn't really match who they're playing. In our traditional top 8s, first seed would play 8th seed and second seed would play 7th seed. Well, what happens here in our drafts and what has been occurring all day is that after your pod has been determined, after 8 players have been determined, they are randomly thrown together in the actual draft and pairings. And this there's a lot of reasons for this. In this case, I believe it's a good measure for tournament integrity. Personally, I just like it as there's this element of a toss-up. There's another calling Auckland where if we had just done traditional top 8s, I would have had to pair against Jacob Clements immediately in the quarters. And then we randomized it, and then I lost him in the quarters anyway. But, sometimes that glimmer of hope of thinking, me and my buddy are paired together in the same bracket, maybe the randomization will cause us to be different. And in this case, Paul van Gijssel being 4th versus Sean 5th, that's actually something that was going to occur anyway. So we know that this random thing isn't like an inaccurate random, right?
No,
it's just forcing it so that you're never going to play the person you were maybe meant to play.
Yeah, it was reliably informed the players drew straws to figure out where they were going here. So I can only imagine the look of disgust when you realize who you're sitting next to. If it's someone you wanted to avoid, draft my hero. I wanted to be the Oscilio. So we do have a graphic, the pod available, so you can visualize this a little bit better. So let's show you what the table will look like when these players sit down as well. We are going to be watching along with the blonde Brazilian bombshell that is Paul van Gijssel.
He
will
really
be our
a
featured
picture
drafter.
of Paul?
Yeah, just after that hair was freshly dyed.
Oh, so it's mellowed out since, I guess. Is that how that works?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Wow.
I mean, if I didn't know it was Paul, I would believe it was Draco Malfoy. But like, it's a defendable one way or the other. So we'll be following along with Paul as our featured drafter, who seems to have this self-confidence boost going on recently. He was talking a little bit last night. I said I would win a calling. I've done that. I said I would top a calling. I would top a Pro Tour. I've done that. I'm going to win a limited calling, and I'm about to do that. And we'll see if that comes together. He's just becoming. He might be one of the first people to win a Triple Crown, right? He might be the first Triple Crown calling winner. He has a Silver Age calling win, a Classic Constructed calling win. Just needs the limited. Needs the limited to tick off the final box.
Well, I don't want to speak too soon. He is against your countryman, Sean Knowelden, and I know where you are leaning towards in that debate. So, yeah, really excited to see this draft and how things break down. I know that Paul has been leaning towards Oscilio, and we have seen Oscilio do powerful things, even with just commons. Probably some of the most powerful interactions I have seen in this set with just commons. I really, truly do not see the same type of interactions at the same type of power levels, at the same type of evasive damage modes as Oscilio is able to do. And I feel like the more I watch some of these games, the more I just think Oscilio in this format, Oscilio 2, being a 19th health hero instead of being a 17 health hero he was in Rosetta, almost doesn't even feel right to me. I just feel like this, it's not necessarily that the Oscilio hero is more powerful, but the card pool that he has access to in this set just feels incredibly powerful.
I have a horrible feeling in the pit of my gut that Tommaso Vecino's in 9th. And I would like to find out if that's true or not. So let's take a look at the standings and see how this all shook out. Okay, I lied. Tommaso was safe in 10th. It was instead Jacob Clements who found himself as the bubble boy this time around.
That's so unfortunate. It's never a good feeling to be 9th. But, you know, players here, I think they'll be able to look and think about the way this draft and the way this weekend went, and just realize that there were 631 players, and to be even within the top 10 is quite an impressive feat. I'm sorry, Jacob. I know it's never a good feeling, but getting 9th and just being consistently in the top 16 of these callings it's nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, it is absolutely Player of the Year worthy, and that's why you see Jacob doing such a phenomenal job at chasing down that leaderboard. All I could see is there were 3 Brits in the top 9, which means my nationals is going to suck. We'll do our best, one way or the other. Simon Nielsen finishing things up in 12th position there. A few other familiar names. Lorenzo wrapping things up in 17th. Strong finish there. Jason Rolfe, another deep run in a calling at 10 and 4 in 18th as well. Pretty good stuff all the way around.
Yeah, here rounding out the 10-4s, players who only lost 4 times during the entire weekend. Rock, shout out to my guy Rock. Looks like some of that draft tips helped. It ended up not being so. I can't believe his name is Rock. I know you're laughing at me, but I had to ask him too. Was this your birth name basically? And he did confirm that. Like I think he's owed royalties from the actual weapon, not vice versa.
Some more Brits showing out. Finley, and Eternal Booth Boy Declan Patrick. I want to share this for folks at home that know how much the making a day 2 of a calling means. We've had Declan trying to make day 2 of a calling 10 different times. This was the first time he succeeded. And doing so resulted in a 33rd place finish.
For those Declan at home who don't know, our prize support system for these callings pays out exactly to the 32nd place. That's 24th through 32nd. It's kind of like the min cash. You get a 1 World Tour point. You get just a little bit of participation prizes basically for making it to the top 32. And unfortunately, your countryman Declan is bubbling kind of that minimum cash prize.
The worst kind of way.
But I think we're making improvements. We're making baby steps. We're going from not even being able to participate in day 2 to being just a single bit of tiebreaker away from making some money from this whole ordeal. So I still think this is a win for Declan.
I would say so. Some other big names there as well. Yuki Lee Bender, Pablo Pintor towards the end. Not quite getting there. A couple of TCGs. Callum Young there as well, doing a fantastic run, ended up in the 40th spot there. We have a little bit of time while our players are getting themselves ready to draft for the final time this weekend. The top 8, the big boost. So we're going to get ourselves ready for that. But we have one other thing that we haven't had the pleasure of talking about this weekend. I want to give some credit to our judges, who, without them, the game simply doesn't work. I know that I read cards, and I don't know what they do. And I'm really glad to have someone who can explain them to me, to keep these tournament operations running, makes everything smooth, makes for a wonderful experience when people come out to a calling for the first time. So huge big ups to our judges, and one of the rewards they get for what they do are judge packs, of which this is now season 10, would you believe? So we have some brand new shiny judge packs. I have some idea of what you can find inside of these, but I'm told we're allowed to open a few and show them off on stream. They have stolen our nice close camera for the draft, so we're going to have to show it to the camera the hard way. But you do still get to open these and see what's inside. So we'll do our best to give you a good angle. I'm going to let Michael go first, though.
Oh, are you sure? I wouldn't. Oh, it's because he's going to open the good one. All right, let's do this. We got that judge pack. I have no... Okay, we'll try to keep it focused, so just keep it in line with my face. All right, well, let's open it first. Here we go. Can you guys hear that sound?
Pack ASMR. People pay good money for that.
Okay.
Ooh.
I maybe made a mistake of opening it this way, but I don't know who this is.
So I think this is one of the old pit fight heroes.
Is this from the
Smash Palace, right?
Smash Palace product?
Yeah, Smash Palace.
I'm so sorry. I have no way to really make this.
Pops a little there.
Yeah, I can show you the foiling of it, but yeah, I can't really zoom it. This is the Marvel.
So I think, from what I understand.
Oh yeah,
bingo.
It is. And a proclamation of requisition.
From what I understand, the Smash Palace heroes are in these as marvels. There's a few other goodies.
Okay.
But these are good hits. These are good hits if you are a Smash Palace enjoyer.
Not the hit, but one of the good hits. Okay.
My turn.
All right. I'll just hold this guy up as you open yours.
Okay. Well, I would like to match your marvel.
Or this lady up.
At all do so.
Wow, she gives me like Wonder Woman vibes.
Coax a commotion.
In cold foil?
In cold foil.
That's a playable card. I love that. I've lost many games to Briars that play that. And
the Titanic reprint. Okay.
In a non-foil.
Non-foil version as well.
This is his weapon, right? I believe?
Yeah, I think so. Cold foil Coax. I remember playing this in original Aurora Worlds.
Okay.
Was a card that throws me back a little bit.
Yeah.
Lovely cold foil. Okay. I'm not complaining. That's pretty classy.
That's really
We have
cool.
3 more left. So another one for you, Michael.
Okay, sure. Let's do this.
One up me. What can you beat cold foil, Coax of Commotion, or Marvel Hero?
I don't even know the answer to that because I don't know what's in these.
No, none of us do. None of us do. We're figuring out in real time.
Self-discovery. It seems like the hit is the top card, so I will do a little. Here's the non-foil.
Okay,
It's a
Brutus reprint. Okay, so again, we're getting non-foil versions of these.
Version. And what is
That's
that?
Puffer Jacket.
Puffer Jacket
That's
from the
Max
Nitro
jacket.
Armory deck. Okay.
Snazzy cold foil on that one as well. Pretty. I know what Michael's casting in next time he's in US Nationals. That's what they call a fit.
I don't think they'll let me wear this. This seems a little too casual.
It's got some charm. Just call it cosplay. It'll be fine.
Oh, yeah, actually.
Exactly. Thinking with Paul's now. All right. Pack number 2 for me. Nah, you're right. That hits to the front, isn't it?
Yeah.
So no Marvel on my one.
Okay.
Proclamation reprints again. I like this. Non-foil versions of the existing judge cards is very cool.
Oh, wow. And I've just been told by our casting team that we can give this away.
Sick.
Well,
okay.
I don't want to steal your thunder. Let's see what you got first.
No. I might have something worth giving away, but we'll have to wait to see. But no, that means Drinking Buddy and Marvel Judge promos going out in the giveaway. So you really want to make sure you're tuned in. I have coaxed
another coax.
More commotion.
What the heck?
2
I'm
for
so
2
jealous. I
on
want
my
them.
front.
All right.
Okay. All right. So we got one of these left.
Okay.
Now, do you want to try and one-up your Marvel, or do you want to see if I can pull a third Coax of Commotion?
I want to see if you can pull a third Coax of Commotion.
Let's give
it
a shot.
That would be sick.
Can you imagine having a play set of these on camera before they hand it out to the judges?
That would be really cool.
All right. One more judge pack. Let's see if we can find something else exciting in store. No Marvel on my front again. Yeah,
Okay,
Hammer
Gavel,
reprint
Natural
again.
Order,
Happy to
makes
see
sense.
these. Happy to see
Cool
these.
that we've gotten one of each of these non-foil cards.
We have. Oh, okay.
The Hala Armory deck.
Give me a holla for Reverent Rembrace. That's beautiful. The golds are really nice on that.
Is that how it's spelled? Re-Rebrace?
Re-Rebrace? Yes, yes.
Is that how it's pronounced?
It is pronounced. I'm just very dumb.
Wait, it's actually pronounced Re-Rebrace.
Re-Rebrace, yes. Yeah.
You learn something new.
You do. All right. Okay, so we're going to be giving away that Marvel. Marvel to be given away. I'm told I got to give you a little bit of time. So you know the deal with these things, giveaways on the streams, how they work. You need to be talking in the chat. So you can say nice things. You can tell me what you hope is inside these when you're judging yourself. You can compliment my co-caster. Any of those work. But get talking, get chatting. We'll give you just a few seconds as this Marvel attempts to focus on the camera. We'll
No
figure it out.
idea.
It's really tough to do this at this kind of angle. So we appreciate for you folks checking it out and enjoying the pixels. There we go. Look at that.
Wow.
Look at that. That's pretty good.
I'll show you guys the others.
Zoom.
Okay. Okay.
Enhance. There we go. Rhea, the Unyielding, our guardian hero, pit fighter. Snazzy.
I feel like we're in one of those like infomercial.
This
like
card can be yours for
sell this card.
$28.45.
4 payments of $19.99 plus shipping and handling.
Let's show off some of the other stuff as well. While we got the zoom. Puffer jacket.
Oh, I'm going the wrong way.
I have. Yeah, I'm going to do the same thing.
Got the Re-Rebrace.
The Re-Rebrace.
We got our Coaxa Commotions.
Yeah.
Okay, you want to...
I will grab the other Coaxa Commotion.
You can move up a little, I think.
Yeah, maybe.
All right.
Shiny goodies. All right, I'm done buying the crowd time. I've done my best to give everybody a chance to win a Marvel giveaway.
That was so sick. Thank you, Ethan,
That was
for
sweet. Yeah.
zooming in on us.
Thank you so much for the folks for letting us open a few of those and show them off, and hopefully it gives you a rationale to come and judge some events near you in the upcoming season. So Ethan's just getting back to the desk after zooming in on our cardboard.
Yeah.
He'll let me know when he's ready to draw this, and we'll count down. All right, ready to go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Who owns Aurora? Cusco TV, you are back, baby. Enjoy your brand new shiny Judge Pack 10 Marvel of Rhea. It's quite the hit, quite the free goodie, and you should probably thank Michael for pulling that one out for you. First pack of this ever opened on broadcast, and we hit the haymaker. Good stuff. Congratulations to you, Cusco. Very, very snazzy. Okay, look at you responding in chat. You're ready to go. Makes me happy. All right, looks like that draft is getting itself ready to fire. We're going to have a quick break while we get polished up and ready to bring it to you. Don't go anywhere. Top 8 coming up next.
I think we're out of...
You wanna come with me? I can see it in your eyes. It's a feeling that you can't deny. I'll bring you high so deep, so we can feel alive. Leave the world behind. Let yourself go. Enjoy the ride. And if we fall, don't forget to just go with the vibe. Let yourself go. Enjoy the ride. And if we fall, don't forget to just go with the vibe. Go with the vibe.
It is finally time to see some top 8 action with Omens of the Third Age. Only 8 players are allowed to sit around that table for a third time with literal thousands of dollars on the line, and the only thing that can get them through is the knowledge they've gained over the last 3 days. It's a pretty incredible event and a very exclusive club to join if you can take down a victory here at the Calling in Prague. Should we take a look at the bracket? How do you feel about that?
Yes, please. What an exclusive club to be in this weekend.
Alrighty. 8 players
Are those
remain.
Little profile pictures?
They certainly are.
I'm enjoying that. I haven't seen this
looks.
before.
I'm pretty happy about this.
I like the little smiles. Grøndal, that smile, I'm enjoying this. What a great
Richard
feature.
is so satisfied. It's the way that I'm putting this. That is a look of satisfaction. Sean's got some sass. Paul blinked at the wrong time, which is really unfortunate for that one. Let's walk through the bracket from the top. Take me through it, Michael.
Well, as we mentioned, these are not in line with their actual positions here coming into the top 8. They were randomized, and so we have second seed Griffin Myers playing 6th seed Sebastian Grøndal. We also, of course, this is how their seats are arranged. Griffin is seat 1. He's not sitting next to Sebastian Grøndal. He's still 4 seats away. This is still more standard of that big X, little x in our draft pods. And, well, when it came down to it, these second and first seeds still do matter, though, when choosing who goes first or who goes second. No longer will players be using a dice roll or some type of random method to determine that. So that means whatever Griffin drafts and into that quarterfinals game, he will be able to choose whether or not he goes first or second.
Thomas van Minsel, Richard Carr. We're going to have the perfect Zyggy against our underdog, the 8th seed, who just about managed to sneak in, was in 11th going into that last round.
A lot of people had to lose, and that actually did happen.
Yep.
I was told on the floor, I was just talking to Jacob, obviously, you know, giving him some reassurances and a little hug for making 9th, that he was talking to Richard. Richard had no idea. No idea it was even possible to make top 8. No idea that
that
if he had won.
so much. I walked past Richard and went, good luck, and he just blanked me entirely, and I just clearly had no idea what was going on, which that makes a lot more sense if he didn't know he was in contention. So congratulations, Richard. Surprise for you, surprise for me. Oliver versus Piotr. I don't think we had the pleasure of seeing Piotr so far this weekend. There's definitely snuck in the bottom of the bracket as well. But Oliver was our last undefeated player. At one point, we're sitting at 11-0 before picking up some late losses. Means that they are still the first seed, and we'll have that choice you were just alluding to all the way through this top 8 bracket.
That is the benefit of he won that last round of Swiss, that last round of that draft against Griffin, and that is kind of what he won. He won the ability to choose first or second for the rest of this tournament. His opponent, Piotr, of course, will not be able to choose that. He is 7th seed. He is unlikely to be able to choose that for the rest of the tournament. And of course, last but not least, our two, I guess, more star power players, Paul van Gijssel and Sean, now joining the halls of the top 8, finally breaking that. I'm sure you're really excited to see your countrymen here.
I am. It fills me with joy to see people finding success for the first time. I believe it's the case for both Sean and Richard. If I'm wrong, I apologize. Haven't had the chance to go and double check. But these are players I've had the fun of being familiar with for literal years. Like, we've bumped heads at PQs. We've bumped heads at Nationals, Battle Hardens. I know what it feels like to keep hitting that ceiling. When you keep getting close, you keep losing the win and in. I've had more than I care to admit where I've come up just short at tier 4s and beyond. The satisfaction of breaking through that glass ceiling and going, I knew I could do it. I've proved to myself I can do it. And both of those players get to experience that today. And is that not what Flesh and Blood is all about?
That is what it is all about indeed.
So tell me, have you got any feelings about who's coming out on top here? Because I got to lean Paul. I got to lean Paul. The story tells itself. He went to dinner last night.
Well, honestly, the way I feel about these events, man, once you get to that top 8, it's anyone's game. Everything is reset again. We no longer care about your Swiss record. Here, losing means you're out. There's no Swiss record to sit on. There's no undefeated seal day 1 to buffer your wins and losses. It's all about the here and the now, and it's anyone's game, in my opinion.
Okay. The pod with no heroes available on the graphic is ready to go. So let's let you take a look at that one and have a reminder for you that we are following PVG. Paul van Gijssel makes another calling top 8, but will it be 3 for PVG? Has a couple more games to get through in order to find that level of success. I know we have taken a brief peek at how some of these heroes were. Well, these are heroes, but I didn't mean the heroes necessarily. The heroes they played during the Swiss, during their seal, during their drafts. Is there any particular standouts of data you want to make the folks aware of at home?
Well, to Paul's right is Thomas Van Minsel, he played Zyggy day 1, Zyggy draft 1, and Zyggy draft 2. We saw him in all of those instances, and who's to know? Maybe he'll run it back with another Zyggy game. I think Paul may actually know that, and that could influence some of his decisions, or not. I mean, Paul himself, we see his record. He played Oscilio during the sealed portion, did a little stint with Zyggy, going 2-1, just good enough, and of course 3-0 that last pod on Oscilio, so I'm not sure it's going to change too much of his draft preferences. To Paul's immediate left is Griffin Myers, who drafted Oscilio for both drafts as well, and I think he might be aware of Paul's Oscilio game last time. Not sure if this will influence too many of the actual picks, but it's always good to know your immediate neighbors. They always say in a draft, if you face one of your neighbors in the finals, that means you guys did a good job of cooperating with each other and just being good neighbors. Although sometimes that could be a farce, right? Sometimes you don't want to work with your neighbors. It's always up to debate these days.
So Thomas has yet to zag, and Griffin has been getting, well, silly with it. Has anybody else stuck true to their hero throughout, or did everyone else kind of move and flow as the draft was required?
Well, Oliver, who did end up in first seed, is our one true dedicated Oscilio player. He's the only person who's kind of stuck it out the entire day or the entire weekend on Oscilio. And of course, do want to highlight Richard, who's also a one-trick. I don't want to say one-trick pony, but he's been very true and devoted to Aurora, and I just don't think that's a bad idea at all. No one has that much experience, and if you already have 8 rounds, 11 rounds of experience with a certain hero, sticking with it until the end could be a great idea.
Okay. So I'm going to put the pressure on you, Michael, because that's fun, and it's one of my favorite parts of my job.
Yeah?
You are sitting in the seat of Paul Van Gijssel. There are 3 packs in front of you. You can open any single card in Omens of the Third Age. What are you hoping is in that pack to start this draft?
Wow. I think what really stands out to me about this format is I can't think of a single card that just skyrockets my win rate. I can't think of a single card that just is like, this one card will make me win at a higher clip than anything else. But knowing that Paul has this preference towards Oscilio, I think the one card that has at rare that has performed quite well for me is a red Flash Bolt.
Yes.
I think that is a card I'm really looking to draft, and a card that I think is a little silly, a card that is pretty good, not just pretty, but quite good in terms of rate that we haven't seen at all this entire draft, entire weekend, is Echo Flash. I mean, that is a card, of course, at the Majestic rarity. If you were to ask me if I were Paul, what I would want to open. And I guess if we're completely in Dream World, I would like a rainbow foil stamped Echo Flash, because winning with that, right? I mean, that's a story in and of itself.
It certainly is. So will our wishes echo through to Paul Van Gijssel? Got to watch to find out. Let's head on down and watch that first pack get cracked in this top 8 draft. Constellar. Core reaction, bing, 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 bing. Immediately pulled to the front of this pack for Paul. It's not quite Rainbow Foil Stamped Echo Flash, but it's red, and it's pretty darn good.
Yeah, it's the other rare that kind of cycles with Core React, with Flash Bolt. I actually think Core Reaction, the whole cycle, is a little bit better than Flash Bolt. Sometimes it deals 1 more damage, and all it asks is you to wait a little bit. So I have a hard time believing that Paul would take anything else in this pack.
Yep, that one is a slam dunk for our Oscilio aficionado who would love to go there again. Core reaction, pretty much a gem. Exactly what Paul would have been hoping for, I imagine.
And I want to note that there was that red Electrolyze as well. And in the equipment slot, the Constellar Waves. We've talked about equipment being extremely important in these drafts, and I do agree with Paul's decision here. Core Reaction Red is just not a very replaceable card, but in the arm slot for this set, there are a lot of equipments that Paul can be able to choose from. That Constellar Waves we just saw, but there's, of course, the Seeker's Mitts, the Astral Sanctuary Gloves as well.
We have to acknowledge, of course, that by taking a rare, Paul not passing any signals here either, so difficult to tell the person next to you, hey, actually, you should probably stay out of Oscilio. I don't think those gloves would be beneficial for you, because there is really no way to read that with the information that's being provided.
Yeah, telling signals is like, or reading signals is like reading kind of like a story. You're sending a message. You're sending multiple little snippets here and there. I mean, if players could simply communicate with each other directly, there would be no need for signals. But instead, we do have to divine through the tea leaves a little as we're starting to read signals. And pack 1, pick 2, this would be a great time to start.
So let's see if we can garner what has disappeared from this pack when Paul is eventually allowed to take a crack at it. We do see that glide through Starlight Yellow at the front is, I'm going to hope, not the choice. Stinging Sprite Red available here. Nebula Duality. Oh, would you look at that? Constellar Waves number 2, please.
Pulled straight to the front. Paul is a man on a mission. This is quite a nice equipment for Oscilio, and you might never see another arm piece again. So it doesn't seem like the opportunity cost of taking it here is very high. There aren't any premium red spells or red instants that Paul may want to take instead. In fact, I just saw that 2 blue, the Nebula Duality and the Tap Lessons Pass. And Paul, happy to check that one box off. Constellar Waves drafted for him.
Worth knowing, red copy of Path of Same Ends in that pack. Now going down the river.
Red and foil as well.
Very snazzy. Boots of Astral Sanctuary at the front of this pack if Paul intends on filling out the equipment suite. Has that red Enian Surge at the back, which has been very impressive at the common level across the weekend. Also, one of the various yellow Constellar effects in the middle. Takes a brief moment to look at the Remorse before pulling the boots and the Enian Surge to the front.
This pack must have been quite powerful. The fact that the Boots of Astral Sanctuary are still in here. We've extolled the virtues of taking equipment, and it continues to remain in there as we see Paul taking that Enian Surge.
Those boots are made for walk-in, so that's what they'll do. Enian Surge, the choice instead here. Lightning Flow Generation just add a premium across the format, and this one is about as efficient as it gets on that front. Flicking through pack number 4, Blue Arc Ramp Cosmic Flare here. It does feel like a pretty intense and inviting one, but we see the yellow Cosmic Sutra there as well as a viable pick.
Yeah, it definitely seems that Paul values this Cosmic Flare. Of course, it is one of those easier ways to turn on Starfall almost incidentally. Like sometimes you pitch a blue and you don't turn on Starfall and you play your turn and it's a little lackluster. Cosmic Flare solves that problem in many different directions. It also can be played on your opponent's turn to play a Cosmic Suture and still have an extra resource to maybe pay for a Seekers. This has been a card that really has been made for this limited format, and I think Oscilio is one of the heroes that really likes it the most.
Yeah, parking this in your arsenal feels like cheating sometimes.
Yeah, especially if you draw an all-red hand afterwards. You just thank the heavens I have a blue pitch, so to speak, in my arsenal.
Very curious about this one in Classic Constructed. Plutonic Star Plate means it makes 4 resources in the opponent's turn, which can lead to some wizardly shenanigans. Lightning Overload, Seeker's Leggings still in this pack here. Haven Veil available too. Some real goodies all around for Paul. I like Flowshard Elemental in Oscilio quite a lot. Discards the instant for you and has go again, therefore sets up the next Arcanic Spell and Volzar activation very cleanly. Some very appealing choices to choose between here.
Yeah, that Flowshard Elemental is also a flow generator. It not only gets go again, but you also get a Lightning Flow. Paul, of course, knows that he passed that Boots of Astral Sanctuary, and this is the only other leg that he could possibly take, so you got to take it while the going is good. You really have to forego some other picks. Draft is all about that. It's not about being able to have your cake and eat it, too. You do have to make some decisions. Sometimes they're a little bit more painful than others, but Paul, he did pass that Astral Boots. He really needs to take the Seeker's Leggings, or he may just be pantsless.
No one wants to be pantless when there are thousands of people watching. Oh, red Enian Surge in the back of this pack. Red Tap Lessons passed.
A signal. This is a signal for sure. We know that he is being passed by Thomas, who, well, has been a Zyggy man all weekend. So I'm not surprised that we're still seeing powerful Wizard and a few pretty reasonable Runeblade cards here.
Tap Lessons Pass, the choice. Like this a lot. Big fan of this card. The instant speed recursion, very powerful when you have core reaction in your deck. Gives you plenty of reach in those final turns if you can make this one connect. The red one quite easily the best at doing that as well.
I'll be honest, I do prefer that Anion Surge a little bit more. I think it edges this Tap Lessons Pass out just a little bit. It's sometimes hard to do something with the 2 floating resources when you play a card like Tap Lessons Pass. Also, we haven't yet seen any of these games really determined by missing another instant or one by having an instant put on the bottom. So its on deals damage effect is a little, to me, just less interesting. Ooh, this pack though.
Curious choices here for sure.
Missing Wizard Commons. There are 2 Runeblade Commons and 2 Illusionist Commons, but not a single Wizard Common. This is the reverse of the last pack, a kind of a bad signal, a sign of maybe a trouble to come. Paul is actually just considering taking this blue Conflicting Thoughts. He was interested in that Stellar Glide for a little bit, but blue Conflicting Thoughts, it does fulfill some of the conditions for your deck. It's a blue block 3, and in a pinch, you can send it at your opponent for 2 damage.
Following that up by fanning through here. Anion Surge of the yellow variety seems to be the only standout Lightning Wizard card, but we do have that sigil in there as well. Thunderous Retort of the yellow variety. Seemed like a fairly easy choice here for Paul, just very intent on taking these block 3 arcane effects to attack as little as possible and try and just circumvent the opposing ability to block in a meaningful manner. Paul taking a quick sip for refreshment. Got to keep that brain focused while you're dealing with the pressure.
Yeah, that last pick didn't require too much energy, so he was able to draft it before the called draft for that pick was actually made, and he gets a little bit of a breather.
Blue Comet Collision at the front of this pack when it arrives. Vault-bound Duality in the back for the Runeblades, and a sigil up front is a consideration as well if you have your eye on the Oscilio mirror.
Yeah, the Spellbane Sigil is quite important. I mean, it destroys itself at the beginning of your turn, therefore triggering Starfall. And the blue block 3 of the Comet Collision does block 3. So these 2 cards are quite different. One is a block 3, and one is a very, very high utility blue.
It will be the Spellbane Sigil that gets the pick from our 2-time calling champion here as the next pack comes on through. Yellow Lightning Overload here. Red copy of the Stinging Sprite still available for the Runeblade down the stream.
I do want to mention that his last pick was the pick 9, the wheel pick, and the Constellar Waves that was originally in it, no longer in there. This should be a good sign to Paul that he is not the only wizard at the table, which is not a surprise at this point, but that is a stronger signal to indicate that.
Double Rift Breaker in this pack, blue and yellow. It's the blue one that will be snapped up. Does a good job of being a resource card in a pinch, and does find itself coming in for 4 and a blue. Can be rather pesky if you intend on defending your lightning flow.
Yeah, blue Rift Breaker is not a card you're ecstatic to see, but it sometimes can do the job, and it's not a card that Paul necessarily has to include in his deck. This, though, the blue Jolt Step and that yellow Singeing Flow Stride, that tells us a little bit about what maybe the people around Paul, especially to his right, are not drafting, and they are not drafting Aurora.
Pretty premium pack 1 from where I'm sitting. Started things off with incredibly powerful reds, picked up a couple of early pieces of equipment, rounded out the end of this pack with some filler blues, some good resource cards. I'm not really sure what more you could have asked for pack 1 from Paul.
Another core reaction, another flashball. I mean, why not? We're already in the top 8.
Okay. Let's check out the deck
dream
so
big
far.
sometimes, Scott.
I don't admire dreaming. I do admire dreaming big, I should say, other way around. Yeah, pretty impressed by this. I think it's the most comfortable that we've felt in the booth from a pack 1 over the course of the weekend. Couple resource cards towards the end, definitely helpful. And then, again, just core reaction, this Anion Surge, Tap Lessons. These are the big premium reds that we're looking for here. I would be quite content.
I feel like Paul had some decisions that he made. For example, the Spellbane Sigil, grabbing an instant instead of a blue Comet Collision. He chose to grab the Tap Lessons Pass instead of the Anion Surge. I think some of these are minor, but they are impactful. We only have 1 blue block 3. Our blue base right now is quite light on the blocking, and we don't have too many cards that require us to pitch. So that's going to be something I'm looking for Paul to either solve by drafting more blue block 3s or drafting some reasons to pitch cards. We also have saw some early troubles of the fact that Paul is not alone. He is not the only Oscilio drafter at the table, and I would wager that he is not the 2 of either. It looks like the 2, and what I mean by the 2 is most of these draft pods, when they're relatively balanced, we have a 3-3-2 split. We have 3 players picking one hero, another 3 players picking a different hero, and you kind of always want to be in that 2-person pod. You can't always make that happen. You try your best, or you just force it, in which case, in Paul's case, but he might be in the 3 and not the 2 of it. The 2 of seems like it might be Aurora drafters.
A lot of 3s, a lot of 2s there. How does 3, 2, 1 sound as we make our way back down? See the second pack of this draft. Paul cracking things open to a meteoric impulse. Nebulous Aetherbolt.
Maybe also the Flicker Reality pushes to the front, a little majestic rare drafting in the top 8, of course.
All I'm saying is whoever ends up with that, you should give me a call. I would love a stamped version of my spoiler. I will steal it from you. I think that the Nucleus Aetherbolt is definitely the pick here, though, for Paul. This stands out to me as just one of those really impactful Oscilio rares again. Another red Electrolyze available and being fanned to the front here, at least for a moment of consideration from Van
Yeah,
Huysel.
Paul opened one in his pack 1, pick 1 as well. Obviously, ultimately going with that core reaction. Nucleus Aetherbolt is a nice one. Of course, it is a block, too, so that's something to think about. But I love that it's a 0 cost. But Paul has the Seeker's Gelée up front. I mean, there's a real chance you never see another chess piece. That's just always going to be a concern. And so locking it in right now, I think Paul has seen that there are plenty of Wizard playable cards in this pack. Maybe he can wheel one, and it's definitely more likely he'll wheel one of those than wheel this Seeker's Gelée.
Yeah, talk about self-control. Paul demonstrating an understanding of the format and knows what the priorities have to be. Lets the powerful rare go to fill out another piece of that equipment suite. Pack 2, not looking quite as juicy.
Red Shattering Flow Tide does already start telling me what Paul's neighbors on the left may be drafting. I mean, these are some assumptions that we made at the beginning of the draft that maybe Thomas to his right would be drafting Zyggy and forgot the name of the player to his left would be drafting Aurora. But, you know, seeing these cards already starts solidifying some of those assumptions.
So we'll see that tab lessons passed. Chosen over Lightning Overload here of the blue variety. Blue block 3 was exactly what we were looking for to round out some of this if we find more things worth pitching for. Strong start to pack 2 for Van Huysel. Now awaiting that third pack to come on through. Sees Cosmic Duality, Astral Assault. Ooh, Constellar Uplift. And arguably punished a bit for the choice as those Star Robes are lurking in the back here. Would have been rather beneficial as a chess piece. Does indeed go with a Constellar Uplift.
Yeah, Constellar Uplift is one of the more aggressive of the cycle of Constellas. Of course, the other 2 make a Ponder or a Lightning Flow. Constellar Uplift represents another point of damage if you're able to kind of jump through some hoops and deal some more arcane damage after you play the Constellar Uplift. Seems like it's one of Paul's pet cards as he chooses it here over a couple of other potential wizard cards as well. There was that cool Ominous Respite, one of my favorite cards in the set. It's just such a weird card. Yellow, gain 2 or gain 3, cost 1. None of these numbers are like make too much sense to me on one of these instances. But I've played it in draft and I've played it in sealed, I apologize, and it came up that it was pretty clutch sometimes. It's just there's very few ways to gain life in this format, and being able to do so could be quite powerful. He should be at least aware that he passed that card.
Paul going with the yellow Comet Collision over a pair of yellow Cosmic Sutras. Decides that the damage is more valuable. The red copy, however, far more appealing in the second pack. Another Flow Shard Elemental in there as well. Seems like a pretty easy slam dunk here from this pack.
Yeah, we do know that Griffin is the one passing to him right now because Griffin is to his left. And I think Paul is honestly getting so many wizard cards in these packs that I'm doubtful that Griffin actually ended up drafting Oscilio. And this sometimes happens when you do a pretty good job of taking wizard cards in pack 1. We reverse that narrative that I talked about earlier where pack 2 is temptation. The reason why I said that during our first draft this morning was that Simon had a hard time kind of deciding on which hero he wanted to be. In fact, he kind of pivoted. He tricked whoever he was sending signals to. He took some illusionist cards at the beginning and then switched to Aurora, and that's why I was saying his pack 2 would be kind of full of temptations. In this draft, Paul has not changed his signal. It was started, he took wizard cards, then he took wizard commons, and he kept doing it for the rest of the draft. And he made it pretty clear to Griffin that wizard is what he was doing, and if you want to be wizard as well, either we're going to have to fight or you're going to have to move. And that's why I'm thinking he's getting a little bit more paid off in this pack. And I think if you execute this really well, not going to say it was a forced strategy. I think Paul was kind of just gifted some really good Oscilio cards to begin. When you are gifted and kind of also are taking these cards, both Pack 2 and Pack 3 can be payoff picks.
Paul choosing a yellow Nebula Duality over a blue one, quickly followed by a blue Flash Bolt as we make our way into the next pack here. Looking a little dry on stuff here, though. This Leech Memory, very powerful for the Aurora at the table. Red Ebbing Arcstride, also potent, but Yellow Thunderous Retort or Blue Astral Assault, kind of the only two cards here that really stand out to Paul.
Yeah, this pack is just a little bit of signs to come. It's a little problematic. There aren't really any wizard class cards to be taken. I do want to mention, I just think that a lot of wizard class commons are quite good. They all, of course, block 3, but they're just in general, like, I think they just have a little better rate than some of the other class cards. And so typically, if I'm drafting Zyggy, for example, I'll often expect some of these maybe yellow Shattering Flow Tides or red Pulsing Cardias. Sometimes these cards wheel because they're not exactly what the Zyggy wants to be doing every single turn. But for most Oscilio decks, you really just want to be finding a lot of these comet collisions, these meteoric impacts, especially in the red color.
Paul choosing to go with red Thunderous Retort over that Constellar Flow Slide there. Intrigued by this pick. Has some more options for giving attacks go again, if that's the line. But I like taking this stance. If you know there are other Oscilios in this pod and you're going to need access to Arcane Barrier, why not take it away from them so they can't do the same thing back to you?
I'm actually loving this. I think he's understanding. I'm not the only Oscilio here. There's going to be some other Oscilios, and I might want these Thunderous Retorts in my sideboard for them. And something that we haven't talked about much at all, but by taking this Thunderous Retort, he's also eliminating the opportunity for other players to take it.
Red Astral Assault taken out of the pack there. Perfectly serviceable if Paul finds himself with less playables than he desires.
It's very clean. He's taking Thunderous Retorts. What are good cards to pair with Thunderous Retort? Well, attack actions to utilize that go again.
Intriguingly well-rounded pack here for Paul. Does feel like we're slightly light on the red arcane right now. Had a pretty strong start in that form at the beginning of pack 1, but pack 2 not been anywhere near as joyous in providing the large arcane spells.
Yeah, Paul really only had one opportunity to draft a good one, and that was pack 1, where he took the Seeker's Gelée instead of that nebulous Nucleus Aetherbolt.
Hollow Shield and Yellow Brush Off as the last two cards in this pack here. The Brush Off will be the pick. After hesitating for just a moment. Paul wrapping things up with a blue Pulsing Cardia as a cherry on top of the pack 2. All in all, pretty well-rounded. I'll say less impressive than pack 1, but a lot of self-control required for that Seeker's Gelée pick, turning down just attractive reds to do it, and then not really finding many more of those in the pack. So it definitely feels like we have a fairly obvious hole to aim for in pack 3.
Yeah, this pack went honestly a little poorly for Paul, I believe. He had a couple of good picks at the beginning, but it quickly just became some average yellows and blues. And I think Paul, it's coming more clear to me that it's not a 3-3-2. It feels like this potentially could be another solo Zyggy pod as well. There's a chance of that. Although that's quite strange because at the end of pack 1 we saw an extra Runeblade cards, and both of those things happening. So pack 1, last few cards, lots of Runeblade cards. Pack 2, last few cards, lots of Illusionist cards. What neither of these packs at the end had were Wizard cards, and so it started to formulate this in my head that there might be 4 Oscilios in this pod, which would not be great for our featured drafter.
Yeah, I have a similar vibe. 4-2-2 was kind of where my mind was at the moment as well. Let's see what the deck looks like at the end of pack 2 and figure out what else it is we're looking to find. There is 1 equipment slot remaining to fill. We're looking for a hat for our blonde bombshell in the feature match area. Hopefully he'll find one to cover that up. But otherwise, the other big standout for me here, some of our blues aren't particularly well blocking. We picked up a few this pack that are a little more appealing in that capacity. And we are arguably a little bit short on the red power. Otherwise, the engine looks pretty well-rounded. There's a decent density of instants here. We have the ability to fire off cosmic flares and core reactions, use Oscilio's abilities to do these things. We have access to decent blocking cards all around, strong reds. Like, I'm not unhappy where Paul is. I just think we're missing a little bit of everything. We could do with a little more of all the things.
That's exactly how I feel. I feel like everything he's done so far, we want a little bit more reds. We want a little bit more blues. We want 1 more equipment. I think we're good on the number of yellows. I mean, we don't really want too many more of those, but I mean, that's always going to be what happens in draft. They're less desirable. Other people are going to be passing yellows, and you're just going to have to fill your deck with them. But he's already hit more yellows than I've seen other draft decks have, just because those are the only cards that were possible and pickable. I definitely think he is well positioned if he faces another Oscilio, though. He has quite a decent amount. He took that spell Bane Aegis. He took 2 Thunderous Retorts. He has that Cosmic Suture red already. And I imagine he's going to have more opportunities to take some of these Retorts and Sigils and maybe some yellow Cosmic Sutures, because those cards end up becoming a little bit less desirable when other spells are at stake. I want to also mention that Pack 1 Pick 1. He had plenty of good red spells. None of them wheeled. I truly think you're right. It might be a 4-2-2 split that we're getting from just looking at these picks.
Definitely some cards that Paul wouldn't mind upgrading, some holes that we're hoping to fill as the 3rd pack is getting cracked open. I am ready to see if there's another Wizard Rare lurking in this one for our featured drafter. Down we go. Pack 3 in the hands of Paul Van Gijssel. Blue Flashbolt again, unfortunately. It's
was a Wizard Rare. That is what you asked for.
Yeah, I should have been more specific. My bad, Paul. My bad. Volatile Fluxors at the front of the pack. Yellow Nebula Duality and that blue Flashbolt seem to be the 3 considerations right now.
Yeah, the blue Meteoric Impact was the first card that was pushed forward, but now looks like it's the 4th card in terms of priority. Yellow Nebula Duality. It's certainly the most flexible of these cards. It blocks 3, can be discarded at instant speed. Paul does not want that Stardust Robe. He's already acquired a chest. A great cost, to be honest.
Blue Flashbolt kind of being stared at for a moment there. Does have one of these already, but it's just really hard to rationalize 1 Arcane on a 2-cost instant.
Technically 2 Arcane if you're able to do any other Arcane that turn, the turn you play it. So it's not as bad as it looks per se, but ooh.
Okay. Constellar Tiara in the pack alongside a red Comet Collision. So you have the ability to fill the head slot if you want to take it up. Alternatively, you can clot your opponent for a large number of Arcane.
Yeah, we see
choice.
Paul kind of zeroing in on this Comet Collision. He's realized he no longer has that luxury of taking equipment. He needs to find these red spells while he can. We haven't really talked about fatigue as a concept too much in this format, but if you don't have enough red spells as Oscilio, you will have a really hard time actually ending someone's life total points to 0 in this format.
Yellow Flashbolt in this pack here. We see that Constellar Uplift that Paul loves so much also available. Looks like regardless of the choice this pack, that yellow count will be increased by 1.
Yeah, the yellow Flashbolt really doesn't require any other help to become a reasonable card, but the Constellar Uplift does require something. It requires an activation of Oscilio, a Lightning Flow token, and another spell that deals Arcane in order to get its full value.
Livewire Press also in the mix here. Had a bit of a mixed bag of the impression of that one on camera so far over the course of the weekend. The threat very strong, but difficult to line it up. Does seem to be a consideration here, though, for Paul, who can get cheeky with it if you want to discard it to Oscilio, make a ponder in the process.
Yeah, Paul's really thinking about this one.
Tough decision. Not sure where I would personally lean. My brain says Uplift, but I am slightly biased towards Flashbolt in general. Real tough choice here. I have to imagine the clock is ticking down. It will be the Constellar Uplift that Paul finally selects as that 3rd card in pack number 3. So yellow count continuing to increase, which if you can't find the reds, I mean, it is the next best thing.
This is a card that only comes in yellow, and it technically, if you squint hard enough, could deal basically 3 arcane damage potentially to another opponent. So I don't mind this pick at all.
Yeah, I'm more just meant there is some yellow power here at least. It makes up for a lack of reds, even if the card itself doesn't come in a red variety. Blue core reaction found in this pack here. Not quite as potent as the red one that Paul found earlier on. That red comet collision, though, that's a slam dunk.
Yeah, we have not seen too many of these. Paul was very happy to take one, pack 3, pick 2. Happy to take it also, pack 3, pick 4.
Double dipping on a premium rare in pack 3. Gotta feel good about that one, especially when it fills one of those much needed holes in your draft strategy.
And they're going to pair really well with the back-to-back retorts that he drafted, especially if he plays the mirror.
Instead of Flow Slide available at the front of this pack. A couple other cards being pulled forward by Paul for consideration. Stopping and Staring at a blue Flittering Spike. That blue Tap Lessons Past at the back of this pack as well. Those are definitely the two choices for me. I think I lean towards the Lessons Past here. Another blue block 3. Definitely rounds out the resource base, makes blocking a little smoother for the deck. We have some very replaceable blues right now.
Yeah, I think this might be his 3rd blue block 3, despite having, I think, 8 blues. So it's a welcome part of his deck, because otherwise his blues are kind of in the block 2 or no block territory.
Spin up the next one. Pulsing Cardia for a waiting Illusionist player. Laced Lightning does conflict with a slot we have already filled. I've seen that from a few pieces of equipment now for Paul, who did take them aggressively early, has been punished slightly for doing so. Looking at that yellow Enian Surge and a yellow Sutra at the front of the hand.
Yeah, this is quite different from our last draft that we watched Paul draft, where equipment just dried up and never really shown itself again.
Yellow Surge seems to be the primary pick at the moment, but Paul definitely going back and forth between these two again, just finding himself forced to take some of the slightly less ideal variants of these cards that are otherwise very powerful in Oscilio. Means the engine will still run, you just didn't buy the premium fuel.
Yeah, the yellow Cosmic Suture might be at its best in the mirror, where both players are often slinging arcane damage to each other. A lot of cards here I actually want to talk about. I haven't seen Star World Warning in consideration while we were Oscilio, but it's actually quite a powerful card. It's one of the few cards that pairs really well with Meteoric Impact, which Paul doesn't really have much in this format, but you just want instants that you're happy to play on either turn, opponent's turn or your turn, particularly your turn. Those are the hardest cards to find, ways to trigger Starfall proactively. For example, if you had a blue and you had a Meteoric Impact, you could start your turn, activate Oscilio, discard Star World Warning, play Star World Warning, then activate Volzar and send that Meteoric Impact. Of course, Paul does draft that blue Meteoric Impact, and if we did that line, it would be a 3-card with the blue one, 4 arcane damage, create 2 Star Flow tokens, Lightning Flow tokens, and have a Ponder token, which functionally is net 2 cards. So it's quite powerful with these Starfall spells, but Paul, we are now on the wheel. There will be no more red spells he sees for the rest of this draft, and I do think he's a little lacking in that department. I'm curious to see what he ends up picking to round out this draft. A couple of playable cards here. I do want to call out that Storm Shatter, though. It is another way to defensively trigger Starfall at pretty good rate as well.
I know Paul was crossing his fingers that Tiara came back around to fill out the equipment slot, but gonna have to settle for a blue Comet Collision. Did pick up 3 of those in various colors across this pack, which is certainly a big boon.
Yeah, this blue Convale of Volthaven is not exactly what we want to be taking at this point, but beggars can't be choosers. I mean, these are cards that can potentially go into your deck, and it's just Paul here not even going for the
playable
Storm World.
Nope, we're going to take this.
Rather take out this
right away.
Sprite. He just knows there's no chance he's going to play that. It won't really affect too much, but there's an off chance he denies that Rune Blade card to someone else, and that could give him more tournament equity.
Blue Rush of Power, similar story there at the end as a cherry on top for Paul.
Well, he had no choice there. He has
to take that one. Yeah, you are obliged to do so. Let's take a look at how this deck shaped up when it was all said and done. It started almost picture perfect for Paul van Gijssel. Pack 2 was a pretty significant struggle, I think. Pack 3 had some reward. Those 2 red comet collisions feel like a really big deal in tying this deck together. Really big pickups over there. But all in all, I have this like a 7, maybe is kind of the ballpark. I mean, some missing pieces that could definitely make it better, but the engine's going to run, I'll tell you that.
I'm a little bit lower than that, Scott, and I don't say this to be mean. I hold Paul at a very high standard. He's won 2 callings, and I think that the way this draft ultimately ended up, I would grade this more of like a C-. And I know that sounds really harsh, but I'm just looking at the arcane spells that are available here. They're just... I struggle to see him getting across the finish line in a lot of these games. There's really not that many of them. We have these 2 Comet Collisions, the Core Reaction, the Ion Surge, and the Tap Lessons Pass. That's it.
Yeah.
And he has some yellows, and then it's just the configuration of the cards. And then to boot, in terms of his blue base that blocks 3, very few cards do block 3. I do think that if Paul does pair it against another Oscilio, which is extremely likely at this point, I think there might be 4 of them at this table, he will have a good time. He has a lot of Arcane Barrier, he has a lot of instants, even if they're not that great. These blue Flash Bolts, well, if you're able to at all expend your hand, that gives you an advantage in the mirror, and I do think these Thunderous Retorts give him quite a good place to be against the mirror. Putting one of these in your arsenal and being able to just completely stop whatever your opponent's doing, and of course that Spellbane Sigil that he kind of took over that blue Comet Collision. These are decisions that have positioned him well into the mirror, but I could see him struggling against just an average Aurora deck.
Okay, so I agree with the majority of those points, I think, for the most part. I think I sit B-, you seem to sit C-. There's only one way for us to be sure, though. That's to consult chat. So I'm going to ask Ethan to do me a favor, throw up a poll. I'm going to need people to let us know. One of us is right.
Okay.
One of us is wrong.
Okay.
And chat will let us know. I'll give him some time.
All right, chat. The only one thing I'll leave this. I'll just say this one last thing on why I gave this a C-.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Look, when I build my draft decks,
winding it back.
I want to see, like, there's this bar here that tells us our pitch cards, right? It says 9, 12, 13. This is not how I want my decks to look like as Oscilio in this format. I want that red bar to be greater than the yellow bar, and I want it to be greater than the blue bar. I don't want the red bar to be the least, and if that's the case, I certainly don't want my yellow bar to be the next. I want I want some of these cards and colors to be in different orientations, and I think when Paul listens to me say these things later on, he'll know that I came and said these things with just positive intent. I really mean these words constructively. We're no longer in day 1 of the calling.
Yes. Now look, you have raised some valid concerns.
We're in the top 8 of the draft, and I'm going to start holding players at a higher standard. And I'm not saying he made mistakes during this draft. I really am not saying that. I'm just telling you what I think about this draft. I guess to make people feel maybe better, to make you feel better if you're listening to this later, I think you drafted really well.
Yes, I agree.
But I think the cards came to you at unfortunate timings. We saw really good cards come with equipment. I think you made a really good decision there to take that Seeker's Delay. But ultimately, the results was not that great.
No, and again, you've raised some very valid concerns. I think that critique is very fair. I think Paul will appreciate it. But have you considered B? That's all I'm saying.
If Paul came to my office during office hours and really made the case
that his deck
was actually a B,
I just need 2 more marks, Mr. Feng. I want a B so bad.
I think we could get there. I would have to hear his version of it, though.
Okay, well, I hope we get a chance to hear that version at some point in the near future. Let's check out the board. Let's see how this thing shook out, where the heroes ended up, and our gut intuition was correct, Michael. It was 4 Oscilio, 2 Ziggle McGiggles, and 2 copies of Aurora, who admittedly are pretty reasonably spaced out here, truth be told.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I mean, we knew that Oscilio was probably pretty powerful going into this. Oliver, of course, has only drafted Oscilio this entire day, and I guess I'm not too surprised by this 4 Oscilio split. I think from every draft table so far today, I've always, in the back of my head, been wondering, is this going to be the 4th Oscilio? Is this going to be the 4 Oscilio pod? Just because, personally, I do think Oscilio is quite powerful. And I haven't been shy about this. I find a lot of these the commons just quite good at ending the game in a way that your opponent can't really interact. And you have instant damage on their turn as well. That 1-2 punch that Wizards have been enjoying ever since Kano was legal has always been a good formula. And in this limited format, it's no different. What I guess I am surprised by is your countryman, Sean Knowelden, pivoting off of Aurora.
Yeah, I was equally shocked by that, truth be told. But in a similar vein, I'm actually really interested to see Sean's deck, because if you look at the distribution of this table, for some amount of the packs here, Sean was getting hooked up. It was Aurora, Oscilio down the side, and like all the goodies went there first. In a similar vein, I'm curious about Piotr's Oscilio deck, because he's the one that's kind of sandwiched. It's like directly next to Sebastian on the one side. Only has the one space of reprieve to Paul on the other side. Those are definitely the 2 decks I think are going to intrigue me the most.
Yeah, I think Piotr and Sebastian are actually both equally in relatively rough positions just by the sheer fact that they're next to each other. So for one of these packs, they're always getting the leftovers, so to speak, of that pack in terms of the Oscilio cards. Sebastian does have, of course, a little bit more reprieve of Rich and Sean passing to him. But I do want to also think about what Oliver's deck looks like, because Pack 1 was not amazing for Paul. After the first couple picks, things really started drying up, and I wonder what Pack 1 looked like for Oliver. And then on the reverse side, Pack 3, Oliver now has to deal with his fellow Oscilio brethren, Sebastian and Piotr. I feel like all of these Oscilio decks could all give us that feeling of, man, I'm missing a little bit of this, missing a little bit of that.
We do have some insight from the floor, thanks to the lovely Sam O'Byrne, who's been out there talking to our top 8 players. Sam, hook me up with some knowledge. What's happening?
I'm back from the clouds and descend with knowledge and intuition from the very people you describe. I hear B, I hear C, C-. I just want to bring you the words of Paul von Gijssel as we had a moment to discuss, again, the depth and the intricacies of his draft, of his deck. He looked at me, put his hand on my shoulder, and he said, "I'm cooked." That was Paul von Gijssel's response to the draft.
And you know what cook starts with, gentlemen?
It does start with a B. I'm booked. No, he's booked and blessed and cooked and cooked.
God, I hope he's booked.
We shall see in the actual game. I do want to bring you also just the words from Sean, his opponent in this upcoming round, playing Zyggy. I went up, I had the same question. I said, how you feel? This is different than how you've been playing all weekend long. He said, listen, I have no idea what I'm doing, but that's okay. I feel okay about this. I feel like this was much more open than my last lane. So he feels as though he made the right choice. The question is up in the air of if he can pilot what has been a relatively open lane to the best of his ability. But with such a sterling record throughout this weekend, I think we can expect great things from both of the players in the feature match, a cookedness notwithstanding. We have a couple things just from the rest of our players. Griffin, he felt like his deck was good and balanced. Oliver said it was a new take on Oscilio. He felt okay. It was mid-range. Richard said this deck was better than both of his other decks today. And both of his other decks got him to the top 8. So he's feeling quite good about that Aurora deck. Sebastian said he's not feeling that good. It said he has the potential to pull out wins, but it feels inconsistent. Thomas said, listen, I feel decent. I'm just so mentally fatigued that I didn't want to play anything other than Zyggy. He was like, I was very open in my first draft and my second draft, but in this draft, I forced. I'm tired. I want to play what I know. And Piotr said on his Oscilio deck, could be better. There's some bumps. He needs to set up like he always does. He wants some embodiments of lightning. That's something we noticed out there. A lot of these Oscilio decks, they were taking a lot of lightning attacks to fill out their lists. Nobody wants to play baubles. They're not getting those arcane spells because of how many Oscilios there are. So that's the update. Back to y'all.
Back to the clouds with you, Samuel Byrne. Thank you for the input. And I think I learned a lot about not just the draft, but maybe player mentality at large in the draft pod. From that input, I feel like I learned a lot there.
And I learned that Sam would be a great investigative journalist. I mean, that was such a good update. Wow, I feel like I was drafting with those players.
Good feeling. Good feeling. So there's only one question that really remains for me. Is Paul Gijssel absolutely booked? I just don't know.
Or is
we're going to have to.
Or is he duked?
He might be duked. I've heard the deck referred to as Duke by a few people every now and then as well. Maybe D starts winning in the poll now if we're not paying attention. It's going to be quite the barn burner. It's just a stalwart piece of furniture of the Flesh and Blood community now in the form of Paul Van Gijssel in these top cuts against the underdog from the underground. Sean making the come up, snuck in at 8th. Has the ability to cause an upset here, some would say, and just etch his name in the history of the Flesh and Blood kind of history books so far. It's a match to remember, and I'm hopeful it's going to be a match that we enjoy just as much.
Likewise. Let's get to it.
That's fine. I can go home. Like, I don't have to be here, Michael. That's fine. I could be the analyst if you prefer. I'm sure I can win something eventually. No. I'm simply playing. All right, ready to go as our players are shuffling up down their weapons and heroes presented. Sean Knowelden, Paul Van Gijssel. It's Zyggy versus Oscilio. And Paul, of course, here, 4th seed, had the choice as to go first or second and chose to go first. No big surprises for me there at this point. Zyggy has the ability to kind of convert on that first turn, play out some auras, build some ward, and Oscilio in the same way. Sometimes just dumps a pile of arcane into your face, and you don't really have meaningful ways of interacting with it. Paul might have another layer to it. We obviously saw the equipment kind of ebbing and flowing over the course of the draft. If he has a feeling for how many preventative effects Sean might have, definitely might tee us up for an interesting turn 0 as well.
Yeah. Paul doesn't have that many red spells in his deck, but he's definitely looking to draw one as he has chosen to go first.
The insight of champions available for you there. Let's get down into the game. Our players are ready to book. And Paul will be miking up, as will Sean, so we can hear their insights as we go. It is 3 pieces of equipment on either side. It's Double Astral Sanctuary and Tiara for Sean Knowelden, and it's Seekers, Constella's Wave on the side of Van Gijssel. So that little rub for luck on the table as that last card comes off the top of the deck here. And Paul is looking at a red, but unfortunately, it's Cosmic Flare.
Yeah, Cosmic Flare could be a good target for the Arsenal, though. He drew spells. We asked for a red spell. We got a yellow spell and a Flash Bolt. I don't think we can complain here. This is still a sizable amount of damage, and it's damage that, Sean's going to have a hard time interacting with.
1 point of arcanic damage is the question. On turn number 0 here, we see Corrosive Space Dust in the hand early. Sean here might hesitate to give up that lightning flow. It's a blue one. Auric Shards, Visionary of Orbit, and that Shattering Flow Tide here. Some very appealing cards on the first turn of the game, which arguably makes it a little more miserable to deal with a Flash Bolt of the blue variety.
Yeah, Sean's hand actually having these 2 ward instance makes it so that he's still probably able to play ball with Paul. I mean, he might be taking some damage, but he could still be putting some permanents into play, and that's already a win considering he didn't get to choose first or second. Paul was a higher seed. He's making the most out of a less than ideal situation. I will say there's a little of anti-synergy between Visionary of Orbits and Auric Shards, which can only really buff a attack with Fragment. So there's some tension there, and it might encourage Paul to pitch one or the other during this turn, as he is, of course, lining up to use his Constella Tiara to prevent one.
Happy to make that Ponder token by doing so in the process. Not a player we're not unused to seeing in the early turns of these games. These preventative pieces kind of at their best on turn 0 when you get refunded with a fresh hand at the end of it. And so we will see that tap lessons passed, joined by Volzar Meteor Swarm for 4 points of arcane damage here. And if it connects, that Flash Bolt will go right back where it belongs, the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, this on hit is less devastating, less meaningful. It's still something, but it's not the most painful I don't imagine Sean really, bending over backwards to try to prevent this, though it seems like he could do that. By the fear, nope, can't. This blue corrosive space dust only wards 2 when it has a hollow counter.
And so Sean here debating whether or not to blink this, as I believe it's 2 reds in hand, so there would be no Aphrodisiac activation, and it would require the only lightning flow that is available right now.
It would also require him to pitch this Visionary of Orbits with the red Auric Shards, and that may not be something he's interested in doing again.
So 3 damage?
And so 3 damage will come on through. The Space Dust just playing the hard way. Flashball goes back on the bottom of the deck, and Space Dust will ping for a point of Arcane when it goes out of the arena. Paul says, sure. Happy to take that one. Down to 18, 17 on the side of Sean after the initial burst of Arcane was leaking through. Arsenal.
Sean decides to keep both cards. He's going to hold on to this red Auric Shards. Doesn't elect to just play it for that, almost like 1 card, 1 value.
Taking a peek, I think we got just a little bit unlucky that the Pulse Ray is the blue. But at least this hand can make Visionary of Orbits function in a pinch. Pulse Ray being pitched away to fund this powerful 7 power attack.
Yeah, it's not too bad of a turn. He's also going to be able to maybe discard the Cosmic Duality by pitching the Auric Shards. Once again, the Auric Shards can't buff this Visionary of Orbits. It would be quite powerful if you could. Visionary of Orbits does not have Fragment, but it is a quite powerful card in general.
Again, small details here, but something I do want to watch. Visionary of Orbits on hit would put Corrosive Space Dust back on the bottom of the deck. And again, as we go into those final turns, how many games have we seen a Space Dust steal today?
Yeah.
Of a game. Having it down there, lurking, waiting, capable of 2 points of arcane damage, joined by Aphrodisiac. Something to be very mindful of if you're letting Sean Knowelden put it back.
Yeah, Paul's eyes went towards Sean's graveyard when he saw this Visionary of Orbits. Paul didn't have to read the card. He already knew what it did, just analyzing what it would accomplish if it did hit. Paul does have some Seeker's equipment, so he can choose to maybe block 6 and sneak one of these Seekers in.
The problem for Paul, I think, is the hand is not particularly well blocking. Second blue Flash Bolt and Arc Ramp at the back means that this Enian Surge and Meteoric Impact would be the defensive ideals, but they're also the offensive ideals, which is not great.
Yeah, he has a clean play. If he just blocks 3, he can play the blue Flash Bolt and then Volzar play the Meteoric Impact. It's very unlucky, very unfortunate that both of those cards are blue. Both players just playing a lot of blue instants.
Block 3, at least demonstrated for now. Paul hasn't vocalized that he's done with this consideration here. There we go. Block 3. No reactions declared, so 4 points of damage will come through. Visionary of Orbits will trigger, and the Space Dust will get jiggy with Zyggy. Back on the bottom of the deck it goes.
I'll put the Corrosive Space Dust on the bottom.
Both players have put their signature or iconic red instant to the bottom. I love it.
Yeah, problem being they're both in the blue variety.
Yeah.
Not quite as snazzy.
I mean, both players would loved it to have been a red, but this is limited. You have limited options, and beggars can't be choosers sometimes.
Cosmic Duality letting that Auric Shards convert for a value and a Lightning Flow means that Ponder will also pop a fresh one in the arsenal, which is certainly quite nice.
Means Sean's entire turn was about 9 points of value if we, don't have to assign a value to that bottoming of the instant. Because of the Ponder token, it was like a 3-card 9, which honestly is quite good.
Reasonable value in a game of limited. We'll make our way back over to Van Gijssel, PVG. Now staring at a hand that contains another blue Flashball, blue Arc Ramp. These are not the cards you're hoping to make magic with. And we will fire off the Flashball. Single point of Arcane off these 2 cards. But will enable Volzar for this Meteoric Impact.
Yeah, the Meteoric Impact, though, when you pitch when you have Starfall active, functionally feels like one color grade above its actual pitch. So in this case, I mean, the total amount of arcane damage, the Meteor Impact is going to be coming in for 4. This is a 3-card 5. I know it sounds embarrassingly low, but it's damage that Sean doesn't have an easy way to interact with. This is arcane damage. And if Sean can't convert his hand offensively, can't use all of the cards, then this will have been more than just 5 points of value. It's 5 points of value that Sean cannot really interact with and utilize his hand.
Happy to take the heat here is Sean as Paul reaches for that Cancelo wave to add a little bit of extra juice to this lovely Meteoric Impact. Volzor joins it. It means this is 5 points of arcane here. 2 lightning flows staring it down on the other side of the table right now. Those 2 Sanctuary pieces are still available, but can't use them both at the same time.
Yeah, I like this usage of the Cancelo waves by Paul. I think all of our players who have been drafting Cancelo waves today on stream have really utilized or understood this concept of every single turn when you untap your hero until the end of your turn. This is a resource that you are looking to use every turn. It's the same thing as, trying to use all the cards in your hand. When your hero is untapped, take advantage of that and tap him to, trigger that Cancelo waves if you have no other plans with your hero tap resource.
Nourishing Glow is the retort from Sean Knowelden. Gain a life when it does the thing. Blinks it out with the Zyggy here. Comes on back in to have that 1 ward available. The life gain, of course, a nice bonus. So Aphrodis now with the flexibility to do the thing. Zip zap to arcane. So Sean up to 18 from the life gain. Paul deciding if he's willing to fall lower. Does appear to be happy to do so. Down to 11.
I'll let the damage happen, so take 4.
So 4 arcane will burst through. This Nourishing Glow brings Sean down to 14 here. Looking at Pulsing Cardia and Lightning Form in the hand for Sean.
That was a great usage of his cards. I mean, whenever you do an arcane damage turn like this, that's a little below rate. You're just hoping your opponent can't take advantage of their 4-card or 5-card hand. But Sean's showing, hey, look, I can spend my entire hand. I have no problems with that. That can't be what Paul wants to see. Paul drawing up here. He has that premium in Ion Surge red. That's one of the best cards in his deck at this point. But he does have this annoyingly hard to convert card, that blue Calmvale of Volthaven.
Sorry, so I'm on 14.
Yeah, blue Convert of Volthaven is maybe one I overlooked. I'm starting to agree we might be cooked.
Yeah, yeah, it's just a hard card to utilize. You're not really happy paying 2 resources to prevent 1 damage and create 1 lightning flow. This is a card that Paul definitely intended to just buffer his blue count. And unfortunately, this hand is 3 blue cards. So if this Calmvale blocked for 1, it would actually be reasonable in this hand.
Yeah.
But the fact that it blocks for none, it almost blocks for like -1 because it would force another card pitch to block.
So that red Enian Surge is forced to play defense in the face of a Lightning Form. Tries to deny that embodiment of lightning, which has felt like it's more powerful in Zyggy than many of our other heroes at times. Harder to create as a result.
So no damage done.
No damage dealt. Both players just confirming that as we clean things up, untap Ziggles and his weapon.
Here, I think Paul's just lining up an attack with the Riftbreaker for 4.
Riftbreaker, blue 4. Threatening the lightning flow with the on-hit here.
Sorry. You're fine, you're fine.
Tune into the hand here for Sean on the other side. Yellow Auric Shards, yellow Pulsing Cardia. Nebulous Cycle in the hand there alongside that Shattering Flow Tide of the blue flavor.
You know, he has that Polaris Pulse Ray in his arsenal from Pontotoken earlier. And doing some math, if you want to play the Polaris Pulse Ray and have the Auric Shards, I believe that means you can only block a card, but then block of a card and use a Zyggy, tap a Zyggy with an Astral Sanctuary. But then if you do that, you no longer have access to the super cool play with the Auric Shard. So once again, we're seeing this soft disruption of destroying a Lightning Flow or destroying an Aura token cause some problems for Zyggy. I think this has been mainly a Zyggy problem, wanting to have that Lightning Flow and Zyggy untapped on your own turn.
It's definitely felt like Rift Breaker is a bit of an all-star into Zyggy specifically. And we're going to see that Astral Sanctuary piece reached for, will cash in the robe, tap Zyggy, and suck up a point of damage to try and keep that Lightning Flow around. Doesn't need to destroy the robe, which Sean will take care of right about now. So back over to the Brit, who will stare at that hand again. Auric Shards, Shattering Flowtide, Nebulous Cycle. No Zyggy available to get jiggy. Will be that Polaris Pulse Ray emerging from the arsenal. Pretty good target for that Auric Shards, but can't get full value out of it due to that preventive effect choice on the previous turn.
Yeah, and in blue, Polaris Pulse Ray is a little bit weaker. Obviously, once again, we'd prefer to be playing reds, but beggars can't be choosers. And I do like this line. Polaris Pulse Ray costs 2, so Sean still has 1 float, and he has 2 1-cost auras that he can choose to play here at instant speed. If Paul maybe blocks up 2 cards here, then Sean could play the Auric Shards, and if Paul just plays 1, then Sean can just play the Nebulous Cycle that he also has. I do want to note, of course, the way Nebulous Cycle works is the most ideal usage of it is you make a Ponder immediately, and then on the next turn, use it again to make a Ponder. But that's not going to be how Sean uses it, as Ziggy's already tapped.
Conflicting Thoughts plays defense there. Blocking 3 for Paul. Will pitch away that Constellar Uplift. Spending a resource of it right now. Likely reaching for one of the Seeker's pieces to try and deny an extra fragmentation.
Yep.
And will potentially prevent the arcane damage with this.
Yeah, he finally, next turn, is going to be able to cash in that Cosmic Flare that's been in his arsenal.
Nebulous Cycle is the play of choice. That Auric Shard's going to be popped away into the pitch stack, and Paul will respond to this Nebulous Cycle before the ward is in play. Would like to spin Oscilio. Eats the Lightning Flow, wants to get this second copy of Constellar Uplift on the go.
I'm not sure he truly wants to respond here. I mean, he is responding, but I wonder if he wants the Nebulous Cycle in play.
Paul.
Or rather, how is the Auric Shards in the pitch zone at this point? Nebulous Cycle costs 1, so...
Nothing from me.
Good question. I do believe that should still be in the hand. We had the one floating off of a blue for the Pulse Rave, I think. Might be a small misstep on behalf of our players.
From Oscilio.
I think it's probably fine because it's part of the resolution, right? Just discard a card and create a Ponder token. It's on this.
Players there confirming that the Ponder just
yeah.
shouldn't be missed. And Sean, again, I'm happy with it.
I'm happy with it. I love Sean already. That is a very kind thing to say.
Yeah.
Not necessary to say. He already said, I think you should have it, but I'm happy with it. I really appreciate that type of camaraderie at the top tables.
Pass priority?
So priority will pass. Cards will disappear back to the bottom of the stack. Zyggy will ready up. Circular Flow Tide and Flowing Storm Shard in the hand of Sean Knowelden. Cosmic Flare from the Arsenal has been parked there for quite a second now. That readied Volzar will find itself used again here, courtesy of the Cosmic Flare. Lightning Overload will be the target.
Why is it making a lightning flow? Sorry?
So 4 Arcanes, Starfall, Trigger, Maiden Instant will make a Lightning Flow in the process. And Sean there just again confirming, why is it making a Lightning Flow? Okay, great. We've triggered Starfall, no problem.
Let's take a peek at Sean's hand, see what he's working with.
Flowing Storm Strike. Beckoning Brilliance, Circular Flow Tide, and another yellow Auric Shards. Good mix all around. That Flow Strike very impressive. Going to cash in the Astral Sanctuary, tapping Zyggy once more.
Oh no,
prevents a point of damage. The ward will soak up 2 more. 1 comes through, brings us 11 to 11 now. Lightning flow being generated, ponder being made for Sean, and Paul will look to resolve his ponder. Fill the arsenal with something fresh. Looked like a warning to me, the double lightning flow generator on the way into the arsenal. Sean working with 4 cards on the way back. First of them will be that Flow Tide, which has just become one of my personal favorite cards in Ziggy. There's just so much flexibility in holding these auras in your hand. Maybe you want to play those, maybe you intend to Arsenal, or maybe you want to make this into a 6 and score a lightning flow for the trouble. It's just that kind of assassin-style misdirection. It's very appealing to me.
Yeah, and Sean's going to be able to spend his entire hand here. More importantly, he's going to be able to pitch 2 resources to buff this Flowing Storm Strike to 6, which maybe he's less interested in doing now that Paul's lining up a block of 6. And Sean is able to play that Elliptical Conflux as well, which I think is the best of the cycle, making a lightning flow.
Yeah, the Circular Flow Tide on flow generation. Debating if we're pitching Auric Shards or something else.
Yeah, I'll pump it twice.
It will be pumped twice up to 6, converting that yellow, getting it out of the hand. Beckoning Brilliance will be pitched to establish Circular Flow Tide here, just as a ward 2. Will make more lightning flow on the way out. Means that Ponder token will get some value. We'll see a Pulsing Cardia parked for later.
A red one, so that's a nice little hit by Sean.
Looking at Comet Collisions in the hand of Paul van Gijssel here. 11 plays 11. 1 will be pitched to enable the Arsenal, which is going to be that warning.
Yep, no response.
What a clean play here. Star World Warning, triggers Starfall, creates 2 lightning flow, and enables that Volzar. This is what I've been talking about. I think Star World Warning is quite a powerful card. In this case, if Paul just had like a yellow, another resource here, he could have also activated Oscilio and converted a lightning flow into a ponder token. That's the type of transmutation I really enjoy. I don't really like paying 2 resources and tapping my Aurora hero to flip a lightning flow into an embodiment of lightning. I just want to point that out here, but one of the reasons why we got here is, well, Paul doesn't want to pitch or block with the Comet Collision. He needed to keep it into his deck. He really doesn't have that many reds. We've talked about this deck and how he feels cooked, and one of the reasons why he feels cooked is, well, there's like 6 maybe red spells. We've already gone through a couple of them, and pitching one to the second cycle is one of the ways you just make sure you actually have killing power. This is the one matchup that you actually care about this the most. The matchup against a hero that has so much ward board.
Watching damage density in both players' decks, a very important part of this matchup. We see a lightning flow cashed in by Sean, which is immediately replaced as the Circular Flow Tide goes down. Means it is now 8 plays 11, having prevented 3 points of that damage, but a full 5 cards to work with to return fire from our Lightning Illusionist.
And Sean has found a very good fragment attack to pair with his yellow Auric Shards that's kind of just been chilling in his arsenal. I believe that's a Blink of an Eye. Let's take a peek.
Certainly is. Blink of an Eye. Cosmic Duality Hollow Shield and a blue copy of Shattering Flow Tide, which will be on resource duty here for Blink of an Eye. This one gets tricksy real fast.
Oh, no, I apologize. That was a few turns earlier. Sean actually has that red Pulsing Cardia in his arsenal.
Correct. Yes, yes. So this Hollow Shield might be the one that is the beneficiary of this fragmentation effect, which you have to imagine Van Gijssel would like to get something in front of, at the very least. 7 is quite large otherwise.
Yeah, and it's very tempting to block this. I mean, if you block it, your card is worth 5 on defense. And for Sean, his benefit wouldn't be too large. It would mean an Aphrodite swing, as he would be able to play this Hollow Shield. It would get that Blink of an Eye, the blink effect from the fragment, and then he would maybe be able to swing the Aphrodite and still have 1 resource at the end of all that. He does have a yellow right now in his pitch, or in his hand. Alternatively, if Paul chooses maybe not to block this Blink of an Eye, Sean can still decide if he wants to still devote resources to playing this Hollow Shield. If his other card was a blue, if he had a blue and a Hollow Shield here, he would be completely insulated. He would not have to worry about what Paul does, as he would be able to still play the Hollow Shield, activate Ziggy, and still send the Aphrodite. Oh boy, here we go.
We'll find a block for 6. We'll fragment twice on Blink of an Eye. The Hollow Shield will be played in response to hollow it up. Now we'll provide 4 ward at some point in the near future. We'll get the hollow counter marked on this one. And of course the double fragmentation will bring Blink of an Eye down to 5, down to 3. We'll see the Aphrodite's activation with that Cosmic Duality to present 2 arcane damage. And now Paul with a choice, has some lightning flow available. Looking at Astral Assault in the red variety in the hand. Going to want one of those to make that into a 7. But might want to use some of them to not fall closer to 7.
Sure. You go to 9.
Says no. Down to 9 is the choice. 8 plays 9. Van Gijssel slightly ahead on the life race. 2 cards to work with. And will send back a volley, courtesy of that Astral Assault.
I want to talk numbers here. That was one of the first turns I've seen a player as Zyggy hit that magical 13 value, or at least close to 13 value, by attacking with the Blink of an Eye, drawing 2 cards from Paul. You functionally were dealing about 6 points of damage. Then playing that Hollow Shield and blinking it. Now he has a 4 ward available, so 6 plus 4, that's 10. And the Aphrodite is another 2 points of damage. So we're functionally at 12. And of course, Sean, at the beginning of this turn, was representing 13 damage because the original attack of that Blink of an Eye was 7. So I really like that turn. I mean, we made something out of nothing. And of course, Blink of an Eye is a very powerful rare. This rare is in the Zyggy Armory deck for a reason. So just want to highlight. Great turn by Sean.
Astral Assault, a fine 2-card play on the way back for Van Gijssel. 7 points of physical damage.
And this is 7, just 7. No 7 with Fragment, so Sean can't just block 2 cards and completely nullify it.
We'll see Shattering Flowtide reached for on defense to force 4 ward available here.
This block tells me a lot about how Sean imagines this game is going to go. If he committed 2 cards to block there, I think he would be telling us that he thinks he can maybe fatigue Paul. But by blocking with only 1 card, I think he thinks, maybe I'll just kill you.
I think giving up that Hollow Shield also very intriguing. Tempting to try and save that for an arcane effect out of a deck like Oscilio, but happy to use it to keep cards in hand here. Ebbing Arc Strike, got to be setting off some alarm bells when that was the choice made by Sean. You have the option to give this go again if you want to, but Auric Shards is the one that will punish you for not doing so. Zyggy blinks it out. Comes on back in. Total of +4 on this one means this is coming in.
No, it's going to be a +5. It's a +1 plus a +4.
I meant to say base at 4. Base 4 adding 5 was the misphrase. I got my numbers all muddled. But 9 was the number we were trying to get to, which is part of the issue. That Seeker's Gilet does mean that Paul is not cooked just yet, but...
What a beautiful turn, though. I mean, Sean coming in with that... I mean, he could have maybe tried to block differently. I realize now he actually had no way of blocking 7 to try to protect that Hollow Shield. But this is straight up lethal. There should be a Hollow Shield or Hollow Counter, I think, on the Auric Shards. Paul is just clarifying the board state and seeing what's going on.
That's what I tried.
Players just joking there about the situation. Again, I love to see the jovial spirit when the stakes are so high. There is some other prevention in hand for Paul.
That red Cosmic Suture.
So taking a look here, Paul through, I'm going to say, maybe 3/4 of the deck, maybe a little less.
And is he going to activate Oscilio? That's the question. He does. That means he does value that Starfall trigger. This is the classic way of playing Cosmic Suture.
We'll pop it back out of the graveyard. Volzar activation for 2 points of Arcane on this preventative effect. Ward 1, take 1 is the call. As the Shards goes down after doing his dirty work. So 5 damage coming through will bring Van Gijssel down to 4. 7 on the side of Sean Knowelden. And we know there is a core reaction available in the hand for Paul.
Yeah, Paul doesn't have a way to take advantage of that Starfall this turn. So he's probably looking to play it for next turn and hope that this Ponder token plus the 4 cards after will draw in him into something cool.
I love this. The self-control, not to just try and snap this off and guarantee the 4 damage, but also knowing that perhaps this is the instant that you may need for Volzar to do its work on the following turn cycle. Just some amount of self-control here for Paul, who is going to be under serious pressure. I want to note, we're back to the stack. That Space Dust is lurking in the hand, and that means a few things. Back to the stack means the Space Dust is here, of course, but back to the stack also means the deck is getting a little thin for Sean as well.
We are on turn 6, and players have been burning through their deck faster than 4 cards per turn because of the Ponder tokens that have been generated by both players. This also means Paul's likely going to be drawing that blue Flashbolt that he pitched. I believe he pitched 2 early, back-to-back.
I think one got put back on the bottom by Tab Lessons
one was
past,
played,
the other one.
then returned, then one was pitched. But I'm not sure if he's back to his red Comet Collision yet. I think that might be the 5th card pitched and not coming up. I actually don't even think... I think the top couple of cards in his deck are still new cards that we haven't seen yet.
Ziggy activation means Dust will blink on out. Point of arcane damage coming through. Paul says, yes, I'd rather keep this lightning flow around for now. Down to 3. Aphrodite's activation looming. Does pitch Cosmic Duality to do it. That's going to be one you're going to want to watch as these life totals start to tumble down. 2 floating. 2 arcane being represented by the weapon, and now Paul needs to deliberate. Is this finally the time where that lightning flow is needed to stem the bleeding? Takes 2. 7 plays 1 with that core reaction in play. And the Ponder will resolve. Fresh one found. Tap Lessons past. Red, I believe, in the arsenal for Van Gijssel.
Yeah, wow. The fact that this Tap Lessons Pass can return another key instant, for example, this core reaction, is actually huge. I think I misjudged Paul. I originally said that the Enion Surge was a more interesting card, but Tap Lessons Pass is looking quite good in this game that has gone quite long, and we're now entering the dregs of our decks, and being able to get something like a core reaction could be huge for this game.
Red Pulse and Cardia met by Lightning Overload. Resource will be gained from the Cardia. No tricks to be found off of it. Gotta watch that Space Dust.
We wouldn't be able to deal with any of the tricks. Look at Paul's hand. We can't see it. Let's catch a glimpse of that hand while we can. It's an Arc Ramp, Calm Veil of Volthaven, and that blue Flashbolt. Not a lot of block value in that hand.
That's mono premiums right there.
Mono premiums, I like that.
I'm watching this Space Dust. Paul's got to be so careful. You can, of course, deal lethal damage through the trigger and take a game away that way, but dealing 7 in one lump, unlikely to happen from where we're sitting. And so if Paul wants to get through, that lightning flow is going to have to cover the bases. The Gilet is going to have to cover the bases, but either way, you need to have some insulation whenever you take it down.
Right. We know that Paul drafted 2 Thunder Torts, but clearly he did not put them in, and that makes sense. Yeah, Sean is not a wizard. But the more that we see these arcane little pings from Ziggy pilots kill other heroes during their own turns, I don't know. Ziggy is almost cosplaying as a wizard often.
Certainly getting that vibe. Okay, looks like Sean wants to double check a ruling, wants to confirm how an interaction works. And if you were ever going to do that, now is the time.
Yes.
Let's take a breather, make sure we check. It's way easier to fix this before you do the thing. So I'm sure we'll learn a little more about what it is that Sean is asking exactly when we get back to the table. But this has been a bit of a masterpiece, honestly. I've been really impressed by the navigation of both players and arguably the resilience of some cards in these decks that I wasn't super sold on when we finished that draft.
That's what I love about this draft format. Every card is basically being utilized. Every card, every decision, every card you chose to put in or side out is being utilized in these second cycle games, and it's beautiful.
All right, Sean's ready to go, so we're ready to go. Seems like we had just a quick question about the implications of ward versus prevention here, thanks to this Calm Veil. Wanted to understand if there was any differences, if there were priorities on replacement effects, this kind of thing. The answer is typically you can pick whichever one you would like to pick, and so Calm Veil of Volthaven will jump on out to try and soak up a little bit more of this core reaction, make a lightning flow in the process.
Yeah, and Paul's thinking if he wants to do any responses, maybe do a little ping here and there before this Calm Veil resolves, because if this Calm Veil does resolve and it does prevent the 3 damage, that also gives Sean a lightning flow token, which of course would be another Spell Void 1. But this is just such a cool interaction. This feels like Paul sending the punch and Sean coming in with the counter, the parry. At least in wizarding terms. I mean, obviously, in Flesh and Blood, we're so used to, I send an attack, I have my defense reaction. But, you know, when it comes to arcane damage, this is the only way you can really interact with it. Prevention.
I was thinking about the logistics of trying to parry a fireball, and the answer is there isn't.
Yeah.
You don't typically do that.
Lexi, our girl Lexi, you know, touch a tree, and that seems to get the trick done.
I am confused. But that's okay. As long as neither of our players are. Honestly, they might be. This is a tough spot. This is a lot of deliberation, and Paul rightfully taking a moment to pause to navigate this.
But what this does mean, Sean putting the prevention here, is it kind of has opened the floodgates for that tap lessons pass in Paul's arsenal to actually deal damage.
It's true.
And if that happens, what should Paul be grabbing? Is it the red core reaction? His pack one, pick one?
It might be. Core reaction would be pretty premium.
I have 1 damage prevention floating, and then there's a trigger when this dies of 1 arcane damage for you.
So lightning flow cashed in. We obviously have 4 prevention total. So the flow covers 1. The space dust covers 2. Means we have 1 point left over on this Calm Veil when the 4 comes through.
This honestly seems like an awesome time to cash in his own blue Calm Veil of Volthaven, as he does want 1 resource floating to send that tap lessons pass, but I don't know. I don't know what Paul's thinking.
I like it. I think having another second lightning flow might be very appealing to Van Gijssel right now. Staring down Aphrodius does tend to do damage in intervals of 2. What an absolute sweat as we find ourselves in the top 8 quarterfinals of the calling here in Prague. It is 7 life remaining for Zyggy and Sean Knowelden, and just a single point of life keeping Paul Van Gijssel's dream of a 3rd calling victory, the first triple crown, alive. We find Calm Veil of Volthaven to blunt the 1 arcane from corrosive space dust. And Sean says, yeah, okay. 1 prevented, lightning flow generated, flow being made for Sean here as well. And that tap lessons passed in the arsenal, no doubt going to be the following question posed. Volzar jumping on in to make this 5 points of arcane here.
It's not lethal, but it represents a lot of repercussions if Sean... Ooh, I just missed that. How many cards was that?
3, maybe 4.
That's a huge difference here.
Yeah, it is. I couldn't
3
quite
would
catch,
mean it's in his next hand, and 4 would be the hand after.
It's not. Yeah, it's a huge deal, and couldn't quite catch the final number there.
I think if Paul truly has 4 cards in his hand, it might have behooved him this turn to activate Oscilio when playing that Calm Veil, just to make sure that the next hand has whatever instant he's putting back on top. I personally think, I just think he needs damage. I think he has to go for the core reaction and then just hope and pray that Sean's turn only takes 1 card from him. So he can play that core reaction, then send that Comet Collision. Because I don't see any other path to victory. We know that Sean still has some Okay, this is that Auric Shards.
This is so reserved. My concern here, there's a Pulsing Cardia in hand for Sean. I was worried that he was going to get blinded by using the Lightning Flow to blink this, go for it, find a way, and get punished by the Twin Bolt and other arcanic damage. But again, just self-control. Auric Shards deployed on ward duty to try and soak up Arcane. Knows there are limited cards left for Van Gijssel.
But he does have an Ebbing Arcstride in his hand, which would take a card from Paul if Paul doesn't take the Cosmic Suture here. This is going to be really interesting, this decision by Paul. There's not that many good instances in there. We don't want blue flashballs again. We already been there, done that. But, well,
maybe we do. Maybe we do. This is so interesting. How many cards in deck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 versus 5. 5 cards left in deck for Van Gijssel, so slightly behind on that count. And therefore, debating between the Cosmic Sutra and that core reaction, both of which might offer that final twinge of damage to get the job done. What a difficult choice. Yeah, this is Paul, a game-winning decision.
Yeah, Paul is being attacked on all cylinders now. He is running out of deck. He has literally just 1 life. And he's also kind of a little behind on tempo. I mean, Sean, that Ebbing Arcstride is going to do a lot of work. Ooh.
Constellar Uplift would be a way to give yourself more reach than you can typically find on any of your remaining arcane effects. You can see how difficult this choice is for Van Gijssel, who is just smashing his head against the wall trying to figure out this puzzle. This is it. This is the decision that wins or loses this game for Paul. There are 4 different instances at the front of this pile that are being considered. Blue Twin Bolt, Core Reaction, Constellar Updrift, and that Cosmic Sutra. Also a viable choice. Does pick the Sutra, goes on the bottom. Arsenal's that final card and passes back over to Sean, who will look at that Ebbing Arcstride. Head jab declared. I guess it is if you squint. It's definitely got to go again this time.
Kinda.
Sean gets it. Similar school of humor. Hand from Paul.
Oh boy, this is actually quite a good hand from Paul.
My head hurts.
He has that Constella. I think it's an uplift as well, and the Comic Collision. That's a nice 2-card play.
Yeah, Nebula Duality and Blue Tap Lessons Past. Seeker Gilet and 2 Lightning Flow still available in terms of preventative measures for the 2-time calling champion, who has quite the puzzle to solve. Twin bolts, a flash bolt, I should say, all the bolts in the arsenal. Duality in hand is theoretically 2 arcane. There's 1 Lightning Flow in the way right now. There's just a little bit of toothpaste left in this tube, and Paul has got to find a way to brush his teeth. Tab Lessons Past will pay 2 resources for 1 singleton point of arcane, and this has got to put the fear of God into you. Sean says yes. Down to 3. Instant now in the graveyard means Volzar is active. Perhaps more importantly, so is Starfall. So we're going to see that Constellar Uplift offering 2 points of arcane that untaps Volzar in the process.
Is that a Nebula Duality in his hand?
The vision.
Oh my goodness.
2 arcane comes through. The Volzar is untapped. Nebula Duality will attempt to deal 2 arcane. It's just 1 Lightning Flow and 1 point of life. That means the dream remains alive. Van Gijssel finds a way to drag through the draft and is still here, still capable of winning this calling. hoping we'll be seeing him in the semi-finals.
Insufficient again.
Just about sufficient, Oscilio. Just about. One of the most remarkable games of Limited I have ever seen, full stop, no questions. Cinema. Cinema is what I'm giving that one. You don't have words, do you?
That was very impressive.
Those are words.
I'd give it a B. I'd give it a B.
Who's booked now?
I'd regrade it to a B. I'd blame it on the TA or something.
There we go. Feeling good about myself and about Paul. What a masterpiece of a game. So many decision trees there ended up being so important. The early tap lessons passed for that flashbolt blue back was ultimately the decider when we got to the end of that game there. Incredible stuff. Bracket me, Ethan. I want to see what we look like as we make our way into the semi-finals. It is Oscilio ×3 and Richard Carr's underdog story that are our remaining threads. This time round, Richard really is the underdog. The last remaining Aurora fighting against the wall of Oscilio. Sebastian Grøndal. Olivia Spapens, our last undefeated player, and of course, Paul van Gijssel still in the mix.
I would love to be proven wrong that Oscilio is not a little bit stronger in draft than I've expected. I would love for Richard to pull this out, but as it stands here, and Oscilio has won every single possible matchup. The only time Oscilio has lost in this quarterfinals bracket is when, well, there were two Oscilios, so one had to win, one had to lose. And so I guess what I'm expecting as we watch our next few rounds is, what are some plays that Aurora and Zyggy can do that match some of the powerful plays that Oscilio can do? And I'm genuinely curious because I see these plays that Oscilio is able to do in Limited, and it just feels so powerful.
Definitely feels like more to learn, I think, especially as we go through that pre-release season, national championship season. We have the question now.
Yes.
And when you have the question, you can start working on finding an answer. That's the important part. I'm hearing some noise in the clouds. Sam, you there?
Hello!
That's not Sam.
Hello! I return with more anecdotes, more insight, more flesh and blood. Looking ahead to these semifinals, folks, after that absolute, unbelievable, electric quarters. Just some words about the opponent from Paul van Gijssel, and of course, what we've got on the other side of the table. Oliver, apparently, according to the initial conversations I was just able to have with him, he feels like Paul's deck is better. He feels like Paul has a better deck, but he does feel like he doesn't know precisely the context of the deck from our analysis out here. As we look at the two, he has a fair amount of attacks. We saw how many pearls, how many no blocks there were in Paul's deck. Will that be enough to push the tide into Oliver's favor? I'm not sure, but our first seed, at least after the draft, was like, I think Paul's deck might be better. We'll have to wait and see just how much potentially better it is.
Good to know. I would be feeling awfully unconfident if I was in Oliver's position, I think, at that point. But I think that's very telling of the different styles of Oscilio we can look at. We kind of heard in the quarterfinals Oliver was on a bit of a different twist, and we now know that's more attack heavy.
Yep.
More stuff going on there. And clearly that ends with what Paul was trying to achieve in his version of Oscilio.
Yeah, I can't imagine that's what Oliver wanted to draft from the get-go when he was maybe positioning himself to be Oscilio. But, you know, lightning cards, I'm expecting yellow attacks. I'm expecting those, maybe a yellow electrolyze, maybe even a blue electrolyze. We saw Paul pass up on one of those later on in Pack 2. I feel like these type of attack actions they don't really synergize as well with some of the most powerful plays that Oscilio is able to do. But throw in a Storm Shard, throw in an Ominous Aggression, and we start doing that same thing where we're stealing games through damage that's like, it's not necessarily that evasive, but it does go over the blocks of your opponent.
If you fancy burning someone out with the last couple cards in your deck, you're going to have to join us at pre-release. It's the only way for you to come and get involved with a taste of what you've seen across this weekend, whether it be getting jiggy with Zyggy, whether it be breaking the meta with Aurora, or rocking the show with Oscilio, Scion of the Third Age. Come and join us, grab a pre-release kit on May 29th, find yourself with some exclusive collectibles and a few rounds of pretty incredible gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, this is it, guys. Like, if you guys want to play this, pre-release is just 1 weekend per set, and you really have to make it out there or else you'll miss it. I mean, you have plenty of opportunities. Go to the event locator, find a local pre-release, and try to get a butt in that seat because, guys, this is one of the most fun sets that I have played, and I've been playing this game since Welcome to Wraith.
Been around a while. That beautiful Marvel glide through Starlight there, worth remembering, is legal in your pool for that pre-release. You get to play with it, you get to keep it. It's all very snazzy, very, very flashy. I don't think it would be fair for us to leave Paul after that one. I think we need to follow that story narrative. So we're going to be enjoying a semi-final that is the battle of Wraith's favorite breakfast cereal. Who owns the bigger box of Oscilios? Gotta stay tuned. We'll find out. What better time for the first Oscilio mirror of the weekend than the semi-finals of A Calling? Paul Van Heyssel's Wonder story continues on for the 3-time. Might be the first Triple Crown. On the other side, Oliver, who was our 11-0 player and has been mono Oscilio all the way through, does think his deck is a little worse than Paul's, but it's a speed bump I wouldn't take lightly.
Yeah, I mean, if he thinks that and we know that he has a few more attack actions, it just makes sense. There's 4 Oscilios. You want to take some more of these spells at block 3, but sometimes you end up with, I don't know, blue electrolyzes and yellow flittering spikes and maybe some attacks that don't synergize as well with your deck. Cards like Visionary of Orbits would be a welcome reprieve, but that's not what I believe Oliver is talking about.
No.
He drafted really well. I watched him draft in that first pod, so I imagine if he feels that way, he probably has a good basis or reason for it.
Let's see what's on the other side of that bracket too, in case you can't remember. We know we have Paul and Oliver, which will be our feature match this round. The other side has the underdog, Richard Carr, snuck in to the top 8 of this, and is our last remaining Aurora diehard, trying to cause a bit of an upset.
Yeah, I mentioned this earlier, but Oscilio has always looked powerful to me, and these results don't surprise me that much. They almost just vindicate some of the feelings I've had earlier. But that Paul game, my goodness. So many of these Lightning games have gone this way during this weekend, where we think one person is winning, and just out of the depths, all this arcane damage and a flurry of zaps and shocks and amps suddenly just takes it. I'm really excited to watch some more gameplay, and I hope we get to see some more epic finishes like that last one.
Yeah, I came dangerously close to playing my vocal cords on that that last game.
You did
there.
a great job. I had no words.
It got me.
I was like,
it got me good. It got me good. I gave it some gusto, and I'm like, okay, there's still a final to come. I gotta make sure I can speak.
That is true.
Speaking of finals, we do have a quick reminder for you as well. The finals of today has another giveaway. It's our 3rd and final hot stamped drinking buddy of the weekend. And if you want to come and hang with the cool kids, have a beverage when the show's done. You're going to have to be hanging out in the chat. Let me know your favorite moment of the weekend. Favorite card from Omens of the Third Age. If you're attending the pre-release, any of the above, give me those kind of comments. And that'll be the final, so you can talk now if you want.
What is type of C for cooked in chat? You know?
B for booked, also fine, either way. But whatever you prefer, in the finals, we'll give you a chance to be involved in that, and we'll be making our way there very soon. Sounds like our game is ready for us down in the feature match area. So let's get things started for the semi-finals. Paul van Gijssel, Oliver Spapens, Oscilio. First seed means Oliver gets the choice here, chooses to go second.
Yeah, Oliver hasn't really had to face too many Oscilio mirrors either. Of course, he was 3-0, and Joachim was 0-3 in that first pod earlier this morning. Seems like we're off to a hot start. Paul, Star World Warning in hand. What an excellent card to play. I don't even know whose turn it is, actually, in this first turn.
Looks like it's Paul's there, little arrow on the top. So life totals always gives you some guidance.
I didn't even notice that arrow at the top with the 2 19s.
Indeedy. So, some interesting things to take note of here. Not only that warning and Thunderous Retort in the hand of Paul, but equipment disparity. We do see that the Constellar Wave was not picked up by Oliver, and this time doesn't find itself missing there. But Double Sanctuary gives some freedom to prevent arcane damage without having to pitch for it. Pretty startling difference on both sides here. So we will see things starting off with a warning. Lightning Overload even will benefit from the instant going into the yard. Volzar juices is up 3 arcane, and Oliver says, yeah, all right, that's fine by me. And that's because there is, in fact, a core eruption in the hand here as well to kind of level the playing field on the way back.
Yeah, so Oliver had the opportunity or decision to try to discard the path to Starlight, but chose not to. Oh boy, this is almost like a blowout when it comes to the Oscilio mirror. Oliver coming in with this core reaction, and Paul, the red Thunderous Retort. Does he have more resource cards to Arcane Barrier more? Because Oliver sure as heck has more arcane damage.
Will be 5 arcane tap lessons passed and a Volzar activation. We see that Nebulous Bolt in the hand here as well. Pretty premium stuff. Oliver here nice and early. That Thunderous Retort has a pretty high level of potential in soaking this up. Also 4 lightning flows so early here for Paul. Might be tempting to shut down the recursion of this core eruption if that's something you're particularly worried about. We did say it paid dividends for Paul just moments ago.
Yeah, Paul does have, I guess, a red, a yellow, and another red, I believe, is in his hand. No, this is another blue. This is perfect. This is actually perfect.
That retort, pretty damn special. We will see the other points of arcane covered by lightning flow, so no recursion, but we will see a sigil popping out to make more lightning flow on Oliver's behalf. Look at these two players, it's our turn. We play our turn universally.
That is true. The sigil of Astral Flow will make sure that Oliver also has Starfall next turn as well.
And so back over to Paul, who thinks it through on the 2-card hand. Wants to fire up the arms. And again, we've seen this numerous times now. Tap Oscilio when you have the luxury of doing so, because at some point later on, you might want to use a protective effect, you might want to use Oscilio, and so going to guarantee that 6 points of arcane damage now. These players are throwing slugs. This one is not going to be a long, grindy fatigue affair. This is, I want you dead, and I want it now.
Lots of damage, and it's coming in fast and hot. This is just a little ping of a Nebula duality. Oliver's trying to sneak in while the going is good and preventing what he can. There's no on-hit or on-damage trigger here, so it's just pure numbers, but it's a lot of numbers. And so far, Paul has been playing quite efficiently and getting that Volzar amp every single turn, including turn 0.
And so Oliver falling down to 12 here now. Van Gijssel on a more healthy 18. Oliver will make that lightning flow as the sigil disappears at the start of the turn. Will, of course, activate Volzar in a pinch as well. It's going to be Rift Breaker. This is the follow-up here. It's going to try and threaten those lightning flow with a offensive option. Looks like a yellow one to me, so just 5 points.
Yeah, this is a very interesting use here. If you read between the tea leaves, this probably means Oliver doesn't have a Storm Shard, as he may have considered sending that Flittering Spike instead. It's interesting because Rift Breaker is an on-hit destroy a flow token, whereas Flittering Spike is an on-hit create one. So just you're able to start telling what your opponent has or doesn't have just based off their decisions.
Paul happy to block 5, keep that life total healthy for now. Save it as a buffer for the incoming Arcane. Will be a tap lessons passed of his own here, pitching away a Rift Breaker. 3 Arcane on the yellow variety. We'll see Nebula Duality fired off in response for a point of Arcane, looking to make another Lightning Flow token. Paul says yes, absolutely. 17 the life total now, as there is a 3rd flow token made. 2 resources floating. Oscilio will be tapped to use those Astral Sanctuary legs to make a flow. Looks like we're expending 2 flow this time around. So going to be covering this up using the prevention from the legs and 2 flow. And it's a blue core eruption that is our finale there. Pretty elegant use of resources from Oliver all around.
Yeah, now we're looking to see if Oliver can take advantage of this Starfall trigger. He does have a blue Anion Surge in his hand. That may not be what he's interested in playing. Looking for anything, a Comet Collision, Meteoric Impact, Lightning Overload, or a Nucleus Aether Bolt that's sitting in his arsenal.
That one's been parked there for a hot second. Makes for a pretty premium way of using that Volzar. Shame about Oscilio being tapped, but
he's probably just going to go for the Anion Surge and Volzar it then. Wait until he actually still has that Oscilio hero untapped before sending it.
I do want to note both these players playing like lightning. It's turn 3.
That is
life
true.
total spiraling, and it's been exactly 6 minutes. It's been a bit of a race for these two. They understand what's up. They know what they need to do to make their way into our finals today.
Yeah, the one good thing about the Oscilio mirror is we dodge a lot of the attack after the combat chain that players would have to deal with considering blocks. And because of that, we've removed an entire element of the game that typically takes a long time. Attacks, trying to give attacks go again, buffing attacks. Instead, we're at this stage where players are really just, there's a spell. Can you interact with it? No? Then we take it. Can you prevent it with a spell? All right, maybe I'll do it. But there's just less decisions to really be made here. Although there's still a lot of decisions around how to utilize my hand. What am I pitching? What am I not pitching? But so far, both players, they've had relatively clear or relatively clean play patterns.
Wanted to pop in on that Spellbane sigil, which Paul is being rewarded for pretty heavily again. We saw these were very deliberately chosen during that draft process, and the Thunderous Retort and this sigil have both popped in the Oscilio mirror match and soaked up otherwise unpreventable damage. It is exactly why Van Gijssel has such a intriguing life lead right now.
Yeah, this is just such a good use of that Spellbane sigil. He is able to prevent arcane damage that he otherwise wouldn't have been able to interact with, and he gets another Starfall trigger on his turn. Just great play overall. Trouble on the horizon, though. I did see Oliver drop his hand. There are 2 Cosmic Sutures. That's good. But there are no blues at all.
That's bad.
Thank you. I like that. We should try that again.
Tough one for Paul, who needs to decide how to navigate this Volzar that is now active thanks to that Spellbane sigil. Decided it is Constellar Uplift that is the correct choice. The Volzar will untap. And 2 points of Starfall Arcane.
This is getting the full 3 points of value. This is really nice.
Super clean, 3 value from
or
the
2 points of value and keeping a Volzar untapped. That's another way of thinking of it. Until you get the Volzar tap value again, which he is getting right here, Paul is. Yeah, that Constellar Uplift was 3 value because of the Starfall from the Spellbane Aegis. What a clean couple of turns.
Yep, turns this yellow Alien Surge into a red one, which is met by the Cosmic Sutra. As a yellow copy pitched away to facilitate that. Does mean we're looking at Arc Ramp and Flowshard Elemental on the other side. The Arc Ramp deployed might be given go again here. So if I'm not mistaken, Arc Ramp destroys a Lightning Flow on Resolution. So there was definitely a window there for Paul to go, actually, let me try and steal that away from you with a little bit of arcane damage. It was unlikely to prevent, well, this. The Nucleus Aether Bolt, this is combined with that beautiful Arc Ramp. This is 2 rares stacking on top of each other. It's 6 arcane up front, and that Oscilio is now untapped, which means it will be a 7th point if Paul can't pull something out of that hat yet again.
Yeah, this is the most powerful turn Oliver has presented thus far.
Oh, wow. Cosmic Sutra in hand for Paul. We see that Seeker's equipment as well. There's 2 Lightning Flow in play, so he does have the option to shut down that bonus point of damage, and we're going to see Oscilio activated here, burning the Lightning Flow to discard the Cosmic Sutra. Don't forget that Ponder token, Paul. You're going to want that in a minute.
Yeah, Oliver on his turn did not have a blue to pair with his Cosmic Suture and wasn't able to activate Oscilio and get the full value from the Cosmic Suture. But Paul, he's getting not just the full value from the Cosmic Suture, but the Starfall value with another Constellar Uplift, just pinging away at Oliver. I mean, Oliver, this is the best turn yet, and yet he might take more damage than Paul does from this turn.
Untapping the Volzar from that Constellar Uplift. Sutra will no doubt be paid for with those 2 floating resources, and the Volzar will double dip. 2 Arcane pushing through, pulls Oliver down to 6th place, 16. 4 prevention there. Does mean, okay, so Paul going to decide to take the 2, which means Oscilio will be tapped for a 3rd point. Will now be 6th place at 13, but just an incredibly favorable swing for Paul in Oliver's turn.
Yeah, you don't pay attention to me here. I'm just trying to go through the video and re-edit all the times I said C-.
Yeah, I agree. I'm starting to go back through and make it a B+ at least. I'm learning a thing or two. Alien Surge red, as good as it ever is. Of course, Oscilio here is sadly tapped, so no bonus Lightning Flow. We're looking at Aether Sling, Brush Off in the hand of Olo, which does line up very well into this 1-card 3 Arcane. Ponder token will be broken, but of course, an arsenal already exists. So, Paul happy to draw up. Sigil of Astral Flow jumps down at the end of the turn and will therefore turn on the Volzar, make a Lightning Flow. An Aether Sling or this Enian Surge will be the sling that we fire off here. 5 points of Arcane. This really has just been a game of back and forth haymakers. Tall Arcane from both players pretty consistently.
But there have been virtually very little prevention. There was that red brush off we just saw from Oliver, and that, of course, that Cosmic Suture, but none of those like more tech-based ones, like the Thunder's Retort, the Spellbane H's. I'm not sure Oliver really had the opportunity or even prioritized drafting those cards, and it's really showing. I mean, look at the life total, 6 playing 13.
Yeah, Paul had the ability to convert those cards that would otherwise have been useless profitably to deny that arcane damage, and Oliver has not had the same luxury. He's been forced to take some somewhat anemic lines on occasion, been very clever with the resources to make those core reactions work, but has been bleeding out to make it all come together. It's why you see 6 playing 13 in the semifinals right now, and Paul is the one we're pausing on because it's core reaction in that hand. Blue Flashbolt in there as well. Oliver only at 6. This is a pretty impressive amount of range in theory.
I did see a Lightning Overload in Paul's arsenal as well. I believe he's already played one. I think this might just be the yellow one that's left.
will reach for that tap lessons past. Will foot the bill on Seeker's leggings. Take an op to figure out what the turn should look like going forward. Information is power, after all.
Yeah, Calm Veil of Volthaven on top of my deck, reminding me that I drafted that card.
Yeah, maybe not the best Seeker's leggings ever, but we'll
Good
manage.
enough to
Good
keep
enough.
on top, though. Paul decided to
enough.
op it to the top.
And we're going to see the follow-up from Go again here on the Aether Sling. Taps the Oscilio, throws this Flow Shard Elemental. 4 points of physical damage for Paul to contest with now. No Go again on this one, as there was no instant discarded, no Lightning Flow generated either. Any Unsurge yellow will play defense. 1 point comes across. These life totals slowly leveling out, but Paul, again, is the beneficiary of that buffer that was awarded by using so much Arcane Barrier early on. Means there is life to spend here to keep these cards and deploy this core reaction.
And that Flow Shard Elemental not just being some more arcane damage actually let Paul just straight up convert a card to blocking 3. This is Paul's advantage here. He has the ability to block out physical attacks, whereas his deck is way more arcane focused and doesn't give Oliver that luxury.
We'll see Glide through Starlight playing preventative duty, makes a lightning flow in the process, and 3 damage comes through, which means Oliver will fall down to 3, and we see that Flashbolt pitched away to throw lightning overload with Volzar from the Arsenal. Means it's 4 arcane, snaps off those 2 points of prevention, means Oliver will fall down to 1. Throws a Flashbolt of his own, will be met with a Gilet activation. Paul going to go digging. Oh, look. The card is the same one I left on top.
Hey, it's Lexi touching a tree.
But I think this is important because, again, you see here Paul changing his mind. The texture of the game has changed. With his opponent at 1, this Flashbolt coming through, he has more information, and suddenly that Calm Veil, that's not what we want anymore. What we want is a Nebula Duality.
He wants cards that deal damage, not prevent damage.
We're on Duality Watch as the cards come up for Paul van Gijssel. No, but plenty of Arcane.
Oh my gosh, he doesn't have that many reds and he's drawn 3 of them.
Of Arcane. Comet Collision for 3 Arcane on the other side, and Paul going to think this one through before trying to use that Cosmic Flare to provide a final flourish that could take our hero through to the finals. And so 3 damage will be taken, and if you're on Oliver's side, that cannot feel great. Your opponent is either stuck with nothing to do or about to set you alight. Cosmic Flare for 3 resources and an instant going away. We do see the Cosmic Sutra in the hand of Oliver. Has some preventative potential. 3 resources available. Volzar not activated just yet. Paul decides it is time to go with tap lessons past. 5 points of arcane damage. Is there any way for Oliver to soak up all 5 points in a profitable manner? The puzzle begins.
Yellow Cosmic Suture, that would be 3 prevention. Constella Flowtie, that would be 1 prevention because it does make a lightning flow.
Gonna be good enough.
Just a point short.
The yellow Cosmic is not enough, and despite thinking he is cooked, Paul van Gijssel is in another calling final. He has the chance, just 1 game away from becoming Flesh and Blood's first ever Triple Crown champion.
Invigorating. A worthy attempt.
I'd call it worthy. I'd call it a little more than worthy, honestly. That looked more commanding than our first game that we saw, Paul. I enjoyed the quarters more. It was more of a sweat, way more explosive. But in terms of confidence going into a finals, a commanding semifinals is exactly what you're hoping for.
Paul's deck looked amazing in that game. Every turn, just good spells, activating Volzar, lots of red spells being used. I'm willing to bet there were no more red spells left in that deck. I feel like we saw every single one, and the Thunderous Retort red that he drafted earlier, the Spellbane Sigil, they all look so good. His decisions rewarded him with that win. And you know what? I feel like if he plays another Oscilio, we're going to see a lot of those cards again. It's going to be epic.
I cannot wait. Is there another Oscilio on the other side of the bracket? Well, there is. Sebastian Grøndal vanquishes Richard Carr's dreams. And it will be these two juggernauts who we saw play each other earlier in the feature match area. Playing for that undefeated limited record. Now they're playing for that quick dodge plexus. They're playing for the prize money, the points, the glory, the prestige. It all comes down to one final game. What more could you ask for?
Epic games. Epic games. I feel like this matchup is just a matchup we haven't really gotten to taste all weekend, and now it's like we've saved the best for last, and we get to see these back-to-back play at the highest level, not with the coolest cards. I mean, some of these turns have been tacking up blues and pitching yellows, but the result has been these epic, grindy games won in spectacular fashion, and I can't wait to see what we have next.
That's why I want to take a quick moment to just praise Omens of the Third Age, the set we've been enjoying all weekend. Pre-release coming up for you next weekend. The following week will be available in stores from June 5th. It's why we were here this weekend, celebrating the release of Omens, celebrating everything it will bring to Classic Constructed, to other formats. One of those things, and the one you're the most experienced with so far, I believe, Aurora, Legacy of Tempest. I had some fun trying to play your build this morning. Went about as well as it did for you.
No, I apologize.
I was also on the struggle bus, but to me that just means there's a heck of a lot to solve with this hero.
That's true. Lots of rooms for improvement.
maybe a bit of a blunt way of putting it, but I like to think maybe that we're relying on some tendencies we grew into with the previous Aurora. We understand what we expect from a Lightning Rune blade, so challenging those conventions, it's going to take time. I don't think any of us are going to understand it on release weekend. Maybe we do by the time we get to US Nationals. Maybe it takes a little bit longer. But there's just plenty to explore here. Things this hero is interested in doing the original Aurora was not. Scorpio, of course, kind of helms that. It's, in your case, not so much. Dread Scythe was the weapon of choice, but kind of helms the play patterns of this deck. The free weapon changes a lot of the math. It allows you to play some more pitch-intensive cards, things like Dashing Flashfoot, and, of course, Tempestuous Kiss.
Yeah, we like to say that in our game, everything is worth about a 1. And every turn that you start with starts with an action point, and that action point is worth 1. Scorpio really embodies that by attacking for 1 when you're able to have that action point.
Oscilio, of course, has looked increasingly impressive. I'm actually really excited to dabble with this hero in CC now. I think the games we've seen in Limited have kind of sparked my knowledge. I have a better understanding of what to be expecting, the kind of play patterns we're looking for. Cosmic Sutras have been stellar all weekend, but I have to wonder, cards like Astral Bridge that kind of let you spiral these instants into each other, I want to know if there's enough there to really make that work. Maybe we're a Kindle deck. Maybe we're doing a few other explosive things. Really not quite sure where this deck is going to end up. On the other side of the spectrum, though, Zyggy quickly become a beloved hero of mine after that feature match experience. Had a great time working on this deck. We have plenty to learn here, and an Unwinding Finality has definitely become one of my personal favorite cards. It's an incredible set. If you're not sure how lightning flows work at this point, I'm not really sure what to tell you, but they give you the ability to pay for things. You're going to want to front the costs on things like Storm Shard, activate those hero abilities one way or the other. Creating and destroying them very much sets that pace, sets that rhythm in a battle of storms with this set. It's what it's all about. Omens of the Third Age. It's really, really special. I've definitely begun to become a really big fan of this set over the course of the weekend.
Me too as well. And I just feel like I've learned so much. Like even just casting with you in the last few days, I feel like my eyes have been open to the possibilities of what different of these heroes can do, how they use lightning flows, how they want to go first or second. All of these things really make me feel pretty prepared to play this at my pre-release next week, actually.
I'm going to rock some socks. And if you want to maybe go for a beverage with us at a pre-release, final reminder for now. This finals, at the very end of it, we'll be looking for a new drinking buddy. And we're going to want a drinking buddy. But you know what I don't want, Michael? I don't want to break. Breaks are boring. Finals.
Let's jump straight to it.
Don't
go anywhere. We're going to start so quick.
I want this game now. No breaks, no relaxation. I want finals action. Sebastian Grøndal has a chance to redeem the earlier game. Paul van Gijssel, this close, this close to achieving something that no one has ever done in Flesh and Blood before. Get your picks for a winner in chat. Either way, it is going to be quite the story.
Paul looks like he was able to win that, choose to go first this time. He was a higher seed, so this is completely on him. He has decided to do that again, and he had a really good first turn in that last game, both with that Star World warning, setting up 2 extra lightning floats, then creating an additional one with that lightning overload. Let's see if he has something similar this turn.
Let's take a peek at the hand. Cosmic Flare, Comet Collision, tap Lessons Past, tap times 2.
The hand's still pretty reasonable, but the most optimal way of playing it is to play that Cosmic Flare and then attack with the tap into the pass. But the problem with that line is you would then be forced to arsenal one of these blue actions, which is not so optimal and not ideal, and Paul is choosing not to play it that way.
I like this a lot, actually. I think it's very easy to get blinded by Volzar value on turn 0 and go, I need to play an instant, otherwise I can't do my thing. Well, that instant's going to get you Volzar value at some point, so might as well hold on to it, especially if you're going to be walking into preventative effects on turn 0 from Sebastian Grøndal. Will be 2 from that blue copy of Cosmic Sutra. We're going to reach for the preventative effects on our equipment as well to make an embodiment of lightning. And Paul goes, hang on a second.
Wait, I just realized this is actually brilliant because Paul's still able to play that Cosmic Flare if he so chooses to. And if he does that, he can then activate Volzar, which it wouldn't be too late to do that, to make this tap Lessons pass into a 5. Oh, and yeah.
And that's exactly what we're going to see. Fantastic call out from my co-caster. 5 resources now available, and Volzar now activatable in the face of these preventative measures.
I'll pitch for the boots as well.
And so, Sebastian happy to cash in those laced lightning, but now we're going to see 2 points of arcane bleeding over, which means that Cosmic Flare, that's going right back where it started.
I do want to mention what's in the pitch zone for Sebastian Grøndal. This Volatile Fluxer pitched with a sigil of Astral Flow for the second cycle. It could be meaningful. It could be meaningful.
Certainly doesn't hurt to have an instant right next to your instant-based payoff.
And of course, Paul may be starting a new YouTube channel in the future with that 5 resources floating.
That's more than I need. Fresh cards drawn up from Paul here. Sebastian's turn to volley some damage.
In our last game, Paul was able to chip in 4 damage and have 4 lightning flow tokens at the end of that. About an 8-point life swing. This one, it's a lot closer.
4 with go.
Clearing Spike does have go again from this embodiment of lightning. Will offer the ability to play an instant and get funky with a little bit of extra physical damage. Lightning flow, of course, on hit.
Sebastian does have a sigil of lightning at the very minimum. And Paul's kind of caught unawares here. He has that red thunderous retort, but this is physical damage.
Kind of the bind this card puts you in. It's been so impressive in several spots across the weekend. But when your Oscilio opponent goes, actually, I'd just like to hit you, it's not a very good retort at all. Oscilio activation will cash out the lightning flow, makes a ponder, will discard the sigil of lightning, and then, of course, dump that on in to turn the flittering spike into a 6 and remake the lightning flow that was expended. It also enables Volzar, which means we're going to have this beautiful chunk of 6 arcane to wrap this turn up from Meteoric Impact. Really good numbers and pretty incredible efficiency here for Sebastian, especially when you factor in that ponder token.
I'm sorry, you said really, this is insane numbers. This is the best numbers I have seen all weekend. Sebastian Grøndal finally winning that prize for me. I mean, this is A+ gameplay. He goes 6 go again into 6 arcane, and if I told you that was a 4-card hand, that would still be really reasonable in this format. But no, he has a ponder token here. This is a 3-card 12. I have not seen these numbers all weekend, and there's also a sigil of lightning for the future. It seems like Sebastian has been playing these attack actions. He's also going to have Starfall next turn with a 5-card hand. Sebastian, he's doing some things that make me really happy.
Going to reach for both pieces of Seeker's equipment here for Paul to try and make the most of the tools available. That Thunderous Retort looking a little sad. Spellbane Sigil on top of the deck as well. That extra preventative effect. We'll see 4 Arcane coming through. Brings Van Gijssel to 15.
I'll pass to you, and I'll ponder.
And the Ponder will resolve, refill the arsenal for Sebastian. Can't quite get a peek at what we found ourselves with there. I'm sure it'll emerge in no time at all. For now, back to Van Gijssel. 1 card in hand, 1 in arsenal. We know it's Retort in hand. Hopefully it's a 1-card play to make space for it. It is. We know it's a Comet Collision of the blue variety. It's a little less exciting. That dice looking a little small compared to the 6 that just came crashing through for Sebastian. Nebula Duality in the hand. Preventive effects also available here for Sebastian. This feels like very much the difference maker in this mirror match. We saw Paul leveraging them incredibly well in the semifinals. Looks like Sebastian has the flexibility to do so here as well. It will be the Helm that is reached for here, making the most of having an untapped Oscilio. Provides a point of prevention to soak this up nice and clean. Keep all 5 of those cards and a Sigil of Lightning to work with. It's Sebastian Grøndal that is about to get to work.
I really enjoy that players tap both the equipment of Astral Sanctuary as well as the hero. You only really need to tap the hero, but it just feels so intuitive and natural to tap both.
So now we will see how Sebastian intends on navigating this scenario. Volatile Fluxus.
Oh, wow.
It's flittering
what a ponder.
Spike again. Found off the Ponder token. Lines up with an embodiment of lightning once more, and these instants are going to continue to be punishing. And we saw Paul keep the Sigil on top of his deck from the Opt, and yet again, he finds himself staring down physical damage that it can't do anything about.
Yeah, Sebastian is just, this is reminding me of like, almost like old school Oscilio 1 gameplay. You send some attacks, then you send that Arcane. Up until now, we've seen strategies that have really been prioritizing Arcane, but Arcane in general often is quite inefficient, and there's just almost no ways to give Arcane go again and really spend your entire hand. But Embodiment of Lightning with a lightning attack, follow it up with some Arcane damage, now that is peak gameplay. That is powerful gameplay.
Cosmic Sutra is found to enable that prevention effect. Is discarded to Oscilio Ponder made, so we will have access to a little dash of Arcane on the way back as well. Any Surge yellow being deployed on block value, and we're going to see here Paul's attempt to break up this prevention effect. We've alluded to this a few times. This is the next 4 damage you would take, not from a single source, so you can prevent a little bit of the spike if that's what you need to do. You can prevent up to 3 of the spike if Sebastian plays an instant. Alternatively, you can keep that prevention around for whatever the following attack or play might be in the wake of this Embodiment of Lightning.
Yeah, and I also want to highlight Sebastian's prevention effect, that Haven card. This Haven Veil is 3 points more efficient than Paul Van Gijssel's Thunderous Retort Red. I mean, the Haven Veil, if you read it, it just says when you play it, prevent the next 3 damage, whereas the Thunderous Retort Red says you gain Arcane Barrier 3, so you still have to pay 3 more resources to get that prevention. This card is, it's not strictly better, but it's a lot better than what Paul has in his arsenal, which he may even end up playing for almost no value because he does have a Ponder token, and he may want that Starfall for the Comet Collision that is currently in his hands.
Just beautiful sequencing from Sebastian. Spellbane Sigil will give this spike an extra 2 points of power, but it will also allow Sebastian to pitch away that Nebula Duality and stop that Cosmic Sutra doing any points of arcane damage. Just fluid all the way through.
Yeah, Paul did have the chance to do that little trick we saw earlier that I believe Oliver did, which is make sure to play that Cosmic Sutra before the attack becomes an attack in the layer step. But no harm, no foul. There wasn't really any more follow-up damage, so Paul didn't really get punished for that decision.
Comet Collision is the 1-card play 3 points of arcane damage. No Starfall trigger this time around.
So if Paul had played that Thunderous Retort from his arsenal, this turn it would be going into the graveyard and then letting him out. Oh, nope. Just kidding. Volzar's already been activated. That would only be worth 1. So I guess Paul is making a conscious decision not to do so.
Taking a look at the hand here for Sebastian, you see another flittering spike. Yellow this time around. Thunderous Retort in there as well.
Masterful. By playing the Spellbane Sigil on his own turn to prevent damage from Paul on his own turn, Sebastian has basically double-dipped in the value of this Spellbane Sigil. He was able to use it once again on Paul's turn. Just beautiful play. And we have another flittering spike here. Paul's been sitting on that Thunderous Retort since turn 0, and he's been taking a lot of spikes for it.
Just remarkable stuff from both of our players here. Tab Lessons Past reached for on defense in the face of this spike. 17-15. These life totals both relatively healthy as both players have been happy to play a staunch defense. Got to feel like that favors Sebastian, knowing how few reds Paul actually has access to. Look at this. Volzar activation, 2 points of arcane, triggering the spike once more. And we'll amp on up. The Constellar Waves, tap the Oscilio while we have the opportunity to turn this into 3 points of arcane instead from that Starfall trigger. We will see preventative. Candle Veil is a blue copy, so just 1 point of damage soaked up. The Lightning Flow will be generated as a recompense.
Can I take that back?
Yeah, that's all right.
Can I
Okay,
take that?
love the sportsmanship. Again, just, yep, changed my mind slightly. Haven't gained any new information. Do you mind if I do something different? And
Well,
you know, you're allowed
Sebastian
to.
got some new information, but
Yes.
not what's tactically important here.
It will be the retort instead, and AB3 is the choice here for Paul. Ponder token will be made from that Constellar.
13.
So down to 13 goes Van Heysel when the physical damage pokes on through.
And I'll just pass.
And this Ponder token will amount to not much, as there is already a card in the Arsenal lawn. Lightning Flow available on that side of the table. So Paul's 0 right now, which is a little alarming.
Yeah, just for the friends at home, we didn't show this with dice, but by playing that instant during the chain link, Sebastian was able to buff the Flittering Spike to a 5 power attack, and so the 2 damage that was dealt was the physical damage from the spike, which is also why Sebastian was able to create a Lightning Flow token.
Enian Surge, 4 points of arcane here. Will theoretically get a flow back for Paul if it manages to sneak on through. Difficult spot here for Sebastian, who is holding a life lead. Wants to be highly coveted on it as best possible. See if we can take a peek at what is going on over there. It's more Cosmic Prevention. We see a red Electrolyze, Meteoric Impact in there as well. More constellations as well.
I see another extremely powerful turn with that Haven Veil in his arsenal. Grøndal will be able to play it, maybe prevent all of this in Ion Surge with the Lightning Flow. Start his turn. The Veil goes to the graveyard. Ooh.
Ah, okay. It's really hot in here. And it does look like we have a small overheating issue with our cameras again. We're not missing anything. Fear not. We'll make sure the game is going to be as visible as possible. But let us just fix the tech bunnies. The meeps are amplifying the sun at this point, and it's wearing on the tech and the people. So I can't even blame the camera. I understand entirely. All right, looks like we are mostly good to go. Looks like the damage here did go through, and therefore we had a Lightning Flow generated from that Enian Surge. So we're back over to Sebastian, who will kick things off with Electrolyze to be 4 points of go again damage.
Yeah, so it does look that the Haven Veil was played, and at the beginning of Sebastian's turn, went to the graveyard, which of course Starfall is currently active, and it's going to be a really painful turn as I see 2 instants or 2 sources of arcane damage that both have the word Starfall on them.
So we will see that point of prevention from the Candle Veil to cover up the end of this Electrolyze and then another Lightning Flow. We made as a result does offer a little bit of extra insulation if Paul wants to fight over the incoming flash of damage. Volzar activation, Meteoric Impact. We've seen this time and again across the weekend. This is crunching in for 6 points of arcane damage. After following a 4, go again. Again, just for an arcane deck, the efficiency is astounding.
This is currently a 3-card 10 damage, which is insane. I have not seen these numbers and so consistently done by any player, really, but particularly Oscilio. And Paul, just to put things in perspective, this Electrolyze, what just happened? What this Constellar Contemplation used this way is a 1 damage, it's a 0-card 1 damage. It replaces itself. It's like a snatch that's guaranteed to hit. But like I was saying, that Electrolyze, it costs Sebastian 1 card and 1 resource. Not even an action point, just 1 card, 1 resource. Paul blocked with a 3-block, pitched a yellow just to be able to free that Volt Veil. I don't even, the 1 prevention card in his arsenal.
Candle Veil of Volt Haven, yeah,
Thank you.
That's the one. Core reaction from Paul. Icy Echo Flash in the hand of Sebastian Grøndal. And we may have started our feature draft by saying that would be the perfect kind of card for Paul van Gijssel to open. And
he drew Echo Flash with the yellow chromatic refinement? Are you kidding me?
The kids would call that a combo.
That's all good.
And so we'll go back to Sebastian's turn here. Incredible life lead, 16 plays 6. Volzar activation available thanks to that chromatic refinement. It will be the yellow copy of Lightning Overload that is the beneficiary of that cost reduction. There is a flow available here, which means Sebastian can get real funky with that Echo Flash and dump it in the graveyard, ping, play it, ping, put it back in the graveyard, ping a little more.
I believe the other card in his hand is that Storm Shard, so it's not a clean play, but this is still just a lot of damage. It's asking a lot from Paul, and I do imagine that if Sebastian could, he would have loved to maybe just pitch away that Storm Shard and just hold on to the Echo Flash to maybe go for lethal during Paul's next turn. Let there be no doubt, ladies and gentlemen, Paul's in grave danger right now. It is not looking too great for him with the 2 flows. Of course, he does have some good things going on his turn, but with Sebastian at 16, Sebastian has taken only 3 points of damage thus far in this game in 5 turns of play. I'm starting to, I know that I have been doubting on Paul, but this is a much more serious situation than he's ever been.
Yeah, we started the round with a blonde bombshell, and we might be ending it with Ralph Wiggum in the back of the bus. 2 points of life remaining. Haven Veil pops out for Sebastian to insulate from that core.
Yep. Paul just says, okay, he has no way to take advantage of the timing here. Sebastian is aware.
No.
I don't think Sebastian cares. He's going to maybe chuck that Storm Shard in his arsenal, hold on to the Echo Flash. He has the Oscilio activation ability.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
I can feel it in my bones. That Echo Flash, we know about it. You know about it. Paul van Gijssel does not. And this is the kind of spot where you have to take the risks because you're so far behind. Paul doesn't have the flexibility to play around some kind of instant speed trick. And if we get Echo flashed out, well, it'll be quite the photo finish. Core reaction crunches on through. Sebastian says, sure.
Venturing into the unknown is Paul at 2 with not much prevention. Not much security blanket. He knows he's in a tough spot, but I doubt he's that scared. You just have to play into it. There's no real decisions to be made here. You have to actually win this game. You can't just pass the turn. Also, you do need to get rid of some of the cards in your hand if you ever want to see another prevention effect anyway. I don't know what's in his hand. He's been holding it close to his chest. Maybe he has that yellow Thunderous Retort. That would be a godsend at this point in staying alive.
Constellar Wave broken here to amp 1. We will see yellow Lightning Overload with a yellow being pitched. It is 1 Lightning Flow available right now. Vols are activated. Second Lightning Flow being threatened, and now it is up to Sebastian to decide on the sequencing, because if it's just 1 Lightning Flow before this overload resolves, it will not be enough to stop the damage. Discard the Echo Flash.
Echo Flash, the Majestic I talked about. It would be such a quintessential end.
1
point
calling of Arcane from the discard. Paul is looking at a Nebula Duality, can make another Lightning Flow.
Yeah, we are just looking at that bottom text of Echo Flash right now that simply says, when it's put into the graveyard, 1 Arcane. And now, another 2 points of Arcane.
No, up to 2, and 1 more when the Echo Flash goes back to the graveyard. Nebula Duality will fire a point of Arcane. It will get amped up by the Volzar that is currently there. Will make another Lightning Flow, and will Duality back in response. There's yet more Arcane. 2 points coming through. It will be enough for Sebastian Grøndal to vanquish the dreams of Paul van Gijssel. He will have to keep waiting for that 3rd crown of 3. But for now, we find ourselves with a brand new calling champion with a masterful display of what you can do with Oscilio.
Our enemies will not grant you this mercy.
Mercy, none of that. No mercy in that game whatsoever. Just an unrelenting demonstration of what you can do with this hero. Masterful through and through.
That was picture perfect. I believe Sebastian just has wowed me, honestly. This entire weekend, we've seen so many great players, but those turns, each turn, we were getting close to classic constructed levels of efficiency and damage. And ponder after ponder, just 5-card hands into 5-card hands into a photo finish with that Echo Flash and not giving any quarter, no mercy. Paul tries to, extend the game just a little bit, saying, I'll try to, discard my Nebula Duality. And Sebastian just shut the door and said, I also have these guys too.
A reminder, that was a 4 Oscilio pod.
Yes.
That's a deck you can build in a 4 Oscilio pod.
Wow.
There is so much left to discover about this format, and I cannot wait to watch it evolve as we go through pre-release National Championship season, ultimately the Pro Tour in Las Vegas as well. If you're at any of those events, get those repetitions in, because it's something very special. Let's hit the bracket one more time. The story of the event plays out nice and simple. We had Griffin Mayers and Sebastian rocking the show at the top of the bracket. Our perfect Zyggy, Thomas van Minsel, who decided, I just want to play what I know in the quarterfinals. The fatigue is getting to me. Fell victim to Richard Carr. Oliver's near undefeated streak continued through the quarterfinals, while Paul van Gijssel put on a masterclass to make the way through Sean Knowelden. Semi-finals, the underdog, the standing Aurora that was Richard Carr, fell victim to our eventual winner, while Paul made the way through just to get clubbed to death by Sebastian in our finals. What a show.
He held his chin up high, and he had a smile at the end. Paul, you're a champion in my heart as well.
All you can ask for, apart from the fact I'm going to ask you for one more thing, you gotta hit your pre-releases. I want to see you there. I want to see you playing the game. I want to see you dualitying people to death on various turns at instant speed. It's just incredible format, and I'm going to lose so many games next weekend. If you're unfamiliar, you're just joining us, this pre-release kit will be awaiting for you at your local game store, complete with a variety of cold foil promos, Marvel Glide through Starlight as well, and just everything you're going to need to play, all the tokens, all the widgets. We had the fun of opening these at the world premiere yesterday, and I had fun. I definitely
there's also
fun.
8 booster packs. I know they're not pictured here, but that would be really helpful for the sealed process.
while you're on fabtcg.com and getting yourself ready for your pre-release, finding the local one with the store locator, you got to do one other thing too. The vote for Silver Age has opened while we've been live, while the show has been active. I know I've cast my vote. I know Michael is still debating his. I'm sure many folks in the chat are doing the same there. You've got yourself just over 2 days still to figure out how you want to shape the future of Silver Age with your benching choices. You got any further updates for the folks that might care, Michael? You leaning any way, or are you gonna wait until you're under a little less stress?
All I want to say is I want you to vote for Silver Age. That's all I got to say.
That's a photo finish right there.
I still can't think of the hero, to be honest.
Nope. There we go. All right, we got one lovely piece to take care of before we have a winner's interview with Sebastian. How can I compete with this? I used to be the attractive one. Just now, no, okay, never mind. Drinking Buddy, available, our third and final copy for this weekend. If you've been active in the chat during the finals, you're already in with competition, but we'll give you 20 seconds while I count you down, get yourself ready, get typing in the chat, say some nice things, whatever you prefer. Insult me if you like. I don't really mind, but it will give you a chance.
I wouldn't mind. Don't insult Scott. That's not cool. You can insult me. No, just kidding.
If someone does insult me and wins, it's going to be the funniest thing. So we'll have to wait and see how we go. So I'm going to count you down. We're going to go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Who is it? Alan Austin, 8099. You are our winner of this third and final copy of Drinking Buddy for the weekend. Details are available for you in chat, so make sure you pay attention, go fill them out, grab Ethan, and make sure all the contact stuff that's above my pay grade gets figured out. But we'll get this shipped out to you, and this is just an incredible card. Happy to see you owning it. Michael, first of all, thank you. It's been a pleasure to cast with you all weekend. I've had a wonderful time in putting on this show. Hit me with a favorite moment. What stands out to you from across all 3 days of the broadcast that we've done, just really captivated your attention?
I think I really lit up on Sebastian's first turn when he went red Flittering Spike, Starfall's active, and then sends the Meteoric Impact for 6, I believe, and has a Ponder token.
Somehow,
right?
For some reason.
Like, what an incredible turn. It's just crazy to me that he was able to accomplish that, and then proceeds on the next turn and does the same thing. Spike into a spell. I was thoroughly impressed.
Okay. I've not heard from Alan Austin in the chat, so if you don't hurry up, gonna have to pull a second winner. It'll be an awful waste. So
Alan Austin, please respond to the chat.
This
is really important.
Yeah. Come on, pull it out one way or the other. You get 10 seconds. That's it. But we'll re-withdraw. Most of someone else.
And for everyone else, in about 10 seconds, we're
about to give away the Drinking Buddy.
So yeah, let's get back in the chat, guys. Yeah, just that moment. That moment was just incredible because it told me a lot about how he had been winning his games before. This was not a foreign concept to him.
No,
he drafted that laced lightning. He needed those embodiment of lightnings, which are very hard for Oscilio to generate. Actually, there's almost no cards that can actually generate it easily. The Kinsella series makes a Ponder, a Lightning Flow, and untaps your staff. It just doesn't make a lightning embodiment. And we may be re-rolling.
Sounds like it to me.
Giveaway.
No claim. So let's re-roll it. I'll count you down one more time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ricky SG2 GW, I believe there. Congratulations. You're the beneficiary of someone else's mistake. You're already in chat on that like lightning. All you could possibly ask for. Yeah, for me, there's so many moments. I think almost blowing my vocal cords on Paul's victory in the quarterfinals was a pretty high-level one. That's going to stick with me for a while, but I'm hopeful that this winner's interview might fall into a similar level of excitement. Stay with us. We'll be right back. I have the pleasure of being joined by our inaugural European Champions Battle winner from way back when, Sebastian. Congratulations on winning a calling. It feels like a long time coming for you.
Yeah, I haven't been playing that much for a long time, right? So so coming back because all of my great friends have been nagging me about going, and I thought this was the perfect event because it's limited. I don't need to prep that much, and it's a new format. Like, this is the best time of Flesh and Blood.
All learning on a level playing field. I think definitely favours someone with strong fundamentals, and clearly that's come out for you this weekend.
You're glazing me now. Thank you.
That is my job. They pay me to glaze at the end of the day. So a lot of folks at home, of course, haven't had the experience of enjoying Omens of the Third Age just yet. They'll be waiting for their pre-release. How do you feel about the format on a whole after winning the calling?
I think it's a good set overall. I mean, there's a lot of exploring to do for the format. Obviously, I've only been playing for 2 days, but there is a lot of like niche interactions that you can learn in the format and that shape the way the games play out. And I think it definitely values being a good player in this format because of that.
Can you give us like maybe one example of that for people that are looking for a tip for their pre-release, like going forward next week? Anything that really stood out to you that's really worth knowing?
It's something like Zyggy, for example. It's not a deck that is very forward to build, because I saw a lot of people, and I think like a lot of people experience this, that they end up putting a lot of auras in their deck and not enough attacks, for example, and then they end up having the 3 aura hands where they only can convert for a couple of points of value. There's also the lightning flow thing. A lot of people ended up using their lightning flows too early to prevent arcane, and then they end up having to like need it for a turn, like for example Aurora for go again, or Zyggy for bouncing one of their auras and then shooting with their weapon. And if they don't have the flow, if they don't manage that properly, then they can end up losing a lot of value because of that too.
If you haven't gathered it already, paying attention to the lightning flow definitely feels like one of the big parts of the weekend. I have the pleasure of giving you some goodies, which is one of my favorite parts of the job. Don't swing this at a child because it's heavy. It's got some weight behind it. Calling Prague 2026 champion. It's going to look pretty stelling on the mantelpiece, I would imagine, one way or the other.
Sure.
So that now belongs to you. But I think the one that a lot of people covet slightly more, and it's nice, lovely display case, the quick dodge flexes. Not very many of these out there, so happy to see you have one. You the kind of person to park this on the mantle, or is this getting played, maybe, with a bit of luck?
Oh, I'm not playing it.
Not play? I can respect it. I can respect it. Totally fair. I have to imagine you've got friends, family that have kind of helped you along the journey somewhere down the way. Anyone you want to thank, shout out while you've got the chance on camera?
Oh, just all the great friends you have playing Flesh and Blood. I keep saying this. The best part about going to these events is not to knock on Flesh and Blood, but the best part is the social aspect.
Always.
Exactly. Going to visit a city and then going to see the city and hang out with your friends and having dinner, having beers in Prague.
Yeah, I'm told you had a bit of a wild journey last night before heading into the calling today.
Yeah, so my good friend told me about a bar downtown that has 5 floors with different musical genres. And we went there to have a dance yesterday, and we got home at 4 a.m.
So it turns out the secret to calling victory is dance the night away. Yeah. I think we've learned something today. And
I mean, in Denmark, we always, well, not always, but we tend to say nowadays that there is a buff to having a hangover.
Wow.
Yeah.
I have never felt that way in my life whatsoever, but I'm clearly far too British for that principle to apply. So, I'll give it a shot. Maybe if I wreck a calling in the near future, I will directly blame you for giving myself a hangover, but I'm not sure you'll care based on the accolades of today. Sebastian, thank you so much for joining us for the winners interview. It's been spectacular to have you. Congratulations on becoming a calling champion. Thank you to everyone at home who's watched along for this incredible world premiere. Hopefully you enjoy the set as much as we have next week when you get your hands on it at the pre-release. I've been Howling Minds. You've had the pleasure of being joined by Michael Fung, Samuel Byrne all weekend, the production team here as well. You have been amazing. We'll see you again very soon. Take care.